Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Raven Migration Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The bus rumbled down the deserted streets in the early hours. The emptiness was a benefit for those who appreciated a quiet trip. Especially for those who were confronted with one of their biggest challenges ahead. A boy no older than 15 sat by the window, drumming his fingers on a dark green walking cane. His lips brushed his teeth as he fought off a tide of anxiety washing over him. He was shorter than most of his peers, with a face that radiated innocence. Sunlight danced on his tousled forest green hair, creating whimsical shadows on his cheeks. These shadows blended with his sunglasses, obscuring his squeezed-shut eyes. Despite his disabilities, the young boy concealed his athletic build beneath a slightly baggy, formal middle school uniform. Occasionally, he shifted his legs, tapping the floor with his striking red high-top boots, which had thick white soles and black laces. Beside him rested a well-worn yellow backpack, adorned with a few old and faded stickers, yet still in good condition. As the bus traveled along, he turned his head toward the familiar cityscape. Almost at Udata, the boy with forest green hair pondered, his expression becoming determined. Midoriya Izuku. The broccoli who deserves his happy ending. For real. And Lil Midoriya will surely get it. Naihihihihi. As Izuku gazed at the city passing by, he felt an odd sense of reassurance. It was as if an incomprehensible force had patted him on the back and his illegally soft hair, mixing comfort with a laughter that hinted at madness violence. Murder? Whoa, that's weird. Shaking off those thoughts as he shook his head, Izuku turned his attention to the front, gradually preparing to grab his things. Is something wrong, Izuku? A voice expressed his concern, seated right beside Izuku. Hearing the familiar voice beside him, Izuku smiled, despite feeling shaky from his earlier strange experience. Oh, it's nothing, Agito, he said. Just feeling jittery, you know? I see, Agito answered, smiling in response. He knew today was a big day for both him and Izuku, so it was natural to feel nervous before their challenge. Yagami Agito. The Broccoli's corn salad, organizer of Broccoli's flowers, and consultant for various things. Doesn't the guy give off a certain vibe? Agito is a boy his age who appears taller while standing. His relaxed yet alert stance exudes subtle intensity, like a shadow poised to spring into action. Compared to Izuku, Agito is more muscular yet still lean. His slightly tanned skin glistens in the morning sunlight. His dark, layered hair is cut in a slightly swept-back style, with messy locks that showcase deep, smoky teal hues that shimmer in the sunlight. The hair's spread-out bangs frame his chiseled face, exuding effortless charm, combining softness and elegance with a defined jawline and a subtly pointed chin. As for his attire, Agito wears a long-sleeved, half-buttoned white shirt. Draped over his shoulder is a long black coat that resembles a haori. Below, Agito wears simple dark pants and black combat boots. Last, resting on Agito's right shoulder, is an elongated object wrapped in dark navy blue cloth. He gripped the object in his right hand with a small satchel bag resting between his legs. I assume you're feeling nervous about the exam? Agito inquired, his eyes fixed straight on Izuku, who nodded, gripping his cane tightly. At first glance, Agito's eyes seemed cold and unreadable beneath his dark-tinted rectangular lenses. Yet, beneath the glass surface lies a sharp awareness. It also possessed a golden amber goodness, with faint glints of light-catching silver that emanated a sense of clarity and calm resolve. They are the eyes that have witnessed battle, endured pain, and emerged more focused, not bitter. Just like Izuku had with his forest green eyes before they got closed. Well, Izuku responded, a hint of hesitation in his voice. After a soft gulp, he continued, yeah, there was nervousness apparent in his tone. I'm more prepared thanks to you and our mentors, but it's just, as Izuku tried to elaborate, his words faltered, fading away before he could speak them. Perceiving Izuku's feelings, Agito noticed that some of his past emotions and scars lingered. While Izuku has since improved, the long months following his awakening and the challenges he faced were difficult times for him. Sighing softly, Agito rested his hand on Izuku's shoulder and gave it a gentle pat. You'll do great, Agito reassured him, prompting Izuku to look at Agito, who smiled gently. All those months of training and hard work won't fail you, I guarantee it. Plus, as Agito paused, he gripped Izuku's shoulder firmly in support. You have me and everyone else who has supported you no matter what, so don't be afraid, let your wings soar, Izuku. Agito's comforting words provided warmth, yet they felt strange to Izuku. Compared to almost a year ago, Izuku believed such words were merely expressions of comfort stemming from pity or politeness. These were all that Izuku had heard throughout his entire life. Adding to his earlier strange experience, Izuku could sense it, as if some grand, universal force were actively conspiring, making his life hell at every turn, as if sadistically waiting for Izuku to break completely. As if he were the punchline to some exceedingly cruel joke at the hands of someone who wanted him to suffer. But now, however, after completing his trainings with his mentors alongside Agito, Izuku felt entirely different. Despite his blindness, he has developed a more accurate method of sensing people's intentions. He can now discern whether words are sincere or merely comforting expressions stemming from pity, politeness, or something else with his newly gained skills. Moreover, Izuku can strangely sense that another grand, universal force is assuring him that his hellish life has changed, turning into something better, as if he's being rewarded for walking through the deepest and darkest tunnel of hellish nightmare. Izuku smiled at Agito's reassurance. He's right. Now, Izuku can see that beyond the darkest, nightmarish tunnel, he glimpsed the light at the end, and within that light, he has people who support and cherish him for who he is, not what he is. Considering this, Izuku gave Agito a bright smile. Thanks, Agito, he expressed, to which Agito nodded and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Despite his lingering scars and pain, Izuku was determined to rebuild. And maybe, even restore the connections he never intended to sever. His emotions run high when he awakens from the hospital, and things sped past it almost. Next stop, UA High School, folks. Next stop, UA High School. The loudspeaker announcement suddenly drew Izuku from his thoughts. Maybe later, but now I need to focus. Sighing a bit, he pushed the thoughts to the back of his mind. Right now, his greatest challenge awaits him. As their destination neared, both Izuku and Agito gathered their belongings. As the bus was coming closer to its destination, Izuku poked Agito's shoulder, prompting him to look at him. Did I forget anything, Agito? Izuku asked Agito, who looked around his space to see if anything was missing. No, you have everything, Izuku, Agito reassured him. He rose, his black combat boots thumping softly against the floor. As he stood up, Agito grabbed his satchel and placed the handle over his left shoulder. He gripped the cloth-covered object from his seat and rested it on his right shoulder. As he adjusted his satchel, Agito laid out his left hand toward Izuku. Ready? He spoke, his lips forming a grin that matched the expression from his golden amber eyes behind his tinted glasses. Hearing his friend's words, Izuku smiled and nodded, grabbing his left hand with his right hand. Yeah. He rose, his red high-top boots squeaking softly against the floor. As he adjusted his old middle school uniform, Izuku secured his trusty backpack and nodded to himself, ready to go. With both ready, Izuku and Agito headed toward one of the bus exit doors, steadying themselves by gripping a pole for support. As they grabbed the pole, they heard the announcement turn on once more. Next stop, UA High School. The announcement blared once more, and the bus came to a stop. As it did, the bus doors hissed sharply, opening to allow Agito and Izuku to exit. As the boys stepped out of the bus and into the morning sunlight, they breathed in the crisp air, and the sky stretched endlessly above them, a clear, crisp blue. As the boys took their deep breaths in the crisp air, they felt energized. After letting out the air, the tension they had eased a bit. As the boys felt calmer, they looked at one another and nodded with a determined smile, then started walking towards the school. Wow! I can feel the cherry blossom petals, Izuku answered with a smile. As he strolled with his cane, he experienced the soft, fluttering petals from the nearby cherry blossom trees, gently swept away by the wind. Some hit his face gently, as if to welcome Izuku to the school. How's the view, Agito? He asked. Well, it's a view fit for a postcard, Agito replied as the petals landed gently on his left palm. He grasped the soft petal, rubbing it gently before letting the wind sweep it away. It's certainly living up to its reputation. As Agito described, Izuku and other aspiring students shared similar sentiments. After all, there was something special about walking in front of one of the nation's top hero schools. For one, the lines of cherry blossom trees that led to the school were beautiful and welcoming to the incoming youth. UA High School. Once a year, UA, along with other top hero schools in the nation, holds a written and physical trial for aspiring students. Youths from all over Japan converge to prove themselves as the next generation of heroes or upstanding members of society. Some enter the school through the pathway that leads to the school gate, while others come in through the vehicle gate, likely dropped off by their parents or attendants. Wow, they even had busts of pro-heroes along the path, Agito exclaimed, showing his genuine surprise at the statues of heroes, some of whom he recognized. Really? Izuku exclaimed. Despite his blindness, it didn't hinder or stop him from being a hero nerd and a fan. Can you tell me which ones, Agito? He inquired with excitement, pulling Agito's coat sleeves several times. Easy, Izuku. Agito chuckled in amusement as he appeased the eager, forest green-haired hero nerd. He hummed while looking at some busts, trying to figure out who the heroes were. Let's see. There's. As Agito narrates the busts to Izuku, the other young people notice the busts of renowned heroes gazing toward the pathway that leads to the stunning, entirely glass main campus building. After all, among other hero schools, UA prides itself on being the best, where many famous heroes in the industry today are alumni. Some admired the busts of the heroes who once attended UA, and now they are following in their footsteps. Other students, particularly an arrogant blonde-haired kid with a smug grin, believed he and the selected students were receiving a royal reception. As they continued on their way, Agito saw something ahead and tried to warn Izuku. Izuku, watch out for. However, it was too late for Agito to alert Izuku when he fell into step, stumbling over a loose brick that his cane couldn't detect. The sudden loss of balance caused Izuku to flail his arms, causing his walking cane to slip from his hand and drop to the floor nearby. Of course, his face formed a flat expression at his misfortune. Now, Izuku's face will surely meet and kiss the ground, potentially breaking the sunglasses he received as a graduation gift from his mentor. Careful! As Izuku's face was facing its particular misfortune of kissing the ground with his face, he didn't. Geez, you're heavier than you look, man. A girl with a rough yet beautiful voice grumbled. What? Izuku voiced his confusion, still hanging in the air. He could tell his sunglasses had fallen to the ground with a soft thud, but his face wasn't. And just now, he recognized a voice, belonging to a girl, specifically. Come on, Hikari, be nice. A gentle yet similarly beautiful voice of a girl scolded softly. Make it two girls in Izuku's mind. Although he couldn't see, Izuku sensed someone pulling him back up, specifically, two people who grasped him with their hands. One held onto the straps of his yellow backpack, while the other clutched his arm. Here, let me help you girls. As Izuku was being slowly brought up, Agito lent a hand, allowing Izuku to feel something on his chest, presumably his cloth-covered object, to help lift him with the two girls. As Izuku got up, he brushed his uniform to clear any potential dirt off. Meanwhile, Agito picked up Izuku's sunglasses from the brick floor, gently blowing on them and inspecting for any cracks. As the boys were occupied, one girl went over and picked up Izuku's cane. After picking it up, she approached Izuku with a look of concern. Are you okay? The girl inquired, her gentle, beautiful voice echoing in Izuku's ears. I'm glad you're all right there. She spoke, handing out Izuku's cane to him. After Izuku finished brushing off his uniform, he hesitated to turn around, worried about revealing the unsightly scars on his face. No, I shouldn't be afraid. It's the least I can do. Despite his concerns, he resolutely turned to face the two girls who had come to his aid. As he completed his turn, he let out a soft sigh upon hearing the horrified gasps from his rescuers. Oh my god. Jesus. Izuku grimaced at their response. He could tell one was probably covering her mouth, while the other was frowning deeply at his scars. Izuku didn't mind the scars around his eyes much. But, according to others, they weren't attracting, to say the least. Agito sighed at Izuku's scars, which, while faded, remained visible upon close view. The skin around Izuku's eyes, including his closed eyelids and brows, and the bridge of his nose, bore deep scars resembling burns and cuts that ran vertically through his eyes, reminders of the painful memories from nearly a year ago when his heroic actions resulted in both tragic consequences and Pyrrhic rewards. As time went on, Agito softly coughed to break the heavy silence. After checking everything over, he handed Izuku's sunglasses to him. Here you go, Izuku. Fortunately, there's no damage. He replied, allowing Izuku to grab his sunglasses and put them back on, adjusting them to his liking. Thanks, Agito. Izuku thanked Agito, who nodded in response. Izuku then turned and gently approached the girl, who held his cane. Hey, is it okay if I have my cane back? He gently asked the girl, who snapped out of her thoughts and fluttered a bit before regaining her senses. Oh, right, I'm sorry. The girl with the soft voice replied, returning Izuku's cane to him. Here you go. Thank you. Izuku expressed his gratitude with a warm smile as he took the cane back into his hand. And thank you earlier for grabbing before I fall, he added, turning his head towards the girl. Noticing Izuku's sincerity, the girl returned his smile with warmth. You're very welcome, she replied. Watching Izuku interact with the girl, Agito felt a gentle smile of warm amusement spreading across his face. However, his smile faded slightly as he felt sympathy for Izuku because he couldn't see his saviors. The girl Izuku was talking to was not only lovely but also quite beautiful, and the girl next to her looked similar, presumably twins. The two girls stood side by side, their heights teasingly close to Izuku's, yet slightly shorter. Although not tall, the girls' developed physiques and proportions captured attention. Their faces were mirror images of perfection, identical features framed by smooth, fair skin. The girl who had spoken with Izuku earlier had a short, fiery red hairstyle that bounced playfully with every movement, held in place by her dark, verdant headband. Her eyes gleamed with a brilliant crimson. Standing next to her, her twin had long, glowing golden hair that cascaded down her back, with an emerald hair clip secured on her left side. Her matching golden eyes sparkled like the sun. Both adorned their necks with emerald crosses that glimmered subtly, and they wore identical middle school uniforms, predominantly white and accented with dark black trims that highlighted their figures, achieving a perfect match in terms of style and appearance. "Oh, how rude of me. I apologize for not introducing myself," the small girl with fiery red hair said as she bowed gracefully to Izuku and Agito, maintaining a polite demeanor. "My name is Hamura. Say hi, Hamura. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Say hi, Hamura. Motherly bonfire that broccoli deserves." "Wow, her voice is so pretty." Hamura's voice captivated Izuku. It was a gentle sound that flowed like a soothing stream yet possessed a beauty that burned like fire. It's a shame he couldn't see her face, but her lovely voice tells him she must be quite the beautiful girl. Izuku, Agito sighed with a mixture of fondness and exasperation, prompting Izuku to gulp audibly and freeze in place. "Oh crap, did I mutter again?" Izuku screamed in panic as his old habit kicked in. While Izuku was experiencing a mini-crisis, he heard a scoff next to Hamura. The golden-haired girl crossed her arms and frowned in disapproval. "Wow, and the guy has no filter. Hikari, that's rude." Hamura gently reprimanded the golden-haired girl. She flashed a radiant smile at Izuku once more. "I apologize for Hikari, she means well, despite her intentions." She giggled playfully and added, "And thank you for the compliment." Hamura expressed her gratitude to Izuku with a beaming smile, while a slight blush crept onto her cheeks. Izuku groaned in embarrassment, covering his face with his hand. Hamura found his quick attempt to cover his mouth charming. While enjoying Izuku's adorable antics, Hamura let out a soft cough. Her crimson eyes urged her twin sister to introduce herself. Realizing her sister's intentions, Hikari let out a light sigh and bowed politely to Izuku and Agito. "It's nice to meet you both, I'm Hikari." "Say hi, Hikari," she answered, giving a short wave to the boys. "It's a pleasure." "Say hi, Hikari. Tough and caring light that broccoli deserves. Plus, she has a secret surprise, Muhihi." Even with Hikari's earlier reprimand, Izuku could sense a sweet and caring melody in her voice, which was reminiscent of the warmth of a summer breeze beneath her harsh words. "Ugh, seriously, like zero filter." Hikari grunted, emphasizing her harsh words while a slight blush crept onto her cheeks. She turned her head away in a huff as her sister giggled playfully. "DMN it. I did it again." Despite his newfound confidence, Izuku found that some of his old habits, such as mumbling, lingered. Although he had improved considerably, Izuku still occasionally struggled to filter his words effectively. He can't help it if it involves pretty and nice girls he's currently speaking with. Hamura giggles in response, her faint blush lingering. "It's okay." She felt a little adventurous, letting out a playful giggle. "And my sister and I don't mind the comments at all, too," she laughed warmly, earning a comical spit from her twin. "Wah, Hamura!" Hikari exclaimed in embarrassment at the idea. "That's not funny," she scolded her sister, who continued to giggle in response. While the sisters were at it, Agito coughed softly in response. "Smooth," he commented, making an offhand remark that Izuku heard. This comment caused a vein to bulge in Izuku's head as he shook his head in disbelief. Traitor. As Izuku made a note to pay it back later, the more important thing was at hand now. As Izuku shook his head lightly, he recovered and coughed a few times, earning the attention of both sisters. "I'm sorry about my action earlier," Izuku replied, his lips forming a sheepish grin for Hamura. I tend to mumble sometimes, but I'll be more careful." Izuku stuttered but explained clearly to the twins. "And thanks again for your help earlier, and I'm sorry if I frightened you earlier," he apologized to the girls, particularly for how his scars startled them. Witnessing Izuku's heartfelt apology, both twins exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "It's all right. We ought to apologize for being rude to you earlier," Hamura said, conveying her regret for Izuku's scars. "Yeah, what my sister said," Hikari interjected, showing her sincere sense of regret. "And, I'm sorry for the harsh words, too." Seeing how sincere the girls were, Izuku smiled and shook his head in response. "It's okay. I know my scars are kind of ugly to look at up close." He reassured the girls, who were still hesitant. Besides, I'm used to my condition now, so it's not a big problem for me. My name is Midoriya, by the way, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku introduced himself as he politely bowed to the Seihai sisters. It's nice to meet you both, Seihai-san. Stepping in, Agito properly introduced himself as he set his object aside, bowing to the Seihai sisters in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you both, I'm Yagami Agito. As he raised his head, Agito positioned his object over his right shoulder. And despite his antics, Izuku means well, Agito replied, subtly backing up with a friendly smile. Hamura nodded with understanding, giggling softly as she saw Agito discreetly supporting Izuku. It's no problem at all. It's nice to meet you both, she said to them, beaming with her warm smile. So, is it all right if we enter the school together? She inquired, tilting her head slightly. When Hamura asked, Izuku was about to agree, but suddenly, a phrase echoed in his mind. Why not try the Rex way of doing things? Be a bit more assertive, enforce your will. Even though it seemed random, Izuku experienced a strange feeling of comfort, reassurance, support, and familiarity. It was as if he had met someone who understood his struggles and advised genuine happiness. Whoa, there it is again. Izuku mused as he shook his head. Are you okay, Midoriya? Hamura expresses her concern, followed by Hikari, whose expression reflects her worry. Hearing Hamura's concerned voice, Izuku shook his head and smiled. Despite the weirdness, he felt reassured. Oh, it's nothing to worry, he replied, and he pointed his cane towards the front gate of UA. Shall we head inside then? He suggested. All three nodded with heartwarming, friendly smiles at Izuku's suggestion and began walking towards the UA gates. Just before entering, Hamura suggested a photo shoot to commemorate their meeting as a keepsake. The idea resonated with everyone, prompting them to ask one of the staff members. Thankfully, they found a tall, curvaceous female teacher with striking sky-blue eyes, framed by long eyelashes, and a small red mask. All right, my darlings. Say plus ultra, the woman spoke, holding Agito's black smartphone horizontally as Izuku, Agito, Hamura, and Hikari posed with a peace sign in front of the UA gate. Plus ultra. As the picture was taken, the four expressed their gratitude to the female teacher, who appreciated such a commemoration. As the four teenagers reviewed the photo they had captured, Agito and Hamura smiled with amusement, while Hikari and Izuku fumed in embarrassment. Agito was positioned at the back, with flustered Izuku in the middle, sandwiched between beaming Hamura on the right and embarrassed Hikari on the left. I'll see you guys later. Izuku waved at the three as the female teacher escorted him to one of the more specialized rooms for students with disabilities. Waving to Izuku, who had entered another building, Agito, Hamura, and Hikari made their way to their respective exam rooms. This marks the beginning of a story, the tale of the next generation of heroes, led by two individuals. This is how Midoriya Izuku, a boy whose life seemed hopeless and hollow, gained a miraculous new start. This is how Yagami Agito, a boy whose life seemed cruel and bitter due to his lack of innate gifts, persevered with sheer will. This is their hero academia. The first flight. After Izuku and Agito became acquainted with the Seihai sisters, they went inside the school to take their exams. Agito, Hamura, and Hikari were not having a hard time with their exams and were breezing through quite easily. Izuku was in a designated room with other applicants who had disabilities like his, taking their exams under supervision. These measures were implemented to ensure a level playing field for all applicants seeking to attend UA. Of course, what comes after the written exam is a different story. After completing the written exam, Izuku and Agito met in one of the nearby waiting rooms. After chatting for approximately 10 to 15 minutes about daily life and various topics related to the different quirks they had encountered online and on TV news, they noticed the Seihai sisters entering the waiting room. Oh, hey, you two. Hamura came in, waving her hand with a smile. Hey Seihai-san. Izuku and Agito greeted Hamura with waving hands. As Hamura takes a seat across from the boys, Hikari enters, her face showing shock and disbelief. How did you two get in here? She spoke, closing the door behind her. I thought we were going to be first. She added, taking a seat alongside her sister. Izuku and I have finished for about 20 minutes, perhaps even a bit longer? Agito replied, and Izuku affirmed with a nod. We happened to meet after we finished, so we struck up a conversation to pass the time. He ended, adjusting his lenses. Upon hearing the comment, the Seihai sisters exchanged surprised glances. They weren't trying to brag, but Hamura and Hikari were top students from their school and felt confident that they would be placed in the upper percentile. It was impressive to discover that Izuku and Agito had completed the exam before them, especially considering the rumor that the prestigious principal of UA High School, Nizu, had authored the written test. Hamura lets out a soft cough, breaking the moment of silence. So, how did you two think you did on the written test? She asked. Upon hearing the question, Izuku hummed in interest while fiddling with his hair in the front. Well, I think I did okay on the test, he replied, his lips showing a sheepish smile. Hearing Izuku's response, Agito couldn't help but chuckle softly. This means Izuku will pass, Agito remarked, his lips curving into a proud and amused smile. Oh ho? Really? Hikari smirks, amused by the remark. You've got quite the confidence, Midoriya-kun. Her comment elicits a nervous chuckle from Izuku. Well, at least I also know Agito will pass the exam, too. Izuku chuckled softly, earning a soft chuckle from his best friend beside him. One thing that Izuku knew about Agito was that he was just as intelligent as Izuku. After all, Agito and a few other people Izuku knew could comfortably discuss quirk analysis, education, science, and various other topics. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Agito replied, earning a chuckle from everyone around. Despite Izuku's disabilities, Agito felt Izuku had performed adequately, at least well enough to secure a spot in the upper percentile. By adding the practical portion of the exam to his written exam points, Agito knows Izuku has a high chance of passing the training he underwent with him as well. Alright, Mr. Show-Off, Hikari said teasingly, putting her hands at her hips and leaning forward. Let's see how this unfolds and let our results do the talking, she added, her golden eyes sparkling with challenge. Her comment elicited another anxious laugh from Izuku. Well, we'll see, he replied, earning a soft huff and a comment boring from the golden-haired girl, causing Hamura to chide her softly. He glanced over at the Seihai twins. Seihai-san. Yes. Both Hikari and Hamura answered simultaneously. After pondering for a moment, Izuku let out a sheepish smile. Sorry, I didn't clarify that part, he apologized. Hikari scoffed. Dude, just call us by our given names. She responded. It saves you the trouble, too. At the suggestion, Izuku blushed. What? He stuttered slightly before composing himself. But, that's kind of personal, don't you think? Oh, personal? Hikari smirked in amusement as she found Izuku's reaction funny and cute. Well, I guess it is, but it won't bother you, right? Izuku? Hearing Hikari say Izuku's name sent a tingle down his spine. However, her tone doesn't convey ill intentions from what Izuku sensed, which wasn't bad on Izuku's part. Before Izuku sat in the waiting room with his best friend and what he believed were beautiful twin girls, he never could have imagined he would have such a life. After all, before this, Izuku's life had been a never-ending hellish torment, filled with mockery and bitterness over his unachievable dream, and, what he was before. He still remembers a time when Izuku was rejected by a girl he liked, and because of that rejection, no girl would ever talk to him. Since then, he was regarded as creepy, weird, or anyhow, the girls in front were so forward. Izuku occasionally sensed their emotions to compensate for his lack of sight, albeit only briefly. And what did Izuku find? Kind. Charming. Funny. Admiration. Izuku briefly experienced genuine emotions from the twins. He didn't want to dismiss those feelings as lies, but he was unable to avoid it. He recognized this as one of his bad habits, as Agito and the others noted that he often jumped to conclusions and quickly categorized all negative aspects. Such aspects were part of his lingering wounds from his difficult days, which still haunted him. Despite having met and spoken with the Seihai twins, Izuku felt that the girls were much more down-to-earth and genuinely kind-hearted than any girls he had met in his life. As Izuku pondered deeply, he jolted from his thoughts when he felt a sudden weight, as if something were grasping his right hand. From the direction, he could tell it was Hamura cradling his hand. I don't mind either if you call me by my given name. Izuku. Hamura spoke, forming a gentle smile towards the blind boy. Hearing Hamura's reassurance began to instill in Izuku a subtle but growing courage to try to be more open about his feelings. With the feeling in his heart, Izuku gently turned it and grasped the warmth in his right hand. I appreciate the request. Hamura, Hikari. Izuku thanked the Seihai twins, unaware that both girls had flushed cheeks in response. Then, please, you two can call me Izuku, too. He smiled brightly, earning a flustered expression from the girls. Thump thump. In that moment, the twins' hearts thumped twice, sending warmth through their bodies and a tingling feeling in their stomachs. Hamura fidgeted in response, her flushed cheeks becoming even redder to match the color of her hair. What the hell? What was that smile, and why am I excited? Hikari turned away, cradling her face in both hands, as her cheeks flushed bright red like a tomato. While the girls were lost in their thoughts, Izuku looked puzzled at the unexpected silence. Why are the girls quiet? Agito, the always composed boy, observed the scene with an amused smile. Note to self, discuss this with the others once we return to the agency. He noted in his mind. Once agreed upon, Agito cleared his throat a few times to capture everyone's attention. If the three of you are on board, I'm in. You can call me Agito. I look forward to getting along with you, Hamura, Hikari. Oh, right. Hamura jolted back to reality, clapping her hands together. It's our pleasure, Agito, she replied swiftly. What my sister said, dude. Hikari interjected quickly. Let's get along, okay? She stammered slightly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. As the girls and Agito shared their camaraderie, Izuku, the blind, forest green-haired boy, tilted his head in confusion, not blissfully knowing what was going on. What just happened? Following the brief recovery, the group began chatting to occupy their time. Despite their earlier agreement, it amused Agito to see Izuku, Hamura, and Hikari using each other's first names. Well, it was more like embarrassing moments between Izuku and Hamura, while Hikari expressed herself more actively. Coughed Sundra cough. Despite the flustering moments, it was a good time to ease their tension before the next exam. As time passed, they got to know each other by sharing their hobbies and interests. Hamura's hobbies and interests center on reading books and cooking. She also enjoys assisting her mother with charitable work and occasionally volunteers at events. These events center on local elementary schools and orphanages, supporting younger children who face challenging childhoods and struggle to adjust to social life due to their unique circumstances. In her younger years, Hamura played the piano and violin, and she continues to do so occasionally. Hikari shares several interests with her sister but also differs from Hamura. While Hikari enjoys reading, her preferences lean toward manga, anime, and light novels. She's an avid video gamer with a channel primarily focusing on game walkthroughs, commentaries, and reviews. Like Hamura, she participates in her mother's charitable activities and occasionally volunteers at events. Hikari plays the piano, violin, and guitar, especially the electric guitar, and sometimes has jam sessions with her sister. Once the twins shared their interests, it was time for the boys to tell theirs. Izuku's hobby was collecting rare hero action figures and merchandise. This made Hikari tease him about being a hero nerd, which embarrassed Izuku. To further add salt to his wound, Agito remarked that Izuku gets banned from hero trivia games because he acts like a living encyclopedia on the subject. After some playful banter and laughter directed at Izuku, he spoke more about himself. Ever since he was young, Izuku has found quirks fascinating and enjoys analyzing and studying them as a hobby. A fact that Hamura praised for such an intelligent hobby, and Hikari added in, not teasingly, to Izuku's surprise. Hamura and Hikari explained that their family's company has dedicated quirk analysts to support their mother's charity work. After nodding, Izuku shared that he has compiled extensive analysis and notes on quirks. Although saddened that he can no longer write things down because of his blindness, Izuku collaborates with Agito, who writes things down for him. Agito ensured that all of Izuku's compiled, extensive analyses and notes on quirks were securely locked and entrusted to their mentor. Finally, Agito discussed his hobbies, which centered on journaling about his daily experiences. He expresses himself through writing and art, sketching and painting. Agito also enjoys wandering and traveling to various places to discover what they offer, showcasing his travel blog on the site, which has garnered considerable attention. He also noted that he and Izuku play instruments. Agito plays several, while Izuku plays the guitar and shows real talent in singing. The fact that Izuku can sing led Hamura to suggest they have a jam session together sometime, an idea that Hikari dismissed with flushed cheeks but didn't deny, which triggered a burst of laughter. Despite the teasing banter and remarks, the four's quiet, budding friendship was pleasant and provided a welcoming atmosphere to ease their tension before the next portion of the exam. After some time in the waiting area, other students began to trickle in, having completed their written exams. Noticing that applicants were heading to the cafeteria for lunch, Izuku, Agito, Hamura, and Hikari's group followed the others. As they followed the path to the UA cafeteria, they noticed other applicants standing in line, while some were having lunch alone or with fellow applicants. Some preferred a peaceful lunch break, such as heroic and support applicants, to refuel and prepare for the next exam section. Those applying for the general and management course only took the written test and left after lunch. After arriving at the UA cafeteria, Izuku and the group waited for lunch sets. As the lines moved along, the group noticed who was handing out the lunch sets. "Here you go. Enjoy your meal," a cheerful and friendly voice from a man spoke as he handed the lunch set to the student. The man donned a chef's outfit, featuring a cooking apron, a chef's hat, and a mask that obscured his face. He also had white gloves and shoes on. Additionally, there was a tube running from his mouth to his back. With a thumbs up towards his next customer, the applicant smiled at him over lunch. "Thank you, Lunch Rush." The student thanked him as he paid for the lunch. "Anytime, kid." Lunch Rush replied and handled the next one. "Cook Hero, Lunch Rush. UA High School's head chef and Hero Home EC teacher." He quoted, "They say you can't eat happiness clearly, they've never had my cookings." He was Lunch Rush, a staff member at UA High School and the main chef. He also holds the Hero Home Economics teacher position, instructing cooking for all departments. Occasionally, he is invited as a guest speaker at seminars and special cooking workshops for pro heroes, where he educates them about balanced diets and nutrition in their meals. "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. It's Lunch Rush, Agito." Izuku let out a soft squeal of excitement upon hearing the hero's name. He jumps as if high on sugar, tugging at Agito's sleeves. Watching Izuku light up with excitement and unleash his inner hero nerd soul made Agito chuckle with warmth and amusement. "I can see that, buddy," he answered, appeasing his green-haired friend. "And it looks like someone's about to get a close-up, too." "Next in line," Lunch Rush announced, leading Izuku to realize he was the next one. "Oh, that's me." With that in mind, Izuku quickly, but also carefully, made his way to Lunch Rush with his cane as a guide. Just as Agito was about to move forward, he spotted Hamura closely following Izuku. Blinking in surprise, he recognized she was positioned in front of him and behind Izuku, quietly offering her support. This made Agito chuckle softly, a warm feeling washing over him. "I know he told us, but Izuku always likes this with heroes, huh?" Right behind Agito, Hikari asked him with an amused smirk, observing how excited Izuku was as he asked for a sign in his hero notebook while Hamura helped him take it out. Agito nodded with a smile. "He is." As Izuku said, he loved heroes ever since he was young. And he particularly got involved when he saw the debut video of All Might's disaster rescue. He replied, looking over at Izuku, whose smile beamed brightly as he heard how Lunch Rush was signing the notebook, all the while giving praise for his analysis. Upon hearing that reply, Hikari lights up, realizing what Agito was referring to. "Oh, I remember that video. My family and I watched that video so many times, and it's still one of my favorites." Agito chuckled in amusement, sharing Hikari's sentiments. "So did I," he replied, seeing Izuku bowing gratefully to Lunch Rush for the autograph, while the hero gave a thumbs up for his good luck in the practical portion, along with lunch set for both Izuku and Hamura. "You don't mind, Hikari?" Agito asked Hikari with a raised eyebrow. Hikari tilts her head in confusion and asks, "What about?" Agito frowned a bit. Regarding Izuku's passion for heroes, Agito delicately explained. From what Agito learned from Izuku, some girls felt uncomfortable with Izuku's antics in the past. Understanding Agito's point, Hikari waved her hand dismissively. "PSSSSH, no," she replied before continuing. "It's his choice, and I won't criticize his hobby," Hikari said, glancing at Izuku as Hamura approached a nearby table. "Besides, I think his nerdy side's kind of cute." She replied with a teasing but kind smirk. "Next in line, please," Lunch Rush announced, allowing Agito to move along. As he moved along, Agito smiled back at Hikari's genuine compliment and smile. "Thanks. You're welcome, big guy," Hikari replied with a matching smile to Agito as he got his lunch set from Lunch Rush. After picking up their lunches, Agito and Hikari approached the table by the windows where Izuku and Hamura sat. The quiet atmosphere made it a good choice for Izuku, who deserved some peace, as shown by the silent exchange of looks between Agito, Hikari, and Hamura. As they opened their lunch sets and began eating, they discussed the next portion of the exam, wondering what it would entail. After lunch, the four went to the auditorium for the practical exam orientation session. Upon their arrival, the auditorium's immense size took them aback. Within, it housed thousands of candidates competing for the hero courses. "The seats are divided into schools," Agito said, looking over the assigned seating. "It looks like we'll have to sit separately from here," he added, adjusting his lenses with his fingers. "That's a bit disappointing," Hamura said with a little cute pout, gently poking her fingers together. She was also looking forward to getting closer to Izuku, too. Despite being unable to see, Izuku could tell what Hamura was up to and spoke up with a bit of blush. "Well, at the least, we'll see each other after the exam." He appeased the pouting red-haired, turning her pout into a smile in response. Next to the two observing the interactions, Agito and Hikari exchanged glances, nodding with matching, amused grins. After the four teenagers swapped phone numbers, they separated and headed to their respective schools to take their assigned seats. Izuku walks down as Agito guides him with his voice, advising how many steps he should take before making his turn. As Agito and Izuku made their way to find their assigned seats, Izuku wore a frown, lost in thought. What if he's there? Izuku took each step slowly, carefully descending the stairs with his cane. With every step down, the weight of his feet and his breath felt heavy and laborious. Despite it having been almost a year, Izuku wasn't ready to meet, or rather, even interact with, the person he knew. Mainly because the person was responsible for the loss of Izuku's sight. Observing Izuku's discomfort, Agito quickly descended and halted him by grasping his shoulder. Izuku. Hearing Agito's call, Izuku stopped just before turning around the corner. Why yeah, Agito? Izuku stuttered a bit, but answered. Agito sighed slightly before his expression grew serious and concerned. Please tell me, do you still not wish to meet him? Agito inquired gently, ensuring only Izuku heard. As Izuku heard, his body jolted in response. His grip tightened on the cane, his teeth digging into his lip as anxiety coursed through him. Seeing Izuku's reply, Agito firmly gripped Izuku's shoulder once more. Listen, I'll check things out first, see if he's at the seats, Agito spoke gently, continuing a bit. Once it's clear, I'll come and get you, okay? Agito finished, earning a weak nod and a grateful smile from the blind, green-haired boy. Agito moved on to check their seats after asking a nearby student, a boy wearing a black skullcap, to watch over Izuku for a minute. Let's hope the UA has enough sense not to put him alongside us, Agito sighed, inwardly praying as he went down a few more steps and went to the row to check the seats. Although Izuku had been a student at his old junior high school for some time before last year, Agito had not. Agito only attended for a brief week, when it should have been a year, to prepare for taking the UA entrance exam. But fate had a different plan for both of them. A week later, Izuku was in a brutal fight with another student who had a powerful quirk. Izuku lost his sight and was declared dead by the time he reached the hospital, despite attempts to revive him. Thankfully, Izuku barely survived as his quirk awakened. The ironic and perhaps cruel twist was that his quirk required him to die once to activate. Heated confrontations erupted among those involved, leading to his reunion with Agito, sparking their lifelong friendship. In summary, after the incident, Izuku moved in with Agito and his foster family, while those deserving of punishment faced justice. Meanwhile, others had complicated arrangements. Poor Izuku. Agito shook his head, dismissing the other mess that his blind, green-haired friend was in. Alas, that is something only Izuku could resolve and must do on his terms. All Agito could do was support him and give him the push needed for Izuku to move forward. As Agito finished his thoughts, he checked and thankfully let out a soft sigh. Thank you, UA High. Perhaps his prayers were heard by the universe, Agito checked, and he didn't see the one person Izuku didn't want to see, who was not there. Huh? I'm sorry. Am I blocking you or something? The voice pulled Agito from his thoughts, leading him to glance at the person who had spoken. Agito's initial impression of the boy was that he embodied nothing but pure strength. Despite the boy wearing a loose-fitting middle school uniform, Agito noticed the impressive physique beneath it. If given a valuable opportunity, Agito could tell the boy that he had the potential to excel in various fighting styles. Usually, someone with such characteristics could seem arrogant or conceited, traits Agito disliked. But he perceived none of that in his striking gray eyes. Instead, they express honesty, loyalty, and honor. And what's more, that hair of yours. Agito murmured, receiving a slight glare from the boy with gray eyes. Yeah, what about it? The boy replied politely, though his tone hinted at a sharp edge. Above the boy's head is a thick mane of dark brown curls that dance and bounce joyfully. Each wave radiating a lively spirit, rising exuberantly like an afro's playful bush, inviting touch and attention. Agito raises his hand, forming a fist, and the afro-haired boy glares at him intensely without breaking. And then, Agito gives a thumbs up with a straight-faced expression. That's a great hairstyle. The tense air cut sharply at Agito's compliment. Then, the afro-haired boy's glare turned into a happy-filled smile. Oh, why, thanks, man. He responded with a gleeful chuckle, brushing his nose. I had this style specially ordered, he said, brushing his afro hair carefully. You know, custom-made for today's big moments and all, he added, earning an amused smile from Agito. Oh, just for the record, you're rocking some awesome shades, too, my man. Pointing out Agito's dark-tinted rectangular lenses, he smiled in gratitude. Thank you. Knowing that one person wasn't here, Agito felt relieved. If you don't mind, I want to bring my friend here. Then perhaps you can introduce yourself to us, then? He asked politely. Oh, yeah, sure. You got it. The afro-haired boy smiled with a thumbs up. Hey, why don't you leave your stuff here, man? I'll take care of it for you. He offered, earning a grateful nod from Agito. Thank you. It won't take long. Agito thanked the boy, leaving his belongings in the seat next to him, and headed back to pick up Izuku. Once back upstairs, Agito found Izuku and informed him it was safe. After expressing gratitude to the boy in the black skullcap for watching over Izuku, they agreed to meet after the exam for a brief hangout. After a short farewell, Agito and Izuku returned to their assigned seats, where they encountered the afro-haired boy Agito had met earlier. "Oh, hey there! Welcome back, pal." He greeted Agito with a raised hand and waved it at Izuku. "And it's nice to meet you there, too." Once seated, Agito sat between Izuku and the boy with an afro, greeting the latter first. "Thanks for the welcome." Agito extended his hand in gratitude. "To begin, my name is Yagami Agito." He introduced himself, and the boy with the afro shook his hand with a friendly smile. "It's great to meet you there," the boy with the afro replied. "Yagami, huh? Why does that name sound familiar?" "Yeah, it'll come back to me." After Agito finished, he gestured with his hand towards Izuku. "And this is my friend, Midoriya Izuku." As Agito introduced Izuku, a sudden introduction took him aback, but he quickly recovered and extended his hand toward the afro-haired boy. Hi there. As Agito said, "I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you there." He introduced himself properly, and the afro-haired boy took his hand with a matching smile before he noticed Izuku's injuries around his eyes behind his shades. He glanced at Agito, whose eyes said later, earning a nod from the afro-haired boy in understanding. "Hey there. It's awesome to meet you both. I'm Kasuga Ichiban, but you can call me Ichiban, or Ichi, for short." Kasuga Ichiban. Rising dragonfish of the next era. "Now, make Kazi proud, kiddo." Naihihihihi. As Ichiban finished greeting Agito and Izuku, he felt an odd but awesome and righteous sense of destiny at hand. It was as if an incomprehensible force had patted him on the back and his funky afro, with a laughter that hinted at madness, violence, murder, promising great destiny, glory, and beyond? Whoa, that's weird. But I like it. Shaking off those thoughts as he shook his head, Ichiban turned his attention to the two and started some light conversation before things began. After a few minutes of talking, Izuku, Agito, and Ichiban got a rapport, despite their distinct personalities. It was interesting, nonetheless, it was a welcome thought for the three boys. Suddenly, the light goes out throughout the auditorium. "Whoa! What's going on?" someone exclaimed, followed by a slight panic around the auditorium. "Hold and chill, listeners." At that moment, a loud voice from the speaker calmed the students. After a moment of silence, a snapped finger echoed across the hall. "That's better." Following a loud announcement, a spotlight illuminated the center of the auditorium. Within the light, a tall, slim man stood in an exaggerated pose, as if he were a rock star. The man had long, blonde hair, styled like a cockatiel, and a small, brown mustache. His rectangular eyes, concentric pupils, and greenish-yellow irises were hidden behind his orange-tinted sunglasses. Befitting his rock star persona, his attire comprised a black jacket with a tall collar, matching black pants, and knee-high boots. He has tan shoulder pads, a red belt, studded elbow pads, and black fingerless gloves. A directional speaker obscures his neck. Lastly, he also wears headphones with "Hage" on the headband. "Hello there, listeners. I'm your MC today, Present Mike. Yamada Hizashi. Sound hero, Present Mike. UA High School's English language teacher. Major enabler and a killer DJ machine. Can I get a yee-a-wah?" Present Mike roared out, his voice echoed all over the auditorium. After the roar, a quiet tension filled the air. This made things delicate for the remaining examinees, who felt uncertain about how to react. Many were hesitant to follow through with the request, partly because they were anxious about their upcoming exam and partly because they didn't want to be known as idiots. Yee-a-wah-ya. UA High rules. Huh. Well, almost. Naihihihihi. A wave of thunderous cheers erupted from below, prompting many to jump in their seats. Everyone in the room turned to the source with bewildered expressions, although very few, like Hamura and Hikari, who wore amused smiles, noticed, and lo and behold, they did. It revealed Ichiban, Agito, and Izuku standing up from their seats, their fists raised high in the air, accompanied by a proud, smug smile, a calm, yet amused smile, and a totally embarrassed, "I want to die" smile. As they posed, they stared down at the hero, who, for a scant few seconds, seemed as surprised as everyone else. Well, it transformed into a sheet-eating grin, spreading widely across the man's face. "Yes." Present Mike roared with soul-touching devotion. He also lets out a stream of comic, anime-style tears from behind his glasses. "Finally, after all these years, I found not one, not two, but three souls who get it. Thank you. Present Mike cheered, throwing his finger guns at the three kids. Applicant 1688, applicant 6666, and applicant 9999, you are now my favorite kids in the room. Take your seats, and we'll get this show on the road. After cheering, the trio sit back in their seats. Each takes on their dares in unique ways. Ichiban and Agito sport amused smirks and smiles, and Izuku wishes he could dig a hole in the earth's deepest parts. Oh god, oh god, I just did the craziest thing ever. Izuku almost squealed, hiding his face partially behind his hands. And no less doing it in front of the voice hero, Present Mike. So awesome and yet, so embarrassing. Izuku mumbled quietly. As Izuku experienced a mix of embarrassing and hero-nerd overclock moments, Agito and Ichiban shared amused banter over their friend's reaction. Guess your friend's a hero fan? Ichiban asked, and Agito nodded calmly, saying, yeah. Can't blame Izuku there. He and I listen weekly to present Mick's late evening radio show. Agito explained, earning a nod of understanding from Ichiban. Plus, he brings up specific topics to make sure common folks are aware of, too, Agito added and finished, earning a nod and smirk from the afro-haired boy. Heh, I can. Dig that, Ichiban replied, looking at Present Mike. Man, I guess all the teachers at UA really are pro-heroes here, so cool. Ichiban mumbled quietly, admiring the hero. I guess Izuku found himself another good friend, Agito mused thoughtfully. His lips curved into an amused grin at how their friendship with Ichiban might become more interesting. After everything's settled, Present Mike clears his throat. All right, listeners, thank you for waiting. Let's get this show on the road. As Present Mike spoke, a large screen behind him appeared, having emerged from the wall. Let me explain how the practical exam will go down for all of you. Check it out. As Present Mike spoke and waved his hand towards the screen behind him, it illuminated to show a straightforward diagram with 7 distinct exam sites extending from the main building. Here's how the test goes, listeners. As you can see on the screen, you'll all perform a wide, mock villain cityscape assault at each site. To make things easier for everyone, picture that classic, retro video game from the pre-DOQ era, Super Mario. Present Mike described, showing the screen with the classic Super Mario game poster. It earned the attention of several game enthusiasts, including a certain golden blonde-haired girl, sparking stars in their eyes. Enjoying the scenery, Present Mike must regretfully snapped his finger, ending the game poster, which brought several disappointed groans from the crowd. I know, but the show must go on, listeners. He pushed on, showing the next slide. Before heading to the site, you can bring anything with you, provided our support department has given their thumbs up. Present Mike commented, showing a screen where one student gives an item to the support staff and gives a thumbs up. After this presentation, you'll each head on to your assigned testing location designated by your exam cards. As the applicants reviewed their exam cards, they discovered which testing location they belonged to. All the exam cards are assigned to different locations. Ichiban mumbled, checking his card listed as Ground Charlie, Test C. He checked over Agito's and Izuku's and found all different. It's probably designed like that, so people from the same school can't just form a group and pass the exam together. Agito spoke his theory, reading from his exam card, which stated, Ground Alpha, Test A. Next to Agito, Izuku hummed in response as he brushed his fingers over the card, forming a smile that assumed he had found out which site it was. Agito's right. And I think there's more to this practical exam, too. On Izuku's exam card read, Ground Beta, Test B. Guess he must have a trick of finding things out, Ichiban mused, impressed by how Izuku could discover things despite being blind. He turned back to see Present Mike coughing softly and continued the presentation. Once you reach your site, you'll be facing a variety of foe villains. Present Mike spoke. The screen turned, showing 4 different foe villains. To simplify things, each site has 4 types of foe villains. Present Mike explained, displaying the 4 foe villain types in blacked-out silhouettes. Of course, each kind of enemy is worth a different amount of points, from 1 to 3 based on their respective difficulties. Present Mike added, introducing the first 3 foe villains as their blacked-out silhouettes, which showed their color. Each showcased its design and shape, and demonstrated its respective strengths based on the size and weaponry it carried, along with its assigned points. And your job, little listeners. He pointed to the crowd, is to use your quirks to destroy or incapacitate as many of these foe villains as possible and rack those points up within given time. He grinned and waved a finger at them, as if chiding a disobedient child. Of course, playing a naughty antihero is forbidden, and by I mean, no attacking fellow examinees or else, you dig. Sounds simple enough, Ichiban spoke, sporting a confident smile while Agito and Izuku shook their head in response. If there's one thing the two learned from their mentors, everything is never simple, and there's always a hidden agenda. Simple enough, someone say? Present Mike spoke, his grin widening with mischief. Think again, listeners. Present Mike pauses dramatically, waiting just long enough before raising a finger to his mouth as if sharing a secret. However, the secret seems frightening, as evidenced by how his orange shades light up. To your surprise, these faux villains are robots unleashed by an evil mastermind. Present Mike pointed out a silhouette of a human figure with a villainous grin and an outfit on the screen. If by a sheer chance your team can stop the mastermind, you automatically end your exam. Present Mike spoke, crossing his hands with cool poses. That being said, the mastermind is an optional villain, and it is craftily hiding in place, so I wouldn't bother wasting your time finding him since you listeners are on a tight schedule. He added with a smile, a subtle hint of mischief that only a few in the auditorium noticed. Sheesh, this guy really knows how to lift the spirits, right, guys? Ichiban said, glancing at Izuku and Agito, who seemed lost in their thoughts. Huh, what's with all the silence? He asked, playfully nudging them back into the moment. Sorry, it's just the way Present Mike said about the presentation, Agito spoke, earning a confused brow from Ichiban. I believe he was misleading us with how he said, he added. Huh? Ichiban responded, tilting his head. He couldn't keep up with what his two buddies were talking about. As Ichiban was completely confused, Izuku stepped in. I'll fill you in later, Ichiban-kun, he added. Though reluctant, Ichiban nodded in response. Okay, I'll trust ya, he replied with a smile, earning a grateful nod and a smile from Izuku. Excuse me, Present Mike, sir, I have a question. At that moment, a tall boy with an athletic build in his school uniform stood up, raising his arm. Present Mike acknowledged him and pointed, prompting a spotlight to shine down on the boy. He was regarded as handsome by many female students who had flushed cheeks, with only a few exceptions. His most striking features included shoulder-length white hair, fair skin, and bright blue eyes. As he was given a chance, he first gratefully gave a bow to Present Mike for the chance, and he returned it with a thumbs up to go ahead. Earlier, you noted 4 faux villain types, along with a team. Could you please clarify the 4th type of faux villain and how the team is formatted for everyone's understanding? The boy with the white hair asked politely. Of course, applicant 4532. I was getting to the good parts now. Present Mike replied with a thumbs up towards the white-haired student. Thank you, sir. The white-haired student nods and sits back down in his seat. As the student took his seat, Present Mike coughed softly before beginning again. Now then, let us start with the 4th type of faux villain. As Present Mike spoke, he revealed the 4th blacked-out silhouette. It was a giant, robotic menace that instilled fear in most of the audience. As you can see, the 4th one is regarded as an ace in the hole by the mastermind, unlike the first 3. Present Mike explained, smiling at the crowd. But the good news is, there's only one per site, so don't worry about it. He added, earning several relieved sighs from the crowd. Well, at least that's the good news to share. Present Mike then surprised them with a sinister chuckle that sent a shiver down their spines. You might regret asking, as here comes the bad news for you listeners. If the earlier faux villains resemble Goombas and Koopa, then this last type is definitely Thwomps. Why, they serve more as tricky traps than as easy targets. His laugh took on an even more eerie chill, causing the crowd to pale in fear. That's why you should be careful, because this 4th type faux villain will cause major chaos when the time comes. And guess what? Should any individual get caught by it or engage it in battle, a sudden wave of discomfort swept through the auditorium as Present Mike spoke. You lose every single point you've already earned. Thump thump. At that moment, everyone appeared speechless. Sweat dripped down the sides of their faces, and their hearts hammered in their chests. Facing the ace means their entire exam would end up completely moot. Meanwhile, among the few in the auditorium, it was recognized that there was more to it than what appeared. After all, the UA entrance exam is considered the hardest examination to pass in the nation. As Present Mike explained the villain aspect, he coughed a bit before continuing. Now, here comes the part for the team, listeners. Present Mike exclaimed, snapping his fingers to highlight the next part on the screen, which showed 5 people in a group at a test site, surrounded by faux villains. You will be randomly grouped with up to 4 other applicants from your exam site for your team composition. Together, your team will tackle the practical exam. Teamwork is encouraged, but each of you will pass or fail, as we are grading you all individually, ahaha. As the team's explanation wrapped up, soft but exasperated groans rose from some attendees in the auditorium. Just when the written exam seemed challenging enough, the practical portion turned into a nightmarish ordeal, with the proctors acting like devilish overseers. Worse, they'll have to team up with people they barely knew to pass. Present Mike snapped his fingers as the presentation ended to gain everyone's attention. That's all from me, listeners. And now, I'll leave you applicants with our school motto. The historic figure, Napoleon Bonaparte, once said, "True heroism consists of being superior to the ills of life." In whatever shape they may challenge us to combat, Agito and Izuku whisper the rest of the quote under their breath. Break a leg, everyone. Plus ultra. After the presentation, everyone headed to their respective testing sites. As they were heading to the bus areas, Izuku and Agito met up with Hamura and Hikari, finding out that Izuku and Hamura are together at Ground Beta, Test B, while Agito and Hikari were at Ground Alpha, Test A. Before heading out, the four promised to meet at the school's front gate afterward, along with a few more friends they made during the presentation. During the bus ride, everyone was nervous about the upcoming practical exam. The passing moments became increasingly tense, except for two. Izuku and Hamura eased their anxiety by patting each other's hands. Despite no words being exchanged, their smiles said it all. Meanwhile, on the bus ride with Agito and Hikari, they talked about what to do after school, such as going out for snacks or a meal. At Ground Beta, Test Site, B area. As everyone arrived at the site, the looming cityscape of Ground Beta towered over the applicants. Izuku could hear other applicants awestruck and nervous, discussing UA's vast resources. I guess it's big enough? Izuku asked. He changed into a verdant-colored tracksuit with white stripes, featuring white feather designs, and continued to wear his shades. In his hands is his trusted walking cane. Yeah, it towers over even the tallest buildings in Tokyo, too. Hamura replied, exaggerating the size with her hands flailing out in a cutesy manner. For her changed attire, Hamura wore red tights paired with a black polka-dotted red jersey, reminiscent of a ladybug. And her emerald cross rested on her chest, hanging from a necklace. Izuku chuckled, imagining Hamura's exaggeration as adorable. I bet. He is thankful for Hamura's gesture, even though he can no longer see. All right, next group is up. Present Mike calls out the 5 series of examinee numbers from atop the observation tower. As announced, 5 applicants stepped forward from the crowd to take their places in front of the city, responding to their numbers being called out. Some just ran into the moment they were given the go-ahead, barely sharing a glance. Listening to the commotion, Izuku realized that he wasn't surprised some people didn't want to embrace the teamwork aspect of the test, notably after Present Mike announced that everyone passed or failed individually, but it was still disappointing. Next group is up. First up is my favorite, applicant 9999. Oh, that's you, Izuku! Hamura exclaimed, alerting Izuku as she saw him with a smile. Thank you, Hamura, Izuku responded. But I think I'll wait for my team member, he spoke, earning a nod and smile from Hamura. Next is applicant 2476. Yay! We're a team! Hamura exclaimed, beaming a beautiful smile at Izuku, who nodded with his smile. I'll be in your care, Hamura. Izuku gave her a polite bow, earning an amused giggle from the fiery red-haired girl. Oh, no, the pleasure is mine, Izuku. Hamura matched Izuku's bow and gesture. Together, they let out an amused chuckle at the gesture towards one another. Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you too. A boy's sudden, awkward voice startled Izuku and Hamura, making them turn to their supposed teammate. He is a young boy of average height with messy brown hair, tucked under a black skullcap that resembles a beanie. For his attire, he wears a wide-collared black tracksuit with red sneakers. Hi there, I'm Ino Takuma. He introduced himself with a proper bow and a friendly smile. It's a pleasure to work with you too. Ino Takuma. A little brother type of vibe guy, but also a reliable guy. Izuku and Hamura exchanged greetings with Ino, welcoming him into the group. Well, looks like it's my lucky day. As they exchanged a few words, another voice drew them in. It exuded a more confident tone, almost pompous, but not in a manner that disregards or shows contempt for others. It resembled that of a romantic seeker. Turning their heads, they saw their next teammate coming in style. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The name's Kinju, he said, striking a cool pose with his hand out, performing a finger gun. Kinju Sadahiko. Kinju Sadahiko. Annoying, but real cool, suave and multi-talented guy. Sadahiko is a young man with an athletic physique that matches his tall stature. His signature look includes wavy blonde hair that swept back with a few strands falling over his forehead. His bright blue eyes complement his blonde hair, which gleams confidently. The sudden introduction left Izuku, Hamura, and Takuma speechless, their expressions blank. Their teammate's sudden introduction surprised them so much that they couldn't process it quickly enough. I thought I delivered that introduction well. Sadahiko said, stroking his chin as he contemplated how to salvage this situation coolly. Oh, wow, we have a comedian on our team now? Just then, another voice drew everyone in, revealing itself as a girl's voice with a slight accent. So you guys are my team, I assume? The girl asked, and everyone turned their attention to their last member. The girl had silver-bobbed hair and matching feline ears. Her amber eyes contrasted with 3 white striped tattoos on her face and elongated canine teeth. Despite her petite stature, she possessed an athletic build reminiscent of a cat. Her outfit comprised a white tracksuit with a cat hood, a brown belt adorned with 3 daggers, and red and white sneakers. Yeah, we are, Izuku answered, earning a nod from the feline-eared girl. Cool. Then, I'll introduce myself. The girl bowed politely to the group and brought up with a friendly smirk. I'm Nia. Nakaju Nia. Nakaju Nia. Tough and fluffy, big-hearted cat that broccoli deserves. As she displayed a smirk that revealed her sharp teeth, the white markings on her face shifted in response to her expressions. So, what's our game plan? Just as Izuku's team is forming. At Ground Alpha, Test Site, A area. Over at a similar cityscape with an artificial small mountain at Ground Alpha, the applicants were waiting for their team to form. Just like all other applicants, some were awestruck and nervous by the sheer vast resources that UA had. A few others who had formed a team held a brief tactics meeting for the exam. And in one of those few teams involved? So this is what you had under that cloth? Hikari asked, looking over what Agito tucked into his left waist. She was the first to be called among the applicants. For her practical exam outfit, Hikari wore white tights paired with a white jersey featuring golden stripes. Her emerald cross rested on her chest, hanging from a necklace. As for her long, gold-blonde hair, she tied it in a single, high ponytail. Yeah, and it'll do its job for the exam, Agito answered softly, patting over its handle as the object he brought will help with his practical exam. Following Hikari, Agito called out, and they formed a team together. For Agito, he took off his white shirt and his dark-tinted rectangular lenses, putting them safely in the locker room. Afterward, he put on his long black coat over his upper body. Agito kept it close, secured with a clasp at his waist, held by a long, red sash. He is dressed in comfortable, loose-fitting white training pants and black combat boots. Lastly, on his left waist, Agito tucked the object that had been hidden underneath the cloth. However, it attracted glances from everyone around, glances that blended with awe, weariness, and even a hint of fear. Nevertheless, I find it surprising that they have permitted you to bring your item to the examination. A polite and regal voice belonging to a girl from high-class society spoke to Agito. Shiranui Kagaya. Graceful flame that broccoli deserves. Kagaya is revealed as a striking, tall girl with long, violet hair that transitions to blue at the ends. Her hair was styled half up and flowed loosely to her thighs, while the other half formed Chinese-style buns perpetually surrounded by blue flames. She has glowing, blue flame-like markings above her kept closed eyes and eyebrows that frame her forehead. For clothing, she sports deep purple tights with a snug blue jersey accentuating her voluptuous figure. Seriously, Kagaya? I'm not sure you're the right person to discuss that. Hikari remarked with an unamused frown at Kagaya. The girl looked at herself and let out an amused giggle. I suppose I am, Hikari. Agito also found Hikari's remark amusing. It's all right. Compared to my sword, Shiranui-san's rapiers looked more highly qualified in quality. Why, thank you for the compliment, Yagami-kun. Kagaya thanked Agito. On her waist, Kagaya wears a belt with a holster sheath that holds her 2 rapier-styled broadswords. But I would not dissuade your sword, either. I must agree with her, another voice spoke, examining Agito's object. What's up, Kajihira-kun? Hikari asked, noticing their 4th team member's serious expression. Kajihira Shin. A tragic blade that deserves a better fate. Snapping out of his thought, Shin shook his head and smiled in apology. Well, from my perspective, Agito's sword is surprisingly high quality, he noted. Despite its use a lot in its training PRD, it's well taken care of. He pointed out. Shin was revealed to be the same boy with striking, shoulder-length white hair and bright blue eyes who asked present Mike about the faux villain and the team composition back at the auditorium. For his changed attire, he wore a silver track jacket with light teal trim, black track pants, and sneakers. And just like the 3, Shin is on the same team as the 4th member. I wouldn't blame you for saying such a thing, Shin, Agito said, shrugging it off as he carefully grasped the base and brought it out from the sash into the open. The object was revealed to be a traditional Japanese sword, a katana. It features a circular handguard and a hilt wrapped in dark blue silk, adorned with a golden clasp around its middle and a golden pommel. The blade was sheathed within its dark blue sheath. Besides, I did get properly checked by the support department, so it is cleared for use, too. He added, putting the sword back and tucked it into his left waist again, securing it in place. Wow, you two really know about swords and stuff, huh? A different voice emerged, that of a girl with a spirited, tomboyish charisma who sounded impressed by Shin's and Agito's knowledge of swords. Shin and Agito softly chuckled at the remark. Well, we just know a few things, Agito answered, and Shin nodded to add in. I see. The girl hummed in understanding. Afterward, she beamed a bright smile toward them. Okay then. Kasumi Laura. A lady of war who deserves a better fate. Laura is depicted as a young woman of average height, similar to Hikari, but slightly shorter, with striking short auburn hair, fair skin, and bright golden eyes. For her new outfit, she wears an auburn-fitted jacket that accentuates her athletic and curvy figure. Underneath, she wears short athletic spats for ease of movement. Still, it's a cool coincidence, though, Laura said, capturing everyone's attention. What makes you think so, Kasumi-san? Kagaya asked. As Laura hummed with her finger, tapping her chin. Well, you and Seihai-san are old friends, while Yagami-kun and Kajihira-kun also knew each other before, and are now on the same team, and it was put in random selection, too. Laura exclaimed, flapping her hands out, which earned chuckles and giggles from everyone because of her cheerful antics. I think it's crazy in a good way, too, she said. After all, she was the only team member with no deep connections with the four mentioned. As Laura mentioned, indeed, the four have connections to each other. As it turns out, Kagaya is a close childhood friend of the Seihai twins, as their families have been longtime friends. Because of this connection, Kagaya finds herself on the same team as Hikari, despite her light-hearted, teasing grumble. Agito and Shin are revealed to be brother disciples who trained under the same sword master. Together, they mastered the basics of swordsmanship and the master's distinctive style and school. Coincidentally, Izuku is also a disciple of this sword school, positioning him as the younger sibling disciple, while Agito and Shin are the older ones. Until now, Izuku has not yet met Shin, and the blind, green-haired cinnamon roll hopes to meet him someday. This is a wish that Shin reciprocates, which he could fulfill after the exam. Seeing Laura's comparison, everyone responds with an engaging yet understanding hum. Now that you have presented it before us, I suppose such coincidences truly appear to be manifestations of fate, Kagaya responded with elegance. Agito, Hikari, and Shin also gave their responses. Shiranui-san has a point. Agito points out. I suppose such things happen for a reason, Shin added. Hikari waved her hand dismissively. PSSSSH, whatever, she replied before continuing. Anyhow, I'm glad we have firepower enough to ace this exam. She exclaimed excitedly, pumping her fist out with a confident smirk. Yeah, I'm with you there, girl. With a matching smile, Laura pumped her fist in the air, earning a cheerful high-five from Hikari. As the two connected effortlessly, Kagaya chuckled in delight. Oh my, I believe we've witnessed a new budding friendship today, gentlemen, she said, her lips curving into a calm yet playful smile as she glanced at the girls. Agito and Shin shared glances, wearing amused smiles. Even now, they're witnessing how Hikari and Laura asked each other to call by their given names, and they quickly became great friends. Hey Kagaya, don't just stand there, get in the girl talk. Suddenly, Kagaya widened at the response when Hikari called to her, followed by Laura waving her hand at her. Too. Yeah, I want to get along with you, too, Shiranui-san. Kagaya radiated a gentle smile at Laura's innocent and sincere enthusiasm. Then I will join you both at your insistence. And Kasumi-san, please refer to me by my name, Kagaya. She replied, walking over to join the girls in the conversation. Hearing Kagaya's request, Laura nodded with a beaming smile. Then you can call me Laura, Kagaya. Laura replied. Watching the girls chat while the team composition was being selected, the two boys stood still, watching the girls. Seeing the animated faces and joyful chatter transformed Shin's serious expression into a gentle smile. Your expressions show more emotion now. Huh? The sudden words from Agito snapped Shin's thoughts, turning his attention to Agito, who was looking at the girls. What do you mean? He asked Agito, who wore an amused smile. Since our first meeting at Master Hirakawa's dojo, you appear distant and somewhat unapproachable, Agito said. He then turned his head to meet and gaze into Shin's bright blue eyes framed by his golden amber glasses. You've seemed like a person who didn't care for one's life, just honing his swordsmanship for a single goal in mind. He answered, earning a widened response from Shin. But now, you looked more approachable, and I can tell your sword had gone through a journey, too. He finished, further bringing out surprises from Shin's face. I remembered that you won't draw your sword unless it is during training or sparring. Well, Shin looked away from Agito as he answered. Shin had always suspected that Agito could have uncovered details about his past while Master Hirakawa was training them. By nature, Shin considered himself a pacifist who resorted to force under extreme necessity. His swordmaster found these thoughts bothersome and somewhat annoying, but he respected Shin's space and let it be, and once in a while warned that his pacifist nature would bite him back later on. A fact that Shin faced a few years ago. That's why Shin has always envied Agito, who was decisive in his actions and thoughts and carried them out without hesitation. Later, Shin finds his envy unnecessary and even a bit ugly when he finds out about Agito's situation. Agito had nothing. As in, Agito didn't know who he was, or where he came from. All Agito had in his mind were blurred thoughts and never-ending questions. A person who had no memories. For this reason, his foster brother and a mentor bestowed upon him both his first and last names. Afterward, Shin at least tried his hardest to be a bit more sociable and respectful to Agito during their training. A fact that Agito replied to him, it was thoughtful of him. But now, Shin was a different person. While his core personality remained, his emotions were considerably more expressive. It was all thanks to the people Shin met before coming to the UA. People who taught him how to live by his ideals and how to lead his own life in fulfillment. Turning his head back to see Agito, who was still looking at him directly, Shin couldn't help but sigh and face the music. "You're right," he said, taking a soft breath before continuing. "I had quite the journey before coming to UA, and some of those things I went through made me realize some important things, too," Shin replied, showing a fond yet saddened expression as he remembered a group of friends he had made a few years ago. "Though some came with a cost that I could never forget or never could take back." Listening to Shin recount his experiences, Agito formed some thoughts about Shin's journey. It occurred some time after Shin and Agito completed their training and received their master certifications from Master Hirakawa at their school of swordsmanship. He even heard rumors of a masked vigilante with a long blade who roams with a particular vigilante group. "Well, when he's ready, I'll hear the whole story." Agito sighed slightly, decided to be patient, and opened his mouth. "And did those important things lead you to this moment, Shin?" As Agito asked, all he got was Shin's gentle smile. "Perhaps, but Shin spoke, turning his attention to the girls who were having a lively chat. "I want to believe it led me here," he answered. What Agito saw wasn't a smile that wasn't sure of his answer. But he sensed something more substantial had taken root within his heart. Something that could keep Shin going to reach his goal. And that was good enough for Agito. As Agito felt satisfied, he gently touched Shin's shoulder. "Keep that belief strong, Shin. It may be small right now, but one day, it will grow big to the point where your blade will become as sharp as your heart desires." Hearing those last bits of words surprised Shin, prompting him to look at Agito. Agito smiled back at him, reassuring him with a few pats on the shoulder, and then walked toward the girls. As he walked toward them, Shin could tell the team composition was almost over. "Come on, Shin. It's time to plan our move for the exam." Agito waved his hand, prompting them to move on. As Agito called out, Shin took his steps, walking towards the group. As he walked, Shin suddenly remembered something important a while back. "Be a hero, Shin. Become a hero that would make all of us proud?" Recalling the words, Shin jogged gently towards his team, a soft smile gracing his face. His bright blue eyes shone with a serene yet powerful determination. "After all, you're our living legacy." Shin will persist on his journey, aiming for his long-term goal, one that he has pursued since he was young. One that he lost everything he cared about on that fateful night? "All right, everyone," Agito called out to the team as Shin joined the circle. "And this time, here's my proposal for our formation," Agito responded with a gentle yet confident smile, adjusting his glasses to reflect the sunlight. Shin does so by having his friends by his side. "The first flight. Begin. What are you standing around for? There are no countdowns in real life. Go. Go. Guga." From the observation tower, Present Mick's voice boomed, signaling the start of the practical exam. Huddled in clusters, most applicants wore expressions of bewilderment and panic, their eyes darting as they whispered anxiously to one another. In stark contrast, a handful of teams sprang into action, executing their strategies with fluid, synchronized movements that revealed a cohesion and confidence reminiscent of seasoned heroes preparing for battle. Ground Charlie, Test Site, Area C, Shopping Plaza. Yeah. Let's stir some sheet up. As Present Mike declares its open season on the robot armies, Ichiban lets out a scream of excitement. He launched himself forward with his fist clenched tight. Objective. Pass the practical exam with your team. Oh yeah. As Ichiban rears back his fist, a maroon-red aura wraps around his tightly clenched fist and launches a straight. Ichiban's fist cut through the air, connecting with a resounding crack against the robot's cold, hard metal. The impact reverberated loudly, creating a deep dent that marred its armor. The one-pointer foe villain brandished a gun menacingly in its right hand. Below, the sleek motorcycle that formed its lower half vibrated slightly, a testament to the sheer force of Ichiban's blow. Impossible. Victory, the one-pointer foe villain, staggered back, its metallic frame twisting in a whirlwind of gears and circuits. A mechanical whir echoed in the air, faltering briefly as Ichiban's strike landed, sending Victory soaring. It crashed into the two-pointer foe villain, imperial and imposing scorpion-like robot. The ominous flash of its laser stinger flickered, momentarily dimmed by the unexpected collision, as if it were caught off guard. BTZZZZZZ. Boom! A brilliant shower of sparks erupted, illuminating the chaotic scene as the two machines shattered into countless jagged fragments, scattering debris like confetti across the battleground. Ichiban erupted with laughter, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he threw his fist into the air. Hoo-hoo, he roared, a wild grin stretching across his face. Man, UA High seriously rocks. I can't believe they let students go wild with robots. His joy bubbled over, utterly oblivious to the massive robot looming behind him, ready to strike. Watch out! In that instant, the air crackled with tension as a brave young woman stepped forward, her voice cutting through the chaos. Suddenly, a fiery fist materialized from her outstretched hand, colliding with the ambushing Victory's face in a burst of heat and light, the satisfying sound of impact echoing through the area. I shall return. As it speaks its last word, the machine explodes into numerous jagged pieces. Whoa! Ichiban exclaimed in surprise, taking a few steps to dodge some of the debris that flew near him. Phew, that was close. He wiped the brow off his face, feeling relieved that he dodged it. As he turned around, Ichiban gave a thumbs up with a big smirk towards his teammate. Thanks for the save, Sakchan. As the dust settled, her form was revealed, her black, oval-framed glasses gleaming in the sun as she adjusted them. Of course, after all, we're a team, aren't we? Takuda smiled, matching Ichiban's expression. Takuda Siko. Brawling lady with CC abs, fists of fire, and eyes seeking truth. Siko is depicted as a young girl sporting grayish-green skin and striking red eyes. Her short, spiky black hair features wavy sections on either side. She wears black, oval-framed glasses that glint in the sunlight, which she adjusts. Though of average height, she boasts an impressively muscular build, highlighted by her six-pack abs, while also maintaining a curvy silhouette underneath her teal tracksuit. Ichiban gives a thumbs up to Takuda for the safe. Of course, and gotta say, that's some sweet sets of arms you go there, too, he spoke, earning an amused, but appreciative chuckle from Siko as she put her hands at her hips. Thanks. Siko thanked Ichiban with a beaming smile. Out of nowhere, two powerful arms shot up behind her, flexing with one hand while the other rested on the biceps. I work out rather extensively. She answered. Breaking the wall. From here on, I'll have the awesome Mr. Tachiki Fumihiko, the talented voice actor who voiced famous anime characters like Kenpachi Zaraki, Vodka, Ikari Gendo, Akainu, and Madao, and a badass narrator for the explanation of quirks and other things. Sorry, present mic. No problem on my part. Take it away, Mr. Tachiki. Then I shall, therefore, I narrate. Cough cough. Takuda Siko. Quirk, fists of blazing fury. She can summon two massive, muscular arms that float and are gloved, with flames bursting from the shoulders. With them, Takuda wields a devastating and burning impact. She can even conjure a sword made of fire for battle. Additionally, she uses them as a convenient place to sit and do push-ups. As Ichiban and Siko shared their moments of awesomeness, their remaining teammates took care of the other robots nearby. Gee, can't they hold it off until after the exam? A bold girl exclaimed, confidently taking care of a robot by hammering a nail. The girl stood confidently, her slim but curvaceous figure clad in a cozy white and blue hoodie adorned with delicate floral patterns. The fabric hugged her form as she moved, revealing the sleek lines of her black tights and crisp white shoes beneath. Her mid-length brown hair fell gracefully to her neck, with bangs playfully sweeping across the right side of her forehead, framing her face. Every blink revealed her striking orange eyes. Her long eyelashes fanned out like bold brush strokes, while her thin eyebrows echoed the same vibrant hue, lending an intensity to her fearless gaze. Kujisaki Nobara. Rejoice, men, she's a pretty girl who can nail your heart and buttes to the wall. Oh, come on, Kujisaki, live a little. Another boy said. With a relaxed grin, effortlessly taking down a robot while wielding a Chinese saber in his right hand. Besides, it's kind of cute, if you ask me, he said, rubbing his chin with a confident smirk, adjusting his tinted round glasses. The young boy, with the Chinese saber perched on his right shoulder, looked at ease. His tall and athletic build was noticeable under the skin-tight black tank top and white pants, which had a blue stripe along each outer leg, held up by a black belt. His black hair is neatly styled in a slick-back undercut with shaved sides, and his tinted round glasses shine with confidence. Tianyu Zhao. A kid with kick-butt martial arts and cooking skills that Lunch Rush wants to hire. Talk later, you two. Nearby, another boy with black, spiky hair took care of his robot, accompanied by two large-sized canines, one black and one white. He is a notably tall and slender young man with an athletic build beneath his dark blue tracksuit. He has fair skin and sharp, dark blue eyes that slant upward, reflecting his harsher and colder personality. His black hair, styled into long, outward-pointing spikes, resembled a sea urchin gleaming in the sunlight. Fushiguro Megumi. Sundra spiky with a shadow that outshines a certain blonde shadow clone. Hey, Kasuga. We need to move on ahead. Megumi exclaimed to Ichiban, who snapped out of his thoughts, and his eyes widened in horror. Oh shit. I forgot. Ichiban panicked a bit. After recovering, he steadied himself and started running towards the robots. Follow me, everyone. With a determined shout, Ichiban charged forward into the throng of robots advancing toward him. With Ichiban's roar, all four of his teammates followed him with a mix of amused smiles and irritated sighs. With agility, Ichiban weaved through the mechanical foes, ducking their attacks with fluid grace. After showing such a dodge, he turned around with a crazed smirk. Here's some knuckle sandwich for ya metal heads. Ichiban screamed, readying his fists in a boxing stance. His fists glowed with a maroon-red aura and blurred as he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches. Thud. 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 With each powerful strike, jab, straight, hook, and uppercut collided against the robot's metal plating, leaving noticeable dents. Ichiban felt the impact reverberate through his fists and kicks, the sound echoing like a thundering drumroll used in big Japanese festivals. Around him, students exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they took in his extraordinary skill. Whispers of awe and shock passed between them like a lively current, especially when they realized what he was. Thud. Oreya. On the final blow, Ichiban delivered a fierce kick to one robot's face, sending it crashing into its companions with a clatter of metal and sparks. Boom! Essence of boxing mayhem. As he felt satisfied by the destruction it wrought from the explosion, Ichiban brushed his nose with his thumb, sporting a smirk to match his excitement. All right? Who's ready for some more? He shouted as he brought his head up for a moment and rushed on ahead once more. Holy shit, guess the afro wasn't lying about him being quirkless. Ichiban's prowess amazed Kujisaki as she ran alongside her teammates. Yeah, Kasuga-kun got a natural gift for fighting. Zhao, the glasses-wearing guy with a Chinese sword, spoke. But he's got something more than his fists or his skills. He mused, earning a confused brow from his spiky-haired teammate. Like what? All I see is his fists swinging with raw power. Fushiguro spoke, dodging a nearby laser shot from the robot while his canine companion ripped its metal surface apart. Zhao chuckled at his teammate's response, finding it amusingly naive. Oh, trust me, it's far more where it can upset the current order of the food chain this society has. After hearing their teammate's response, Kujisaki and Fushiguro exchanged uncertain glances, puzzled by the cryptic reply. Was there something greater than Quirk, the superpower ability that made humanity extraordinary? Regardless of these facts, Takuda interjected, capturing the attention of the trio. We still have an exam to face. We can uncover the truth from Kasuga once this is finished. She spoke, running ahead to catch up with Ichiban, who was helping a blonde-haired boy with a rather pompous attitude and unhinged smile. Zhao shrugged, adjusting his glasses as his smirk grew with a hint of crazed danger. Well, I guess it's back to work. He exclaimed, slashing a robot with his saber. As Kujisaki and Fushiguro moved forward, they exchanged a last nod before parting ways to pursue their tasks. Although it was a team-based exam, it remained a contest among individuals from different teams. Nevertheless, this team, led by Ichiban, was ready to welcome and tackle the challenges ahead. There's no point in being the best if they don't have to fight for it by having worthy rivals to contend with. At Ground Alpha, Test Site, Area A, Commercial District. Heat haze. Kaguya twirled like a dancer, her limbs a graceful blur as she wielded her blades, which erupted in a dazzling display of blue-violet flames. Each sweeping arc sent waves of heat swirling around her. She enveloped her robotic enemies in fire. Amidst the blue-violet flames, the robot's metallic structures melted into a pool of molten substance, ultimately leaving behind only charred remnants to signify their demise. After seeing her handiwork with her quirk and swordsmanship, Kaguya gave herself a satisfied nod, accompanied by a graceful smile. Not too bad, if I say so myself. Shiranui Kaguya. Quirk, Soulfire. She can create and control a graceful blue-violet flame that neither wind nor water can extinguish, only her own will can. Unlike regular fire, Kaguya can also adjust the properties of her fire for different effects. Among the flame-based quirks documented since the dawn of Quirk's era, it ranks as one of the most versatile and rarest ever recorded. As for the sword, Kaguya pondered as she examined her blades, emitting a hum of dissatisfaction. I suppose it still requires refinement. Kaguya's 2 rapier-style broadswords were prototypes created by her family's company, Shiranui Technology. This company specializes in developing various self-defense weapons, primarily for close quarters and mid-range combat, serving law enforcement and private security firms. Additionally, over the last few years, they have expanded their support offerings to include items and equipment for heroes. As the heiress to such a company, Kaguya possesses perks and advantages in procuring the tools needed for her hero costume, should she be admitted into UA. Perhaps I should talk to my father over dinner, Kaguya spoke, lightly swinging her sword a few times. Maybe I should ask for some advice from Kajihira-kun. She mused, making a note to receive advice from Shin later. Though there were benefits, there were also drawbacks, particularly that the outcomes of Kaguya's tools can be as unpredictable as her swords. Kaguya appreciates the team's work, but the design and functionality need some improvements. It couldn't be helped, as most technicians lack the combat expertise to translate what she desired into her blades. Speaking of blades, take that. Nearby, Hikari shouted as she dispatched another Imperial with ease. In her 2 grips, a luminous blade of great size shimmered as she swung it gracefully, casting glimmers of brilliance around her and illuminating the surroundings with each movement. DMN, I'm good. Hikari declared, standing poised with a radiantly glowing sword resembling a BSTRD sword firmly held in her right hand, patting her right shoulder. Her eyes and smile shone brightly, reflecting the vibrant energy of the weapon she wielded. Say hi Hikari. Quirk, God's light, Zohar. She can create, control, and absorb light to an extraordinary degree. If it's related to anything to do with light, she can do it all. Among the light-based quirks documented since the dawn of Quirk's era, it ranks as the most powerful photokinetic quirk ever recorded. The extent of this quirk's limitations remains unknown. I see you still push your way through brute force, Kaguya spoke as she walked up to Hikari, who flinched and glared at her best friend. So what? Hikari waved her hand dismissively. It's just a few tin cans, no need for me to use my techniques on those small fries, you know? She explained with a bit of annoyance, prompting a tired sigh from the graceful maiden, who was clearly unimpressed. And what's with you? Your move seemed a bit awkward earlier, she asked Kaguya, lifting her swords for Hikari to see as a response. The design slightly threw my balance and how I attack, Kaguya stated, as she swung her sword to the side. A flicker of irritation appeared on her otherwise elegant face. While the intended direction is promising, I worry additional adjustments are necessary. She explained, earning a humming understanding from the golden ponytailed girl. Boom! The explosion nearby compelled Hikari and Kaguya to prepare themselves. They directed their attention to the blast, only to see Agito, who was sheathing his sword after taking down a robot with 3 points embedded in its metal frame. Holy sheet, that guy just chopped the 3-pointer into half. A nearby applicant exclaimed with shock and a hint of fear. The Venator robot scores 3 points. It features a sturdy build with heavy armor plating, 2 motorcycle wheels at the back, large hands at the front, and 2 missile launchers. Among the 3 types of foe villains, it is considered the hardest to defeat due to its mobility, toughness, and firepower. Witnessing someone effortlessly take down the 3-pointer elicits a blend of amazement, shock, admiration, and a touch of fear. Hikari whistled in admiration of Agito's combat skills, particularly his rapid swordsmanship. Kaguya shared similar feelings, but maintained her typical grace and composure. Despite her composure, Kaguya took more thorough notes on Agito's abilities. When she first met Agito, she harbored some doubts regarding his skills. Although she recognized Agito's intelligence from his demeanor, she thought he would primarily serve as a backline tactician, given the practical demands of the heroics entrance exam's actual combat. Yet, after observing his combat abilities directly, her views on Agito were shattered and transformed into deep reflection out of respect. And the respect was profound, given that Agito lacked the one thing that everyone had. Hikari, are you certain Agito is quirkless? Kaguya inquired seriously, looking at her best friend. He doesn't even have a minor strength-based quirk? She asked, only to earn a shake of the head from Hikari. Nope. Hikari replied, emphasizing the P in her answer. During lunch, I asked what Izuku and Agito's quirk was, and Agito revealed he was quirkless. She said, putting a finger to her chin, thinking about what Izuku's quirk was and smiling amusedly at Kaguya. As for Izuku's quirk? All I can say is that it was really neat with what he could do, too. She finished, earning an intrigued brow from the eye-shut, blue-violet, flame-haired beauty. Hey, what's that guy doing just standing there? The attention of both girls snapped at the yell of a nearby applicant. They turned to see Agito surrounded by several members of Victory, Imperial, and even a few Venator nearby. He stood confidently, a calm intensity radiating from him. As they were about to help, they saw Agito's quiet but determined expression. One that he reassured Hikari and Kaguya. I'll be fine. Upon seeing the expression, both girls nodded to Agito, who nodded back, and they each went back to their assigned tasks. At the same time, Agito drew his katana from his waist in a swift motion. With the sword in hand, he grasped the sheath in his left hand, prepared for whatever came next. In the nearby area, in front of the shopping mall. While the practical exam was in full swing, Laura was going through several Victory foe villain robots nearby. Even though her quirk wasn't suitable for the robots, she made it up with her highly proficient martial arts. Having a dad who was a former UFC middleweight world champion and a mom who's a skilled martial arts practitioner specializing in staff techniques certainly had its perks. Ha! Laura unleashes a roundhouse kick to the Victory's metal face, sending it reeling backward. Afterward, she noticed a robot approaching Shin from behind. Watch out! She exclaimed, immediately putting her whip tied around her arm into action. With a swift flick of her whip, Laura swiftly wraps it around the robot, immobilizing it in place. As she restrains the robot, Shin perceives her intent and quickly responds by turning his sword around, delivering a sweeping side slash, and effortlessly dispatching the robot. You okay, Kajihira-kun? Laura asked as she ran toward Shin, who nodded with a soft smile in response. I am. Thank you for the assist earlier. Shin thanked Laura, who bashfully laughed as she rubbed the back of her head. Ah, it's nothing biggie, Laura replied, earning chuckles from each other. Hey, what's that guy doing just standing there? Both's attention snapped at the yell of a nearby applicant. They turned to see Agito surrounded by several members of Victory, Imperial, and even a few Venator nearby. Oh, no. He's in trouble. As Laura reached out to help Agito, Shin grabbed her shoulder, holding her back. What are you doing, Kajihira-kun? We need to help Yagami. He'll be okay. Shin appeased Laura, and she sports a confused expression. He replied to her confusion with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Agito can handle himself just fine. As they watched, several Victory robots armed their guns, which transformed into beam swords. Each one pounced on Agito from a different direction. Some were in midair, and others were on the ground, displaying impressive maneuvering skills with their motor wheels. As they approached, Agito lifted his head, ready to unleash his moves. Thud. 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 With swift motions, Agito's sheath was a blur as it danced through the air, intercepting each strike with precision. The sound of metal clashing echoed around him as he twisted and turned, deflecting blows from all angles, front, back, overhead, and low. With one last spin, he seized his sword's handle, drawing the katana with a swift motion. Black God One Sword style. As Agito uttered, the blade appeared, sparkling in the light and mirroring the resolve on Agito's face, a fierce gleam that showed his readiness to fight. Shing! Agito pivoted on his heel, his eyes narrowing as he anticipated the aerial attack from Victory. In a heartbeat, he unleashed a swift, downward slash. The blade met its target with a sharp hiss, slicing through Victory with brutal precision. The two halves of Victory's body tumbled apart, sending a cascade of sparks dancing in the air as they hit the earth with a heavy, satisfying thud. He then blocked the incoming attack from another Victory with an inward slash, using the beam sword to sever its arm. Agito quickly followed up, unleashing a sweeping side slash at the rest of the Victory, cutting off their upper metal frame from their lower bodies. As the upper bodies slid off and separated from the lower ones, sparks erupted from their inner frames, and the remaining bodies hit the ground with a heavy thud. Agito skillfully flicked his sword and then sheathed his katana back into its scabbard. Hua, Laura's eyes widened as she watched Agito's swordsmanship, a dance of precision and grace that left her breathless. Beside her, Shin nodded slowly, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face as he murmured, as expected. But danger struck again as more Victories, along with a couple of Imperials nearby, reappeared. After taking a few looks, Agito notes their positions before making his next moves. Judgment Day has come. As Victory screamed and swung down with his beam sword, Agito deftly sidestepped, the blade whistling past him. In one fluid motion, Agito pivoted and struck with the pommel of his sword, slamming it into Victory's face. The impact sends the robot back a few distances. The stunned expression was etched on his metal features as he struggled to regain his balance due to the force of the impact. From behind. Agito sensed an attack coming, his eyes flashing red for a moment. His instincts kicked in, and Agito drew his katana just in time to deflect the attack. The beam sword scraped against the glinting edge of his blade, sending shards of light scattering as he pivoted with precision. In a fluid motion, he twisted his body, channeling the momentum to knock the Victory's lower motor legs, launching it into the air with a calculated swing from his sheath. In one seamless movement, he resheathed his blade, only to draw it again in a flash, slicing through the Victory as though it were no more than a piece of fabric, severing it effortlessly in two. Over there. Agito sensed an attack coming, his eyes flashing red for a moment again. Is it just me, or did Agito's eyes flash red for a moment? Laura mused with a confused hum. He's improved his prowess since we met last time. Shin glanced over at Agito, noticing that he'd once again improved his skills, based on the flash of red in Agito's eyes. Agito lunged forward. His blade sliced through the air with precision as he targeted the Victory's attack arm. The beam sword clattered to the ground in a defeated metallic thud. Without hesitation, he pivoted and drove his weapon into the chest of the towering robot. Sparks erupted in a dazzling array, illuminating the dim battlefield as the Victory staggered back, its mechanical joints grinding against one another, before collapsing in a cloud of smoke and glimmering debris. A sudden twist of his hips propelled Agito into a rapid spin, his feet sweeping low to collide with another Victory, which launched it into the air, glinting against the sunlight. Pivoting with the elegance of a dancer, Agito unleashed a ferocious inward slash, his blade carving through the core of the Victory. Sparks erupted like fireflies, illuminating the scene as the Victory split in two, each half cascading to the ground. Target locked in. Agito's heart thundered in his chest as his golden amber gaze narrowed on a massive Imperial looming ahead, its gleaming stinger poised like a coiled serpent ready to strike. Firing. Without warning, a bright laser beam shot from its tip, slicing through the air with a sharp, menacing hiss. Instincts flared to life as Agito shifted his weight, narrowly evading the searing beam that zipped past, the heat singeing the tips of his hair. With a swift, practiced motion, he drew his sword back, its cool steel flashing in the erratic light of battle. Agito let out a fierce roar, unleashing a sweeping slash from the right. The blade met its target with a satisfying thud. Not good enough. Agito's eyes flashed red for a moment again. Sensed an attack coming. Agito stood poised, his senses prickling with an imminent threat. With a swift flick of his wrist, he intercepted the Victory's beam sword with his sheath, the impact resonating through the air like a thunderclap. He parried the blow, the force shuddering through his grip as he pivoted with effortless grace, flipping the sword to its blunt side. The Victory, caught off guard, soared into the air, its trajectory spiraling wildly and unsteadily, hurtling towards an unsuspecting Imperial on his right. With a calculated sidestep, Agito obscured the Imperial's view by walking along the spiraling Victory, making it hard for the Imperial to get a clear shot. As the Victory crashed into the Imperial, sending him staggering backward in a startled surprise, Agito seized his moment. In one fluid motion, he unsheathed his blade, a flash of steel catching the light like a beacon. With a fierce sweep of his arm, he cleaved through the two nearest Imperials and several more in a brutal arc. Holy shit! Wow! My words! His female teammate stood frozen, mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief as the dust settled. The echoes of Agito's ruthless efficiency still resonated in the tense atmosphere. They couldn't tear their gaze away, mesmerized by the stunning display of skill that had left them both awed and intimidated. "Let's move ahead," says Agito, sheathing his sword back into its scabbard, snapping the attention of everyone around. "I believe our target is somewhere deeper." As if to prove his point and the team's goal, multiple robots slide in from the streets and out of the mall. All their weapons and their red eyes gleamed with danger straight at them. With that in mind, the group nodded in agreement, each taking a step forward towards the robots. Heavenly Wolf one-sword style. Shin charged forward, his long sword gleaming as he expertly wielded it with both hands, slashing upward. Frostbite. As Shin uttered, the robot foe in front of him met his strike with a shattering impact, frost creeping over the splintered metal plates, a chilling reminder of the power behind his attack. "We can't let him overtake us," Hikari screamed, readying her sword with both hands. "You got that right?" Right beside Hikari, Laura readied her fists, and a silver-like aura enveloped the clenched fist. Hikari and Laura passed Shin, who swiped his sword. With Laura binding a Venator in place with her whips, Hikari finished with a strong downward slash with her BSTRD light sword. From behind, Kaguya swept in, creating a wall of blue-violet flames for the robots to halt their advances. As Agito moved forward, his sword flashed like lightning, each strike precise and calculated, cutting through the air with a swift ferocity. And unleashing a storm that is approaching its intended prey. At Ground Beta, Test Site, Area B, Residential Areas. It's strange. Izuku mused, sheathing his cane sword, a shikamazu, back into its scabbard. In Area B, Izuku and his team searched the area, seeking the mastermind responsible in order to end the practical exam. As they searched, Izuku noticed it was taking its toll. The longer they searched, the more Izuku realized his teammates and the other applicants at the testing site were running out of stamina as time passed. Target lock. As Izuku contemplated his options, he sensed a Venator robot preparing to launch its missile launchers directly at him. Turning around, Izuku readied his stance, his hand gripping the handle of his cane sword in a reverse grip. Armageddon time. As it shouted, the Venator launched several of its missiles from its launchers, all heading straight to Izuku, who was breathing in and out, readying to strike. White Purity style, leaning forward, Izuku's muscles tensed as he unleashed his distinctive sword style, charging ahead with unwavering determination. With a swift motion, he drew his katana from its sheath, a straight blade gleaming under the light, contrasting sharply with the traditional curve of other swords. As he swung his weapon, the air hummed with its movement, the razor-sharp edge slicing effortlessly through the missiles that hurled toward him, turning them to mere fragments with the elegance of a hot knife through butter. After cutting through the missiles, Izuku stepped in front of the Venator, unleashing his sword technique. First form. After unleashing his technique, Izuku passed through the stationary Venator robot. The robot turned back to watch as Izuku slowly sheathed his sword back in its scabbard. Unbelievable. As it spoke its last word, the Venator suddenly split in two, dividing down the middle. The split two body parts fall to the side, meeting the earth with a satisfied thud. Flicker. As Izuku spoke, he slid the sword back into its sheath, and its metal echoed throughout the area. As Izuku breathed out, the Imperial stealthily approached him from behind. Its stinger beamed brightly, readying to fire its laser beam. Look out! Out of nowhere, a levitating horn with spiral pattern spun sharply into action, piercing the Imperial's body with ease. It then reversed direction, passing through the Imperial's metal body several times before exiting, causing the robot to collapse into a heap of scrap. Hey Midoriya! Izuku's teammate, Ino Takuma, called out to him with his hand raised. He is wearing a mask with a wicked, beast-like mouth and two holes for his eyes. You all right there? He asked, as the levitating horn came to him, resting on top of his hand. Yeah, thanks for saving me, he responds with a grateful grin. I gotta say, your quirk is cool, too. Ino snorts. Well, it has its uses. He grinned behind his wicked mask, letting the horn fade from his hand. Anyhow, I just received a call from the others. They said they have a lead on locating the mastermind. Ino explained. Izuku nods in response. Got it, we should head back to the others, Izuku suggested, earning a thumbs up from Ino. Grab my shoulder and we'll head where others are. Got it. Ino responds, hurrying to grab Izuku's shoulder with his hand. Patting a few times to let Izuku know Ino's ready, Izuku nodded in response. All right, here we go, Izuku responds, activating his quirk. The next part is his favorite when using his quirk. As a moment passed, a glowing jade-green aura suddenly manifested around Izuku. Despite seeing it twice, Ino was awed at the initial activation of Izuku's quirk. Izuku breathed out, feeling the energy within him. A flurry of black feathers, gleaming with shades of green, appeared around the two. The feathers collected at his back, forming a pair of raven-like wings crafted from his manifested feathers, which featured hues of green. He sensed the surrounding testing site, searching for the same energy that he emitted from himself and his feathers. After finding it, Izuku smiled and uttered a single word. Raven. As Izuku spoke, he and Ino faded away, dissolving into the air as if swallowed by shadows. In their absence, a flurry of raven feathers filled the space, swirling gracefully before drifting softly to the ground like whispers of their presence. In the nearby area of residential and commercial buildings. Right outside the residential and commercial buildings, things were getting intense as explosions and clashes broke out between the applicants and the fake villain robot armies. Flame Nova. Hamura twirled amid the chaos, her movements as fluid as a dancer's, each limb a graceful blur. With a swift motion, she unleashed a blade forged from swirling flames, its fiery red glow cutting through the air. Fiery arcs erupted around her, radiating waves of heat that danced like a living thing. After witnessing her quirk's handiwork, Hamura gave herself a satisfied nod, accompanied by a matching smile. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. Although the sword needs some refinement, she pouted, gazing at the makeshift sword of fire, which still needed work to solidify into a more stable form. Say hi Hamura. Quirk, God's flame, Lihava. She can create, control, and absorb flame to an extraordinary degree. It is essentially the fire version of her sister's Quirk. And much like Hikari's Zohar, Ihava is the most powerful flame-based Quirk ever recorded in human history since the dawn of Quirk's era. The limits of this Quirk are yet unknown. As the flames licked at her robotic foes, they writhed in mechanical agony, the intense heat causing their metallic bodies to warp and twist. We're melting. I'm too new to die. Unit 85K, I've always loved. Listening to their pain and the surprising love confession before death, Hamura felt sorry for the robots. Despite being mechanical, their emotions were genuine enough to make them seem human. Do not worry, kind human. As Hamura saw them burning, she saw one robot staring at her, and it gave her a thumbs up as its body melted away into pools of molten metal. Maybe the gesture seemed weird, but Hamura felt that the last robot was giving her reassurance, saying it didn't mind as it was its purpose to serve. May you find peace. Hamura clapped her hands together, offering a small prayer to the robot who reassured her. Unbeknownst to Hamura, the piece of a raven feather that she kept safe in her jacket pocket slipped out, landing a few steps away from her position. As the feather landed softly on the ground, it glowed with a jade-green aura. As time passed, the glowing feather was replaced by two people who suddenly appeared, Izuku and Takuma. And we're here. Izuku exclaimed, drawing a snort and a grin from Takuma as he gave Izuku's shoulder a playful slap. Man, dude, your Quirk is seriously OP. Takuma spoke, earning a good chuckle from Izuku, who shrugged it with a smile. Izuku. Ino-kun. Hamura smiled brightly at Izuku and gave Takuma a friendly wave, which he returned with a thumbs up. Did you use your raven earlier to get here, Izuku? She asked, earning a nod from Izuku. Yeah, Ino-kun told me you guys found a clue about the mastermind, he replied, earning a nod of understanding from the fiery red-haired girl, who beamed a smile at the green-haired blind boy. It seems there are only a few robots in this area, too. He hummed, sensing the area around him as the raven feathers scattered around him and his teammates. Midoriya Izuku. Quirk, Emerald Feathers. Upon activating his Quirk, he can create and control black feathers that resemble a raven's, drawing from a unique energy source that only he can access. So far, Izuku has discovered that his feathers act as a gate, enabling instant exchange with any summoned feathers when activating emerald feathers, which significantly enhances his mobility. Using the technique Raven, he can travel long distances quickly, resembling teleportation. Additionally, the feathers serve as a sort of vision that helps him sense his surroundings, giving him a finely tuned awareness of his environment. And with enough feathers, he can form two wings, allowing Izuku to float and fly, too. What an OP Quirk indeed. Despite gaining his Quirk awakening for nearly a year, Izuku's Emerald Feathers is ranked as the highest potential Quirk ever recorded by doctors, Quirk analysts, and scientists alike. The extent of this Quirk's limitations and abilities remains unknown. Izuku stood quietly, his senses attuned to the surrounding chaos. The faint whir of gears and scattered, mechanical clanking echoed down the streets, hints of the robots lurking just out of sight in every direction. He can tell the number of robots that are swarming everywhere, yet he notices a distinct disarray in their movements, a haphazard dance rather than a coordinated assault. That's interesting. Izuku hummed as his cane hit the ground and tapped a few times. As Izuku tapped the ground with his cane, the rhythmic sound echoed softly around him. As he turned his head to the right, his brows widened in surprise. In the center of the site, a cluster of robots marched in tight formation, far more than the sparse few trundling along the streets to his left. It was clear they were being flanked, a coordinated effort unfolding before him. I think the robots are coming from the other side of the city, Izuku said, pointing his finger towards where the robots were. Should we contact Nakaju and Kinju? Ino said, pointing his two fingers on top of his mask, where his left ear was located. We can try to regroup at the location you pointed out? Hamura shook her head in response. I think we should regroup with the two who have Izuku's feathers. Before we split, Nakaju-san and Kinju-kun told me they were going to search the other side of the city for clues. She explained, getting nods and an understanding hums from the boys. Then, let's regroup with the others, Izuku said, earning a thumbs up from Ino and a nod with two clasped hands from Hamura. Take my shoulder, you two. We'll head to where the others are, he said. Both nodded in response, with Ino grabbing onto Izuku's shoulder, while Hamura takes Izuku's hand with her own, causing him to flinch in surprise. Hamura? Izuku inquired, turning his head over towards Hamura, who had a playful but warm smile towards the green-haired blind boy. Yes, Izuku? Hamura replied, her smile filled with warmth and a bit of playfulness. Not that I mind or anything, but is there a reason you're, holding my hand? Izuku asked, only to get a bashful but heartwarming smile from the fiery red-haired girl. Well, I thought it was better to hold hands for a better secure. Hamura talked some sense into Izuku, and the young man with green hair blushed, letting out a nervous gulp. All the while, Takuma smiled with his eyes, giving out a thumbs-up approval to Izuku as he witnessed this fluffy moment. As Izuku was about to speak up, he couldn't deny the warmth Hamura was giving off. Instead, he gently but firmly took her hand. Okay, his response brought a happy and bashful smile from Hamura. Following the emotional moment between Izuku and Hamura, the trio stood together as Izuku reactivated his emerald feathers. With the activation, a burst of black feathers, shimmering with shades of green, surrounded the three. The feathers gathered at his back, forming a pair of raven-like wings made from his transformed feathers, which displayed hues of green. Izuku felt the energy of the testing site, searching for the same energy that emanated from him and his feathers. After detecting it, Izuku smiled and spoke a single word. Raven. As Izuku uttered his technique, he, Hamura, and Ino vanished, disappearing like darkness had swallowed them. In their place, a cloud of raven feathers gathered, spinning gently before drifting down to the ground, leaving a lingering echo of their presence before fading away. The first flight. During the exam, in the UA's viewing booth. As the heroics practical exam got underway, observers and judges monitored the performance. From the UA's teacher's viewing booth, they watched through various screens at the testing sites to evaluate. And compared to past years, the room was a bit more crowded this time around. The reason? It was thanks to the fresh additions to UA High School's teaching staff, and the increased number of employees in the school management, as well. Inside the dimly lit room, a lone man sits among the many panels, surrounded by a dozen colleagues. Though he has a gaunt, lanky frame with a matching skeletal face, it belied the strength in his piercing blue eyes, a strength honed over the course of decades. And now, that same piercing blue gaze was focused on a student. A student with eye-catching forest green hair, carrying a verdant-colored walking cane that also served as a sword. My boy. The lanky man's hand slowly formed into a fist, gripping tightly as he witnessed the forest green-haired boy doing well. To the point he was proud of him for seeing it. A man spoke up. His deep, authoritative voice conveyed both strength and poise. Such a vast battlefield and the time limit bring out the best in them. Indeed. Another took up where the first had left off, those who can assess a situation in an instant, information gatherers. The person spoke, revealing an image of Fushiguro, making a hand sign with his hands, and summoned a large, owl-like creature with a white mask perched on a building. On another screen, a tall young man with what appeared to be wings and other appendages stood atop a tower. And those who never missed the party, the mobility experts, a voice squealed, even cheerier than before. One of the video screens displayed Zhao cutting down a three-pointer with his Chinese saber. His body radiating an electric aura. On another screen, Izuku appeared out of nowhere to defend a nearby female applicant, taking her place to block the incoming attack. They exchanged a friendly hello and went their separate ways. And those who can make sound decisions in any situation, the decision-makers. A man's voice, dry and stern, spoke up. The screen showed Agito instructing his team, who listened with seriousness, and breaking into three groups, with Agito alone as they ran. It switched to an orange-colored side-ponytailed girl who enlarged her hand to a great size, picked up pieces of debris in it, then threw them hard, landing on a group of two-pointers and smashing them into pieces. And of course, from among the males, a female voice piped up. One that sounded very thirsty? There are the natural-born warriors, combat experts. An icy mist engulfed the screen as it displayed a bit of frost on the edges, revealing Shin slashing down a group of 1- and 2-point bots with ease. The screen shifted to Izuku, who teleported from one location to another, swiftly dispatching a squadron of victory and imperial soldiers with his cane sword. Easy, midnight. A male voice, young-sounding but seasoned, chimed into the thirsty woman gently. We don't want UA to get sued for SXL commentaries. The only response he gets is an exaggerated blowing kiss from the woman, which she blows towards him, and he smiles with amusement and fondness. What's more, the points the applicants earn determine their abilities to maintain peace in our cities. He continued watching the screen. On the screen, it shows Hikari shooting a beam of light from her hand towards one of the one-pointers, saving a young girl with an earphone jack like quirk. If you ask me, tack, another chimed in, his tone rough yet friendly. This seems a bit unfair for those who don't have proper combat training or a combat-oriented quirk. on one of the screens, it shows a girl who has turned invisible, which confuses the villain bots and causes them to shut down. The cause is that the invisible girl turned visible, showing how she shut them off by flicking off the button hidden beneath the metal plating behind their backs. Indeed, the squeaky voice chimed in with a cheery tone. That's why I created a fairer and practical exam by incorporating team-based elements along with approved support items to give applicants a better shot. It shows one applicant with long, violet hair and tired eyes that rivaled those of someone, taking down a two-pointer with a set of scarves in his hands. And I dare say, the added elements have had a noticeable positive impact over the past few years. I guess it is. The rough, friendly man was reluctant to let it go. Chill out, Kaido-san. Besides, we're not in a position to coddle the kids anymore, either, given our new job descriptions. The young-sounding but experienced man calmed his partner down, who let out a bit of a grumble, but dropped it. Yeah, I guess. He responded, flashing a friendly smile to his partner. The squeaky voice chuckled with good faith. It warms my heart to hear such a refreshing and honest thought from our new staff members. The squeaky voice added. It earned a bashful chuckle from the rough and friendly man, and a soft cough, but elicited a smile from the young-sounding but seasoned man. Still, we have quite the crops this year, another woman said, fidgeting with her long hair, a mix of indigo and pink colors, and pulling it out, which formed into a spiral-shaped bullet. She put the bullet inside her shirt pocket as she watched over one screen, showing Agito. And especially that one, particularly. As the woman spoke, everyone's eyes turned to the screen where Agito was showing. On the screen, everyone looked on in amazement as Agito swiftly and brutally dispatched the incoming wave of robots with a show of expert swordsmanship. He cut them down one by one, without hesitation. As he sheathed his katana back in its scabbard, Agito lent a hand to the nearby applicants. He handed them a makeshift weapon made from the bot's arm and moved on to the next area. Well, I'll be d'med. That young'un's got some real talent. Another male spoke, one with a southern accent. And scary one at that, too. Indeed, among all the applicants, he is undoubtedly the most talented individual of this generation. The squeaky voice hummed, earning several nods of agreement from his colleagues. But that's only part of it, the lanky man with piercing blue eyes finally said. His voice was deep, yet filled with strength and hope. Indeed, you are. The squeaky voice agreed. He flipped open the protective casing box from his seat, revealing a button labeled Plus Ultra with a cartoon-like skull design featuring bones crossed over another. Now then, Yagi-kun, if you do the honor. He spoke, handing the box over to his colleague sitting next to him. Yes, sir. Yagi, the lanky man with intense blue eyes, spoke up as he picked up the box and set it on his lap. With his long, bony finger, he pressed it firmly. And all hell breaks loose. Back at Ground Charlie, Test Site, Area C. Further into the shopping buildings. Ichiban stands amidst towering piles of rubble, the remnants of robotic adversaries he has pummeled. Exhaustion weighs on him, yet a smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. He might have stumbled through the written portion, but Ichiban knows for sure the practical portion will make up for it. What's more, he was having a blast with the exam. Yo, Kasuga-kun. Just then, Ichiban heard Zhao calling out to him, turning to see his teammate, who sported a similar grin that matched Ichiban's. You all done here? He asked with a friendly smile, giving a gentle pat to his Chinese saber resting on his right shoulder as he came to him. Ichiban nodded with a thumbs up. Yep. Just finished taking out the last one, too. He said, earning an impressed hum and nod as Zhao stroked his chin. I gotta say, Kasuga-kun, you've got some major stuff, that's for sure, Zhao spoke, taking a glance at Kasuga's works. There were several, possibly dozens, of villain bots thrashed and dented by Kasuga's fists. In all honesty, Zhao found Kasuga's fighting skills to be genuinely impressive, and he is for sure knew what Kasuga had, too. When he heard his teammates' praise, the afro-haired boy chuckled, running his hand through his afro with a bashful smile. Hey, thanks, man. Gotta say you were totally badass with that sword of yours, too. He praised Zhao, who huffed playfully in response. PSSSSH, nah, this is just my usual, man, Zhao responded, and he whips around the area. So, where are the others? He inquired, earning a confused brow from the afro-haired boy. Huh? Weren't they following us? Just as Ichiban was about to respond, he and Zhao stumbled as the ground began to shake. Whoa, the hell! Ichiban screamed, struggling to hold himself in place. As Zhao was hanging on by stabbing his Chinese saber to the ground to keep himself stable, he whips around, looking for the source of the earthquake they're experiencing. His enhanced senses then picked up an incoming whirring rotor, followed by the sound of a cruising metal. Hey, I think I just found the source. Zhao pointed his finger, prompting Ichiban to see and widen his eyes in response. What in the absolute F? Ichiban responded as soon as he saw the source and was utterly taken aback. It turned out the source was a massive robot with its rib-like sections running along its spine under its armor plates. The robot towered over most of the buildings, casually shoving them aside as it walked through. Speaking of walking, it had 2 treads, and its legs were as big as several buses stacked on top of each other. Below, squadrons of other fake villain bots gathered around to protect the giant. Honestly, even without any weapons, its massive claw arms were way more than enough. Screw this. I'm getting the hell out of here. In the nearby areas, students' faces drained of color as they turned and fled in terror. As Ichiban and Zhao looked over the behemoth, the rest of their teammates came in fast. Holy shit, is that the ace? It's FING huge. Kujisaki screamed in outrage over the size of the behemoth. I knew UA was insane, but this takes it to a whole new level. Fushiguro, struggling to stay calm, bursts out with frustration and amazement over UA's massive budget for building such a gigantic robot in front of them. Only Takuda remained composed, adjusting her glasses with a slight tremble in her hand. I suppose any of you have some sort of plan for that behemoth there? As Takuda had asked, Kujisaki gave her a look that said, "Are you serious?" Meanwhile, Fushiguro kept searching for any possible weak spots in the robot's body, but his grim face spoke otherwise. As the 3 watched over the behemoth slowly making its advance, Takuda noticed Ichiban and Zhao narrowing their eyes, glaring at the behemoth before them. Ichiban? Takuda called out to Ichiban, but didn't reply as he continued to look at the giant robot. Guys? Kujisaki called out to the 2 as well, but she was ignored as the duo stared at the behemoth continuously. Hey, Zhao, you've got it, right? Ichiban asked for confirmation, getting a nod from the boy who wielded the sword as he adjusted his grip on the Chinese saber. I'm guessing you have it, too, Kasuga-kun? Zhao asks back, getting a snort as Ichiban wipes his mouth on his arm. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Fushiguro asked the duo for confirmation, but they were ignored as well. Yeah, my observation might lack a bit, Ichiban responded, turning his arm around a few times to loosen his body up. But I can still tell it from here, he replied, with a smirk slowly creeping on his face. Zhao snorted in amusement, turning his saber skillfully into his right hand. Well, then, that's where my specialty lies. He replied, adjusting his glasses as he looked over the body with a careful look. In my case, my armament is a bit lacking, but I made it up with my observation. He responded, earning a nod with a smile from Ichiban. Ugh, hello? Are you 2 idiots listening? Kujisaki yelled, grabbing her support item, a hammer in her right hand, and with nails between her fingers. And what was this observation and armament they're talking about? Have they gone crazy from running around, thrashing robots? Heh, good to know, Ichiban replied, his piercing gray eyes looking over the behemoth. So tell me, where do you think the mastermind is? He inquired of Zhao. Zhao hummed, his eyes narrowed behind his shades. I would say somewhere in the chest area. He answered. Ichiban nodded, his fist met with the palm of his hand. All right. It looks like we're gonna have to get closer. He replied. Kujisaki clenched her fists. She got frustrated watching Ichiban and Zhao's secret conversation. With a frustrated groan, she pointed her hammer toward them, its metal glinting ominously in the light. Okay, just what the hell are you 2 talking about? And what do you mean we have to get closer? Answer me, DMN it. Her voice echoed, fueled by urgency as she demanded answers before her hammer would inevitably taste blood. Before things could get ugly, Takuda went ahead and gently lowered Kujisaki's hammer. While crude, Kujisaki-san has a point, she said, coughing a few times to get their attention. If you 2 don't mind, would you explain to us the plan you and Zhao-kun devised? She inquired of the 2 boys. Hearing Takuda's question, Ichiban turned around with a determined smile, gesturing his thumbs over at the giant robot. We have an idea where the mastermind is. Over at Ground Alpha, Test Site, Area A. Further into the commercial district. As Agito and the others moved deeper into the commercial district, they ran into more and more villain bots along the way. The way the robots were moving and filling up buildings and spaces where ambushes could occur confirmed Agito's suspicion. The mastermind was hiding somewhere nearby. With a swift move, Hikari plunged her makeshift light BSTRD sword into the chest of the Imperial, a crackling hiss escaping the robot as it convulsed violently before toppling over, its lights flickering and fading to darkness. And that's a wrap for now. Gasping for breath, she wiped the sweat from her brow, her heart racing from the adrenaline. As she spun around, her gaze fell upon the pile of defeated villain bots, coils of metal, and sparks still twitching in the aftermath of her fierce battle. A weary sigh eluded her lips, a blend of exhaustion and exasperation echoing in the aftermath of chaos. Just how many of these DMN things are there? Her voice echoed. Too many, Kaguya replied, elegantly swiping her sword to rid it of any lingering oil as she dispatched a victory. The more we head deeper, the greater the chance their numbers will overwhelm us. And it's annoying, too, Laura says as she approaches them. No matter how many I've beaten them up, they just keep coming, and my items are reaching their limits, too. She bemoaned, inspecting her items, which include a fighting gauntlet and her whip. Don't you have any other weapon to use, Laura? Hikari asked between breaths. Indeed, Kaguya added. She noticed Laura's current state and saw that she was just as exhausted as she and Hikari were. The bruises and cuts, especially on her visible skin, were particularly noticeable, and her fighting gauntlets were showing signs of wear from the harsh combat. I believe the school allows the applicant to receive up to 3. Laura shook her head, letting out a tired sigh. I tried to negotiate for the third one, but the specs went over the support department's requirements. So I'm forced to compromise and choose only 2. The 2 girls understood Laura's predicament. As they caught their breath, they heard jogging steps, prompting them to pay attention as both Agito and Shin regrouped with the girls. You girls okay? Agito asked, and his state surprised the girls. Compared to the girls who ran ragged, Agito was in a much better state, with his clothing dirted from the mix of dirt and some oil splashing onto it. Other than the dirty spots, Agito's body didn't wear out much, and his breathing was even. Why yes, we're fine for now, Kaguya answered, and the girls followed with their nods. That's good to hear, Agito replied with a relieved smile. We've checked the area around, and the villain bots seem to be on a lull right now, Shin says, and just like Agito, his attire was in a similar state to his partner's. I believe we have some breathing room. Seeing the unfairness between them, and with moments to rest, Hikari became frustrated, heading over to a bench. You know what, I'm taking a breather right now, she said, flopping down on the seat and letting out a frustrated groan. I want to take a shower, too. The others nodded to one another, each taking their seat around the area, recuperating for a minute or two. So far, including us and the applicants, we have covered most of the districts and the rest of the city so far, Agito pointed out, his sheathed katana resting on his side. Judging from what I've seen so far, I can confidently say that the mastermind is hiding somewhere in the center of the city. Shin nods in agreement, his long sword slung over his back in its scabbard. Still, we're in no shape to keep pushing through, Laura noted their current state, sitting next to Kaguya. Everyone was exhausted, except for Agito, who'd already taken a beating from the intense battles against the villain bots. Shin was the following best, but his face showed he was feeling the strain. I believe it would be prudent to approach our goal quietly, Kaguya suggested. I second the motion with stealth, Shin said, raising his hand. While I was checking around, I discovered several access points across the buildings. He spoke. I can create a bridge of ice to get across, too, he added further as a potential solution. With a weary sigh, Hikari lifted her head. Despite being exhausted, her determined expression gave her away. So that's our next plan? Sneaking through while saving our strength for the final push. Agito hummed thoughtfully, aware they had limited options. He picked the most effective one. We'll head to the mastermind by navigating through the buildings. And we'll save the ice bridge as a last resort, if there are too many bots. He answered, earning nods with a determined expression from everyone. All right then. Let's head out. As Agito stood up from his seat, the ground shook in response. Whoa! Hikari stumbled, using her makeshift sword to steady herself. Kaguya did the same with her 2 swords. Kaya! Laura teetered, unable to keep her balance as her feet shook beneath her. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, Shin quickly stepped in, catching her and helping her regain her footing. Oh, thank you, Kajihira-kun. She thanked Shin, who nodded back. Everyone, get outside. It's too risky to stay in here. Agito quickly ordered, urging them to evacuate the building. As they evacuated the building through the emergency exit, they descended into an alleyway. Screw this. I ain't fighting my life against that. The group heard an applicant scream in panic and fear. They quickly prompted to run through the alley, and their expressions widened in response. They spotted the source, which turned out to be a giant robot with its rib-like sections running along its spine under the armor plates. It towered over most buildings, pushing them aside as it moved. Regarding movement, it had 2 treads, and its legs were enormous, the size of several buses stacked on top of each other. Below, squadrons of other fake villain bots gathered around to protect the giant ace. What the hell? Is UA out of their minds? Hikari yells, outraged by the behemoth size and the fact that UA can unleash something like that. I knew the UA represented the toughest exam in the country, but this is a whole new level. Kaguya says, her face scrunched up in a frown as she grips her swords tightly. I don't think I can make a dent in that thing, Laura says. Despite her martial arts training, she knew when to tap out against an opponent that was too powerful for her. As the girls watched the giant ace and its robot squadron march in chaos, only Agito and Shin stayed calm. Their faces were solemn as they gazed at the giant robot. You found it, Shin? Agito asked, his grip firm on the handle of his sword. Yes, Shin replied, his hand also gripping firmly the handle of his sword on his back. It's located inside the chest area. He answered, earning a nod from Agito. We'll need to cut it down using our haki, Shin spoke, glancing at Agito. How's your prowess over haki since we last met? He inquired, earning an amused grin with a shrugged shoulder. Enough to cut that thing down, Agito answered, earning a soft snort from the white-haired swordsman. What are you two talking about? Hikari yelled from behind them. The boys turned, taking a glance at where the girls were, forming a frown upon their expressions. And what do you mean by you're cutting that thing down? She screamed in confusion. We've tracked down the mastermind, Agito replied to Hikari's question with a calm smile, and the girls were left shocked by the answer. His golden amber eyes shone with a determined glint, as if he were confident of winning. And I have a plan to ace our exam. Over at Ground Beta, Test Site, Area B. Near the fake school site. Come on, Haku! Nia exclaimed, sprinting towards several one-pointers with her companion right by her side. By your command, my lady. Her companion let out a savage howl, ripping the one-pointers apart with its teeth and claws. Haku. He is your butler, caretaker, and mother. Her companion emerged, revealing itself as a magnificent tiger with fur as white as fresh snow. His piercing, sky-blue eyes burned with hunger. It shined with a fierce resolve to hunt down and destroy his master's enemies with unrelenting precision. Take this. Nia bellowed, ripping apart the one-pointers with her claws, her beastly companion by her side. Nakaju Nia. Quirk, Aqua Tiger. She possesses the power to summon and control a sentient being, which she names Haku, a massive white tiger with piercing sky-blue eyes. Not only is the tiger incredibly strong and agile, but it can also manipulate and create water. Additionally, Nia can tap into Haku's ability to control water and his physical prowess, although at a limited capacity. With lightning-fast movements and flawless teamwork, Nia and Haku tore through the robots. They blocked the robots' strikes and countered with their own. The sound of their claws ripping through metal resonated throughout the area. Haku, let's do that move, she ordered, and her white tiger companion ran to her side without question. Ready whenever you are, my lady. Haku spoke, and Nia let out both hands. As the robots closed in, Nia and Haku stood their ground. With each passing moment, droplets of water appeared in the air and began to move toward Haku's mouth. As the water droplets merged, they grew larger, eventually forming a ring that covered the front. Wild roar. Nia's voice pierced the stillness like a clarion call, prompting Haku to pull back its head instinctively. It unleashed a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very air around it. A surge of shimmering energy followed, crashing toward the one-pointers. They did not just suffer damage. They were violently torn apart, as the high-density, vibrating air sliced through their metallic frames with unrelenting force, as if they were mere paper. As the chaos subsided, a heavy silence enveloped the scene, exposing the grim aftermath. The robots lay in ruins, their metal shells mangled and twisted into a pile of scrap metal. Nice! Nia pumps her fist in the air as the attack satisfies her. Well done, my lady. Haku, the large white tiger with a refined butler's manner, praised his master. Close by, Kinju stood amid the defeated robots. He took them down with his own hands, clutching a rugged gauntlet made from the scraps of defeated robots nearby, thanks to his quirk. Wow, impressive. Kinju's blue eyes widened at the display Nia and her companion showed. Feeling motivated after watching such a movie, the blonde-haired boy snorted as he brushed his fringe. Can't let her outshine me. With that in mind, Kinju quickly ran across the field. As he did, the debris and scraps from the defeated robots flew past him, surrounding him like shields. As he ran, he saw a couple more victories, along with a couple of Imperials nearby. After taking a few looks, Kinju notes their positions before making his next moves. Target sighted. One victor let out a scream as he fired his beam at Kinju, and then the other robots joined in, unleashing their beams and missiles. Just as the attacks were about to strike, he spun his gauntlet finger in a circle, rotating the makeshift scrap shield in front of him to block each attack from the direction it came. As the attacks hit, they caused several explosions around Kinju. Target elimination? When a single victory attempted to confirm Kinju's defeat, a single word spoke, shattering the prediction. Repel. Amid the dust cloud from the explosion, several pieces of armor plating were hurled with great force, striking the Victories and a few nearby Imperial units. The impact was so severe that some pieces cut through the metal plating. As the remaining Imperial tried to confirm its target, it didn't realize the target wasn't on the ground anymore. Get crushed! Kinju pounced on the last Imperial from above, his gauntlet fist punching through with immense force. The Imperial convulsed violently before collapsing, its lights flickering and dying out. Kinju gave himself a thumbs up as he tossed back his front hair fringe. I'm good," he added, revealing a refreshing smile full of confidence, bordering on arrogance. Kinju Sadahiko. Quirk, magnet punk. He can control and manipulate magnetism at will, allowing him to attract or repel metal objects as needed. He can also repurpose existing metal materials to build and arrange powerful machinery and a range of electronic devices. "Aren't you getting a bit too cocky with a bunch o' tin heads, ain't ya?" Nia called out to Kinju, who smiled with a shrugged shoulder. "Hey, it's all part of a day's good work. And, I'm just here to prove my worth, that's all," Kinju replied, but the cat-eared girl's uninterested gaze did little to reassure her. "Aha, I can see that," Nia answered. Without Nia realizing it, the piece of a raven feather she had been keeping safe slipped out, drifting in the air until it landed a few dozen steps away from her. As the feather landed on the ground, it glowed with a jade-green aura, allowing the white-furred tiger to notice. "My lady, Master Kinju, it looks like our teammate is on the way," Haku said, and the two turned their attention to where the feather had been. As the seconds passed, the glowing jade feather vanished, replaced by three people who materialized in its place: Izuku, Hamura, and Ino. "We're here!" Izuku exclaimed, drawing a snort and smile from Ino, giving him a playful slap on his shoulder. "Like I've said earlier, your quirk is seriously hacked, Midoriya." The masked boy spoke, earning a good chuckle from Izuku. Well, looks like the cavalry just arrived." Kinju greeted the three with a wave of his gauntlet hand. "I assume Ino told you?" he asked, earning a nod from the blind, green-haired boy. "Yeah, you guys have any idea where the mastermind is?" Izuku asked, earning a finger-pointing from the blonde-haired boy up at the sky. Ino and Hamura looked up at the sky, and a small, makeshift surveillance drone flew. "According to what my drone read, the robots are coming from around here," Kinju says. "And judging from the position and the number of robots we've encountered, the mastermind is close," he explained, earning an understanding hum from Izuku. "He's right," Nia added, sauntering towards the group with Haku tagging along behind her. "Despite being a pompous git, he's getting the info thanks to his drone, right?" She pointed up at the drone hovering in the sky, then gestured towards her ear. "And of course, his makeshift communication gadget is surprisingly good quality, too, you know?" One thing Izuku planned for his team was to establish a clear line of communication among teammates. First, this means gathering information within the limited time frame. Second, it involves noting each team member's position to facilitate regrouping and potential action. Honestly, Izuku felt it was a slide of luck, finding out about Kinju's quirk, which he can't wait to analyze back with Agito. Izuku nodded with approval and a smile. "All right, as soon as Kinju-kun's drone comes back, we'll plan our next move." Just then, the ground starts shaking violently, cutting off Izuku's words. Everyone stumbles, but manages to keep their balance. "What in the hell?" Nia screamed in confusion. She kept herself steady by leaning onto Haku. "An earthquake?" Hamura exclaimed in question. "No, I'm not picking up any seismic activity underground." Kinju confirms, reading his makeshift monitor on one of his gauntlets. Guys!" Ino exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. "I think I just found what's causing it," the masked boy screamed in a mix of panic and surprise as he pointed his finger at the sky. Everyone turned their head to see a huge robot rounding the corner, surrounded by its smaller companions. "Everyone, move!" Izuku shouts as the robot's massive fist tears away chunks of nearby buildings, sending debris crashing down on the group. "Ack! My leg!" Just as Izuku was following his teammates behind them, he heard a cry, a girl's voice nearby. He whirls around, sensing his surroundings swiftly. "Hold on, Jenna. I'm coming to get ya out." This time, Izuku heard a different voice, a boy's voice, grunting as he struggled to lift something heavy to get his companion out. "It's no use, Cole. It won't budge." Jenna screamed as she also struggled to lift something heavy. From the sound of it, some of the rubble hit an applicant, causing her leg to get pinned. "You go on ahead. Save yourself. Ain't no way in hell. I ain't leaving ya behind." Cole instantly refused, still trying to lift the heavy debris as he struggled and groaned. Thump! Just as Izuku was about to react, his body surged forward on its own. He charged toward the duo, barely hearing Hamura's cry of alarm as he rushed toward them. Let me help you. Izuku exclaimed, using his walking cane to tap the debris twice, and he sensed a gap in the debris. Immediately, he stabbed where the gap was, and immediately tried to lift the debris. As he grunted, he spoke a few words with a determined expression. Armament. Hardening. As Izuku spoke, his walking cane transformed, gleaming with a shiny black surface reminiscent of polished steel that had been expertly burnished to perfection. While the duo had a look on their faces about what was happening with his cane, they didn't have the time as they tried to lift the debris. Slowly but steadily, Izuku and the siblings lifted the debris, piece by piece, until they made enough room for the female applicant to pull her leg out. I got it out. Cole exclaimed as he freed his friend's leg, allowing Izuku to pull his walking cane out. The debris then filled the space and dropped to the ground. The duo sighed as they looked at Izuku with grateful smiles. Thank you for helping us, now we should get out of. Chhch. Click. Click. Then, Izuku and the duo heard the click of many, many guns aiming right at them. Oh, that there's a whole mess o' guns. Cole let out a sharp hiss, looking around at the robots equipped with every kind of weapon. Their red dotted eyes glowed menacingly, locking onto the three. The robot! Jenna exclaimed, causing Izuku and the male sibling to turn to see the skyscraper robot rearing a fist back. DMN it, I won't make it in time. Izuku screamed inwardly as he was trying to gather his energy together. Auspicious beast number 1, Kai-Chi. That's when Izuku heard Ino scream in the distance. As he turned, a large, levitating horn with spiral pattern spun into view, spinning sharply into motion. It slammed into the metal plating, groaning as its joints and mechanical parts tore through and were severed. The massive arm fell, crushing several robots and blocking the line of sight for the others. Are you all right, Midoriya? As the dust from the massive explosion began to settle somewhat, Izuku heard Ino coming toward him. Yeah. Izuku called out, coughing a few times as the dust got into his mouth. You saved us there, Ino-kun. He thanked him. Yeah, thanks, man. Cole, the male applicant, thanked him with a thumbs up. Yes, thank you very much, Jenna, the female applicant, said, bowing respectfully in return. Ah, shucks, it's nothing. Ino chuckled, bashfully rubbing the back of his head. He spoke, and a moment later, the object in his palm reappeared, revealing the same floating horn with spiral patterns that had cut off the giant robot's arm. Although I have to admit that it took a lot out of me, haha, he admitted, letting out a very weak laugh. It took a lot out of him to enlarge his floating horn to sever the robot. Ino Takuma. Quirk, auspicious beast summon. Wearing any form of a mask enables Takuma to channel the powers of auspicious beasts and telepathically control them. His abilities depend on his physical and mental strength and are activated by calling out the beast's name and number 1 to 4. The quirk works as long as he wears a mask, otherwise, it fades. As the coast was getting clear, Izuku sensed 2 or 3 other presences approaching them from Ino's direction. Izuku! Izuku heard Hamura call out to him, making him turn his head, and then he felt a firm hug. He even listened to a bit of soft sobbing from the fiery red-haired girl. Are you okay? You didn't get hurt, didn't you? She asked, looking over Izuku's face properly. Hamura? The sudden checkup caught Izuku off guard. Why yeah, I'm fine. See, nothing majorly hurt anywhere. Izuku answered, checking his body, and didn't spot any injuries. After hearing such a relieved response, Hamura let out a sigh of relief. Are you out of your DMN mind? You reckless idiot. Just then, Izuku heard Nakaju coming in with a right scream of frustration and worry. Judging by the several heavy stomps on the ground, Izuku could tell it was her sentient quirk companion, Haku. Never mind, of course you're an idiot. She groaned with frustration. It made Izuku laugh weakly, and he couldn't help but agree with Nia. Hamura, on the other hand, pouted and shot Nia a disapproving glare. My lady, this isn't the time to scold Master Midoriya. Haku reprimanded her lady, as his senses still detected danger. At the remark of the massive white-furred tiger, everyone was jolted back to attention, listening intently to the other side, where the villain bots were incinerating the huge severed arm with their lasers. Can you stand? Izuku asked the female applicant whom he had just rescued. As she stood, she hissed in pain. I'm afraid I sprained my ankle when it got stuck in a debris, Jenna answered, earning a hum from Izuku before he thought and turned his head towards Nakaju. Can your friend carry her on his back, Nakaju-san? Izuku asked. Hearing the request, Nakaju couldn't help but let out a soft, yet exasperated sigh. Fine, hero boy, she turned to her tiger companion. Haku. By your will, my lady. Haku nodded as he walked over to Jenna. As he stood beside her, Haku stooped, giving Jenna a leg up. Miss, if you would. He offered his back, letting Jenna slowly climb on top of him with the help of her friend Cole and Hamura. "Thanks," Jenna said, giving Haku a soft pat on the head. After sitting down, Nakaju climbed up in front of Jenna. "Nakaju-san, Kinju-kun has my last feather, right?" he asked, earning a nod from the cat-eared girl. "Yep," she said, nodding and pointing down the street a few blocks. "That blonde is probably hiding out in an alley somewhere," Nakaju said, drawing sweat drops from everyone, including Izuku, who nodded in agreement. "Okay," Izuku spoke, gathering his energy as his entire body radiated a jade aura. As he gathered his energy, Izuku wondered why the ace needed a platoon of villain bots to escort him. Before he could gather enough energy to use his Raven, he spoke, "Everyone, hold on tight." His teammates nodded in agreement, while Jenna and Cole looked confused, but they followed Izuku's instructions anyway. With everyone's hands on Izuku's fluffy hair and shoulders, Izuku nodded as he prepared to use his Raven. As he was about to use it, he realized something important and activated his technique. Raven. As Izuku unleashed his technique, he, along with everyone beside him, vanished, as if consumed by shadows. In their place, a cloud of raven feathers swirled, floating gently to the ground like the echoes of their presence. A few blocks away from the villain A-spot, in a remote alleyway. At an alleyway where he could see the robots from a distance, Kinju leaned against the wall, humming a tune to kill some time. As he waited for his teammates to arrive, he noticed his piece of a raven feather glowing with a jade aura. "Oh, here they come," Kinju says, pulling it out from his chest pocket. He blows on it to send the feather flying away. After flying off into the distance, it circles back and lands softly on the ground. Instead of the feather, it was replaced by Izuku, Hamura, Ino, and Nakaju, along with her sentient Quirk, Haku, and two other applicants, Jenna and Cole. While his teammates saw Jenna and Cole praising his Quirk, Izuku thanked the two. "Thanks again for the save." Cole grinned, giving the team a thumbs up and a nod of appreciation. "Name's Cole O'Brien. It's a real pleasure to meet ya, guys." Cole O'Brien. He's all fired up. With stylish points. Cole is a young man, about average height, and slightly taller than Izuku. He has short, spiky hair that's a mix of orange and brown, and his eyes are a bright gray. On the left side of his eye, he has a small tattoo of a crescent moon with symbols of fire and wind. Wearing a yellow-green tracksuit, he has an athletic build and a slight tan. Meanwhile, Cole's friend dismounted Haku. She winced slightly from the strain on her leg. After taking a moment to catch her breath, she looked over at Izuku and his team and let out a charming smile. "I'd also like to thank everyone for coming to my rescue." As Jenna says, she bows properly, like a dashing prince, her hand landing on her left chest. She elevated her gaze, expressing gratitude to everyone present with a smile. "My name is Jenna Frigianos, and it's a pleasure to make all your acquaintances." Jenna Frigianos. Prince Charming and femme fatale extraordinaire. At a glance, Jenna is an average-height girl, slightly taller than Izuku. She has sharp, reddish-brown eyes and jet-black hair that's slightly messy and on the short side, with a few curly strands left long enough to brush against the collar of her tracksuit. Wearing a black tracksuit with short pants, Jenna has an athletic build with feminine curves. As everyone introduces themselves to Cole and Jenna, Izuku quickly senses the conditions of everyone present. Judging from what he sensed, all of them were exhausted, bruised, and battered after fighting against an army of villain bots. Although they were set to non-lethal, the time and effort required to defeat them took a toll, wearing down their physical and mental strength over time. His lips pressed together, Izuku couldn't help but frown in concern. "Izuku, are you okay? You looked worried." Hamura asked, drawing everyone's attention as Izuku jumped a bit. With the time they had, Izuku had no choice but to share the good and bad news. Well, Izuku hesitated a bit, but he felt a gentle, supportive touch from Hamura, who turned his head and smiled. He nodded his thanks, steeled himself, and continued. "I've got some good news and some bad news about the mastermind's location," he said, drawing a wide-eyed response from everyone. "Well, shoot. What's the good news?" Everyone nodded along when Cole asked, restless to hear the good news. Mustering his courage, Izuku took a deep breath and replied, "I know where the mastermind is." "No way. Really?" Ino exclaimed, and Izuku nodded, his expression unyielding. "Come on, don't keep us in suspense. Spill the beans." Nakaju burst out, while her tiger companion scolded his mistress. As the team waited for a response, Izuku motioned for everyone to follow him. Although they were confused, they did as he asked, walking ahead before leaving the alley. Just as they had before, Izuku pointed out the mastermind's location with his cane. The others were curious, and a sudden feeling of impending regret washed over them. They did as Izuku showed, watching where his cane pointed, and all looked back at him with expressions of betrayal and shock. "You're fucking with us, right?" Cole finally broke the silence, earning a jab from Jenna as he let out a yelp and winced in pain. "No, I'm not," Izuku says, his expression grim yet determined as he grips his cane tightly. "The mastermind is inside the executor villain bot." As Izuku says, some people let out a collective groan of disbelief and frustration. "That's just great," Kinju said, frustrated, as he brushed his lone bang away from his face. "Midoriya, I'm not trying to doubt you, but do you have any evidence to back up your claim?" Jenna asked politely. Izuku nodded and cleared his throat a few times before continuing. As Present Mike mentioned in the orientation for the practical exam, he said the mastermind and the ace are both optional villains. And, the ace is meant to be the mastermind's secret weapon. "Yeah, so?" Cole said, his face a mix of confusion and annoyance, like he was saying, "Thanks, Captain Obvious. For being the mastermind's secret weapon, why does it need all those villain bots protecting it?" Hamura let out a gasp as she understood what Izuku was suggesting. "Unless there was something really important that needed extra security," she said, finishing. Izuku nodded, smiling. "Exactly. All right, hero boy," Nakaju said, crossing her arms as she narrowed her eyes, sensing a headache and some crazy idea heading their way. "And what do you propose for us to do, then?" When Nakaju asked, Izuku responded to everyone with a smile. A smile that showed his fierce determination to ace the exam. "Here's the plan, everyone. The first flight. Last minutes before the finish, in the UA's viewing booth. As Yagi pressed the button, all hell broke loose. Instantly, the screens erupted into chaos as the massive, fourth-typed fake villain, the Executor, appeared at the test sites. It towered over most of the buildings, pushing them aside as it walked through. Below, squadrons of other fake villain bots gathered around to protect the behemoth. Dozens of student prospects suddenly turned tail and ran away as the city crumbled around them, passing by their fallen peers who weren't quite fast enough, barely glancing at them. Chaos erupted as the screens crackled to life, revealing the colossal, fourth-tier fake villain known as the Executor. It loomed over the skyline, effortlessly pushing aside buildings like toys. Below, swarms of smaller fake villain bots clustered around their monstrous leader, creating an aura of menace. In the streets, students' faces drained of color as they turned and fled in terror. They rushed past the fallen their peers who lay helplessly on the ground, too slow to escape the impending doom, their gazes averted as they maneuvered through the collapsing city, saving only themselves. "Ugh, it's really ugly when people show their true colors," the rough, friendly-sounding man said. His expression turned to disgust as he watched several students shove others aside to save themselves. "Even so," Yagi said, and his skeletal face wore a soft grin that slowly spread into a wide one. "When facing such danger before them and nothing to gain, no," as Yagi spoke, his long, lanky finger pointed toward the screen, prompting others to look at it. "Oh, my! What incarnation? Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Hee, well, Kaido-san, I share your sentiments." Several students moved onto the screen, taking the biggest gamble of their lives on this exam. When they have everything to lose, and yet, still rise to the challenge at those times, his soft grin turned into a proud one as he watched over Izuku with his piercing blue eyes. "That is surely the mark of a great hero." Back at Ground Charlie, test site, Area C. Back at Area C, Ichiban and his teammates take cover in one of the building's alleys for a strategic meeting. As they hide, Ichiban and Zhao inform the others that the mastermind is inside the ace villain bot, shocking everyone. Thankfully, Fushiguro points out that they had a good call, noting that the villain bots were acting as bodyguards for the ace villain bot, which was a strange move. Following Fushiguro's explanation, things fall into place for the other team members. After some further explanation, Ichiban comes up with a plan to not only defeat both the mastermind and ace but also ace the practical exam. "Okay, gang, any questions before we start?" says Ichiban, flashing a huge grin on his face as he wrapped up, explaining his plan to his team. In his right hand, he's holding a good old-fashioned metal bat he grabbed from a nearby shopping center, which he needs for his plan to take down the ace. As the team absorbed what Ichiban had just spurted from his afro-headed mind, one raised her hand with a frustrated glare. "Yeah, I have one, Afro," Kojisaki said, furrowing her brow in annoyance. Ichiban pointed his finger towards Kojisaki. "Yeah, Kugi-chan," he responded. Ichiban's mention got under Kojisaki's skin, making her furrow her brow deeper. "First off, call me Chan again, and I'll split your ball apart with my hammer claw, Afro," she yelled, hammer raised, her face contorted into a menacing glare. Ichiban raised his hands and shook them in response, flashing a nervous grin as sweat beaded on his afro-haired head. All right, I'll only call you that if you give me the green light, he answered, drawing an annoyed sigh from the brown-haired girl. Next up, what you suggested is crazy, just so you know, Kujisaki replied, shooting down Ichiban's plan, who shrugged in response. I know, Ichiban replied simply. He then said a determined expression. But as insane as it sounds, it's the best we've got. He finished. It earned a frustrated groan from Kujisaki as she smacked her forehead with her hand. Despite trying to brush it off, Kujisaki realized the Afro's plan had merit and was the best bet for acing the exam. Fine. We'll go with your plan, Kasuga. She flashed a confident grin, showing her trust in Kasuga. Everyone else let out a mix of sighs and amused chuckles as they stood up from their hiding spot in the alley. Despite the plan being crazy, it somehow worked out in the end, and Kasuga's weird but strong charisma convinced them to go along with it. All right? Ichiban said with a determined smile, his right fist crashing into his left palm. Let's go, guys. He roared and started charging towards the executor. Music cue. Yakuza 5 Original Soundtrack Victory Road Start. Right. Ichiban's roar sparked a response from Takuta, Shao, Kujisaki, and Fushiguro, who charged forward to follow his lead. As they charged, each took on the incoming bots in their own style. Zhao's grip tightened around the hilt of his Chinese saber, its blade sparkling under the flickering lights. With each slash, a spray of metal shards erupted, cascading through the air like a dazzling shower. Kujisaki darted in and out, a blur of motion, her body twisted and turned in graceful defiance of the bot's vicious strikes. Her hammer swung with precision. Each impact resonated like thunderclaps against steel, signaling vulnerability wherever it landed. Takuta's eyes burned with intensity as she moved swiftly. Her toned feet unleashed powerful kicks, each landing with a deafening crack. She combined her martial arts skills with the explosive force of her quirk, supporting her with classic boxing. Right by his side, Fushiguro represented unity alongside his twin dog companions. Their synchronized growls complemented his fierce attacks. With Fushiguro's hand-to-hand combat and the dog's claws and fangs, their flawless teamwork took out the metallic enemies together. As the heroes closed in on the mastermind's ace villain, Ichiban knew it was time to execute the plan. As he finished a victory with his fist, he turned toward Zhao. Zhao, you're on. Ichiban exclaimed, earning a thumbs up from the boy with the Chinese saber. I'm on it. Zhao responded, beginning his part of the plan. His grin stretched from ear to ear, and his body thrummed with an electric charge that made the air around him shimmer. As the air cracked, a bright blue pulse of energy surged through him, igniting every nerve and sending a jolt of exhilaration through his veins. He could feel the vibrant hum of the world around him, amplifying his excitement and filling him with an undeniable zest for life. Discharge burst! Zhao exclaimed, and then, in an instant, he vanished. The next thing that happened was a bolt of lightning flashing across the villain bots, passing through each one. As it passed, it left a single line in their metal bodies before splitting them in two. Lightning crackled across the area, circling the executor bot as it tried to grab it with its massive, clawed hands. But the lightning eluded it, vanishing in a burst of sparking mist as it completed its circuit. Thud! As the last piece of the villain bot's body hit the ground with a satisfying thud, Zhao reappeared. He slung his Chinese saber over his right shoulder and adjusted his sunglasses with his left hand. Now then, as Zhao spoke, the tip of his saber began to emit a bright, fiery glow, blending orange, yellow, and red. Time to raise the heat. Zhao skillfully swung his saber overhead, executing a broad, horizontal slash at a group of a dozen villain bots. With the swing of his Chinese saber, he released a wave of blue-violet flames to cut and burn any bots in his path. The essence of the Phoenix Blade. Feeling pleased with the damage his technique had inflicted, Zhao adjusted his glasses with his finger. His smirk showed his excitement. Now that's a well-cooked meal if I say so myself. Tianyu Zhao. Quirk, Burning Discharge. His quirk comprises two parts, passive and active. The passive aspect boosts reflexes, cognitive functions, and visual perception. When activated, Zhao can manipulate both electricity and heat within his body, allowing him to deploy two distinct effects. Using electricity, he increases his speed and strength, delivering powerful electric strikes through punches, kicks, and weapons. With heat, he can warm up any part of his body or weapon, unleashing fiery strikes and melting slashes with his saber. Guess my last attack took more out of me than I expected. By this point, Zhao had exhausted his last bit of strength and could hardly stand after tapping into his quirk. His quirk is helpful in both combat and cooking, but it requires a lot of stamina to activate, so Zhao doesn't use it as often as he might. With a weary sigh, Zhao turned around and flashed a grin. It's all yours, Kujisaki, he said, letting out a final shout with his last breath. As a cue, Kujisaki, nearby, prepared for her attack, gripping her trusty hammer in her right hand. On the ground lay a piece of metal plating from the executor that Zhao had cut off using his quirk. With a confident smirk, Kujisaki tossed a piece of her nail onto the metal plating, and it stuck in place. As the nail settled, a unique form of transparent, misty blue energy appeared, along with Kujisaki's hammer. "You don't have to tell me twice," Kujisaki exclaimed confidently, raising her hammer high before swinging it down at the nail. Ting! She drives the nail home with a satisfying thwack of her hammer, and the energy spreads through the plating. Then, the energy Kujisaki channels materializes around the executor's legs. Resonance. As Kujisaki releases her attack, the blue energy violently distorts around the plating. In response, the air above the executor's massive stomping legs crackles with the same twisted blue energy swirling ominously around. Shing! Shing! Thud! As the blue energy throbbed erratically, twisting and curling through the executor's legs, colossal black spikes erupted as a result. Each jagged tip gleamed like polished obsidian, catching the dim light and cutting through the metal with menacing precision. As the spikes burst forth, the bot lurched, struggling to maintain its stance. Kujisaki gave a victorious smile. "It stings, doesn't it, Tin Head?" Kujisaki Nobara. Quirk, Resonant Spike. By utilizing a unique energy source, Kujisaki established a link between the medium and the target. Once established, she uses her nails to impale the medium, striking down with a hammer to damage the specific body part. After dealing significant damage and crippling the mastermind's ace with her quirk, Kujisaki turned away. She saw Kasuga preparing for his role, with Takuta and Fushiguro helping him. "You're up, men," she exclaimed, pointing her hammer at them, sweat beading on her cheeks, a sign of how exhausted she was from the last attack. "If you screw it up, I'll nail your ball to the wall, got it?" she responded, giving her teammates a cheer, threats. At the back, Takuta raises her two giant arms and assumes a throwing stance, with Kasuga perched on her palm. Fushiguro, meanwhile, kneels on the ground, forming a hand sign typically used in shadow puppetry with a focused expression. Takuta can't help but let out a weak laugh and a matching smile. "That's quite the cheer, isn't it?" she responds, turning to see Kasuga pale, sweat dripping down his face, biting his lips as if he'd just eaten the most sour lemon ever. "Sheet, we better not miss this," Ichiban muttered. "He will, absolutely, do his best to succeed. If not, he won't have a family in his life for good." He turned his back on Fushiguro with a thumbs up and a determined expression. "I'm counting on ya, Fushiguro. If you fail, I won't hesitate to sacrifice you." Fushiguro's face was instantly set in a stern, unmoving expression, showing his unwavering resolve to abandon Kasuga to his fate. "Wadash! Dude!" Ichiban exclaimed, stumbling in surprise and wobbling slightly, but he stayed on his feet with Takuta's support. "What happened to our fire-forged bromance?" he asked, only to receive an annoyed sigh and a matching look from Fushiguro. "Bromance doesn't cover my medical insurance, moron," he argued, giving Ichiban an opening to shoot him through the heart. Cold, man, Ichiban knelt on Takuta's massive arm, slowly swirling his finger over her skin with a gentle touch. Ichiban's face wore a look that drained the life out of him, leaving him with a comical, hollow, and sad expression. "That's just cold." He let out a whimper, and Takuta comforted him by patting him on the back, his expression awkward yet sympathetic. Seeing Kasuga's expression, Fushiguro sighed and coughed a few times to catch his attention, then gave him a serious look. "Just don't screw it up, Kasuga," he said, as he prepared his quirk with his hands. "As long as you do your part, you'll be fine, so make it count," Fushiguro added. Feeling the trust from his stern yet trusting teammate, Ichiban flashed his signature smile and gave him a thumbs up. "Got it, pal," he said. At the cue, Fushiguro takes a deep breath, closing his eyes as he prepares his quirk. His energy surges, and as it does, the shadow beneath him distorts, growing and stretching beyond its normal bounds. As the shadow circles around the executor's body, a dark, swampy liquid forms beneath. "Get ready!" Fushiguro exclaimed to Kasuga and Takuta as he opened his eyes. He forms a shadowgraphic snake hand, and a unique, transparent, misty teal-blue energy appears. "Great Serpent!" As Fushiguro shouted, a dark, swampy shadow erupted and twisted in the air. Suddenly, a colossal white snake emerged, its tan-yellow underbelly glistening as it unfurled. Black markings sprawled across its scales, and a distinct symbol was emblazoned on its forehead, hissing at the executor. The massive white snake coiled around the executor's body, constricting its giant metal frame so it was unable to move freely. "Capture complete," Fushiguro said, finishing his part of the plan. Fushiguro Megumi. Quirk, 10 Shadows. By harnessing shadows as a medium, he can summon and control 10 sentient beings. Using shadowgraphic signs, he chooses which creature to battle with, enhancing his combat versatility. He can also activate or deactivate them at will, provided he has enough stamina. The stronger the creature, the more stamina it requires. It's up to you now, Kasuga. Fushiguro exclaimed, his voice hoarse as he felt his stamina waning from the summoning. Right. Kasuga exclaimed, taking a firm grip on his bat with his right hand. He turned to Takuda with a determined look. It's your turn, Sakchan. I'm counting on ya. Ichiban said. Got it. Takuda replied, smiling with confidence back at Ichiban. Takuda prepared to unleash her quirk, and her two massive, floating arms glowed with a fiery flame spreading across their backs. As the fire grew, it burst out, sending an immense plume of fire into the air. Kasuga-kun, get ready. Takuda shouts as the force of the burst of fire finally breaks free. With a surge of fiery energy, she spun her body like a blazing halo. As she finished her final spin, Takuda pulled her right fist back, muscles in her arm taut and coiled like a tightly wound spring. On her quirk's large palm, Kasuga crouched low, every muscle primed and ready. His piercing gray eyes locked on the executor's head, and he was prepared to send it flying with his trusty bat. Blaze cannon. With a fierce shout, Takuda's intense energy engulfed Kasuga, and she hurled him high into the air towards the executor with the force of her quirk. The force of the throw sent Ichiban soaring through the air, enveloping his entire body in a burst of intense energy that further boosted his speed. While flying, Ichiban reached for the bat's handle, which he held in his right hand, and gripped it tightly with both hands. As Ichiban drew closer, his mouth slowly curled into a fierce, almost manic grin. The grin made his blood pump and reminded him he was alive. It sent a thrilling rush through his entire body, fueled by adrenaline. A sense of power coursed through him as he learned from his mentor. This is it. Ichiban mused. His two hands gripped tightly on the handle of his bat as he thought of a figure from his memories. It felt as if time stood still as Ichiban's mind focused on one thing alone. One thing that mattered most to him. The path that led to his goal, a man's back that Ichiban had respected his entire life and would continue to respect forever. Attaboy, Ichi. You finally performed your Ryu. As Ichiban recalled the man he admired, his piercing gray eyes welled up slightly, knowing the man's fate had been dealt with. But still. This is for you, boss. Ichiban shouted from his heart as he was about to reach the executor's giant head. As Ichiban closed in, he felt a momentary sense that he wasn't alone. It was like the person he respected was standing beside him in spirit, their hand on his shoulder, beaming with pride as Ichiban drew back his bat, ready to launch a home run swing that would send the executor's head flying. Armament, Ichiban whispered, and his face took on an absolute seriousness that could put his life on the line. Hardening. As Ichiban shouted, his trusty old bat changed, its surface glowed with a smooth, black finish. Crimson. As Ichiban readied to swing his bat at the executor's head, a black and red lightning bolt crackled around it, pulsing wildly from within. Huhuamiruin. When Ichiban's bat slammed into the mastermind's ace's head, a massive shockwave rocked the entire city. The essence of Crimson Home Run. Music ended. Everyone in the fake city, including Takuda and her team, along with all the applicants, gaped in shock as the massive, intimidating zero-pointer was taken down with a single swing of the bat. Dust flew everywhere from the impact, but it soon dissipated, revealing Ichiban falling to his doom. Oh, shit! Ichiban screamed in panic. After releasing so much of his haki, it was depleted to the point where he could no longer generate it. Sooner or later, his face will meet the ground, making him into a messy human pancake. New. At that moment, Ichiban felt a hand grasp his shoulder. What? He exclaimed, looking up to see a large owl-like creature. It had orange feathers, a white mask resembling a skull, enormous wings, two sets of talons, and human-like teeth. Ichiban then looked down and noticed Takuda supporting Fushiguro, who was panting heavily while forming the shadowgraphic bird hand. Thanks for the catch. Fushiguro! Ichiban exclaimed, waving his hand in excitement towards Fushiguro, who couldn't help but grin back at him. I must say, Ichiban is really something, isn't he? Fushiguro's mind jogged as he heard Takuda's remark. He noticed the girl, who couldn't help but smile. There's something about him that makes us want to do our best, she said, turning her attention to Fushiguro. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing her comment, Fushiguro also saw her enthusiasm. At first, he thought Kasuga's energetic calls to his team were naive, like an annoying child's big dreams. In truth, Fushiguro doubted Kasuga's abilities initially, even after he openly stated he had no quirk. He understood that quirkless people are often treated unfairly in Japan, but he considered it part of life. Something that can't be controlled in the superpowered society they live in. And yet? Yeah, I guess you're right, Fushiguro nodded slightly, a faint smile lingering on his face. Takuta chuckled softly in agreement and supported Fushiguro as they approached Ichiban, who had landed safely. While Kujisaki bombarded him with questions, Xiao stood by her side, praising Ichiban's work. As Ichiban bursts into a laugh, Fushiguro couldn't help but notice how Ichiban naturally attracts others. I guess there's an idiot like him, Fushiguro thought, yet somehow, he didn't mind. After all, it was refreshing to see someone wear their heart on their sleeve. In fact, Fushiguro was okay with being friends with someone so open-hearted, and something tells him that his life would get a little more interesting. Back at Ground Beta, Test Site, Area B. So, how are we going to handle this? Hikari was the one to ask as they stared down at the approaching monstrosity of a machine. I have an idea. Agito piped up after a moment of thought. We're all ears, Shin replied, trusting his friend completely. The others also turned to listen. That thing is way too large and well-armed for us to take down in a direct assault, not to mention all the other foe villains in the way. So we'll split up the tasks among us. Kaguya, you and Hikari are on crowd control. He pointed out the foe villains surrounding the ace. We need to clear a path to the mastermind, but those robots are in the way. Once you take out as many as you can, we'll move in. Got it, understood. Hikari and Kaguya nodded, their expressions firm. Agito nodded and turned his attention to the next duo. Laura, Shin, you two distract that thing and keep it pinned down. I need a clear shot for this to work. Wait, just you? You sure you know what you're doing? Laura questioned with concern. The fact that he would be alone for his portion was a tad befuddling. Positive, Agito answered resolutely. He then looked at his sword, and a hint of black and red spark flickered a moment. I have just the thing to fulfill our objective. Everyone ready? Agito asked, and everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Great. Let's go now. Agito shouted. Music cue. Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves main theme chain reaction start. The group of 5 split into 3 directions, each focused on its directive. The first team of Kaguya and Hikari dashed toward the army surrounding the ace, the former with her swords drawn, the latter with her sword of light in hand. With twin swords engulfed in flames, the azure-haired girl sliced the foremost foe villain into pieces as if a hot knife through butter. She advanced through the horde, puncturing and cutting through with superheated blades that turned their metal chassis into molten slag. While Kaguya fought amid a blazing inferno, Hikari cut a swath through her own enemies. To accelerate the process and fulfill their objective, the blonde slightly altered the light construct in her hand. She manipulated the edge to rotate several revolutions per second, effectively turning it into a high-frequency blade. With its cutting power drastically boosted, she cleaved through her robot enemies with such ease that it was as if they were just air. But even as both tore through the horde, more enemies would rise to take their place. They fought back against the tide as the ace continued onward. Heat haze. Kaguya spun her swords around her and launched another wave of flames to melt the incoming enemies, clearing a path forward. The intense heat rapidly melted them into molten slag. She unleashed attack after attack, from special moves to fire-infused melee, melting the opposition. Switching between sword form and whip form, her weapons kept cutting through the enemy line. Hikari advanced as well, using her enhanced sword to cut down her enemies. But because the numbers weren't dropping fast enough, she changed tactics. She extended her sword of light. At the tip of her weapon, a ball of light grew and intensified. Star shower. She moved her sword forward, and from the sphere fired multiple beams of light that rained down on the rest of the robots. The luminous rain penetrated their metal plating, destroying many of them. Soon enough, the majority of robot villains had been eliminated, leaving the ace alone. Once their task was complete, both girls staggered to their feet. Perspiration gathered at their brows as they panted for air. Finally, we're done, Hikari sighed with relief. Indeed. Kaguya turned toward the sound of 2 sets of rapid footsteps. It is your turn now. We won't let you down. Laura replied as she and Shin dashed past them. Once Laura and Shin intervened, they chased after the ace. However, some stragglers among the robot villains remained. I got these guys, the brunette yelled, shooting her hand out. From her hand, a translucent energy shield manifested. It was then flung at the foe villain at great speed, cutting into its body like a blade. At Laura's command, the barrier fragment pried itself out of the robot before cutting into another. Just as another robot appeared, Laura created another shield and launched it as well. While she attacked her foes, Shin kept pace and had already dispatched a number of remaining foe villains with his sword. I think that's the last of them, Laura told her partner as the remains of the final robots collapsed. Now all we have to do is stop that thing. She glanced up at the towering metal monstrosity. Just how will we do that? Our objective is to contain it and keep it in place, Shin reminded her. But how? While I can make these shields, I can only make them so big, and I can't use too many at once, Laura replied. Can you make enough to make a set of stairs? Shin suggested. Stairs? What are you? Laura trailed off as she looked up and realized what he was referring to. I think so. But will you be able to handle the rest on your own? Shin nodded, gripping the sword handle. I can. If you can get me up, just leave the rest to me. All right. She outstretched her hands, and more shields manifested. She arranged them to form a flight of stairs leading up to the ace's body. You're good to go, Laura exclaimed. My thanks. Shin started scaling the newly built platforms along the ace's body. Whenever he passed by its joints, he used his quirk to freeze them. Once the ice crept up and immobilized them, he moved on. As he went up, he also sliced through vital components, including exposed hydraulics and smaller joints. Additionally, whenever he opened a gash, he manifested his ice within the gap, freeing the monstrosity internally. The process continued as he climbed higher and higher, cutting and freezing components of not only the ace's legs, but even its arms as well. Once he fell into an optimal position, Shin fell into a proper sword stance and imbued frigid power along the blade. Heavenly Wolf style, 4th form, Meteor Blizzard. With his quirk and skill, multiple ice swords manifested around him, poised toward their target. With a swift charge and a series of swings, the ice sword soared and stabbed into the behemoth of a robot, followed by Shin slicing through and freezing even more of its chassis. Frost quickly covered the robot, as if it were caught in a literal blizzard. Agito! Now! Shin called out to their team leader once his task was successfully completed. He quickly scaled back down to the ground, avoiding what would happen next. Thank you, guys. I'll take it from here, Agito answered, standing a distance away from the ace on the ground. Agito spread his feet, left in front of the right, his sword reared back with the blade next to his face, his right hand on the hilt, while his left hand stretched in front. He took a deep breath and felt energy surge through his body. Black God One blade style, as it circulated, the blade of his katana turned pitch black. Zeroth form, ominous crackles of red and black lightning surged along its length. Divine Inception. Agito drove his katana forward. Immediately after his swift move, a black flash appeared where the blade had been. The immobilized metal monstrosity groaned and creaked in place. Its large frame featured a clean, gaping hole in the chassis, as if that part of its body had suddenly vanished. Music end. The gargantuan foe containing the mastermind groaned before it could no longer support itself. Its body began to crumple inward before tumbling over backwards. Thud. Everyone stared in awe and fear at what had just happened. The massive ace had fallen right in front of them, causing some to pinch their cheeks to check if it was real or just a dream. Gradually, their attention shifted to Agito, who stood with his arm and sword extended. Crack! Crack! However, as Agito pulled his arm back, he noticed the sword had shattered in his grip. The blade crumbled into dull shards. The raven-haired teen looked silently at the damage, then sighed. Damn it, he muttered, brushing his hair back in frustration. Not another one. And this one was better than the last. Meanwhile, the rest of his team hurried over to him. Agito, what was that? Hikari exclaimed, still stunned by what he had just done to the ace. You were incredible. With just one sword move, you took down the mastermind. Laura gushed with excitement and awe. It was very impressive, Agito, Shin nodded. Your skill with armament has significantly improved since I last saw you. Sadly, it wasn't enough to save your sword in the end. He looked at the broken handle and shards below. The power you used was too much for it to endure. Are you certain you're quirkless? Kaguya had to ask, unable to comprehend how the raven-haired teen could destroy such a massive robot with a single sword move on his own, even with his skills and sword techniques. I am, Agito answered Kaguya. He then turned to Shin with a regretful smile. Sadly, this sword was one of the better ones. My swordmaster made it personally, he commented, letting out a sigh. Shin hummed. While master's work in the forge is impressive, I recommend finding a master blacksmith to create a worthier blade, Shin advised. Otherwise, you will continue to suffer weapons crumbling in your hands whenever you let loose like that again. Agito snorted. Unfortunately, locating a skilled blacksmith in this era is as rare as finding a needle in a haystack the size of Mt. Fuji. Swordsmiths are no longer common, and most equipment manufacturers concentrate on quirk support gear rather than genuine weapons like katanas. Well, perhaps my family might be able to find a swordsmith for you, Kaguya suggested. Agito smiled in appreciation of Kaguya. I appreciate the offer. But, I'll think about it for now. While Agito's team members complimented each other despite their exhaustion, Agito focused on the direction at the other test site. Given his keen senses and prowess in observation, He sensed a mix of concern and worry. Figuring out the source, Agito couldn't help but let out a tired and yet frustrated sigh, something that others caught on to. "Hey, is something wrong?" Hikari asked with a raised brow. Agito exhaled slowly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "No. It's just that someone I know took a risky move. A stupid one at that, too," he muttered, earning confused brows from his team. "I suppose a lecture is in order afterward," Agito thought, realizing he wouldn't be the only one to deliver a stern talk. In fact, Agito is praying to the gods that his mom wouldn't bring out her sticks to punish his brother in all but blood. RIP. Back at Ground Alpha, Test Site, Area A. "Alright, Midoriya. What's the plan?" Sadahiko questioned him. Izuku paused to analyze the situation. Based on his hearing and the shift in air currents around him, as well as his feathers, he was able to draw out an accurate layout of their surroundings. From there, his mind went into overdrive to calculate a plan. "Alright, this plan should work." A few seconds later, after forming a plan in his head, Izuku spoke. "Our target is the ace and the mastermind, but that doesn't mean we just ignore the other examinees. Even though this is just an exam, the danger is still quite real. We will split into 3 groups." Izuku turned to Nia and Jenna. "Nia, you and Jenna evacuate the other examinees. It's utter chaos out there, and the examinees are at risk. We need to make sure they're safe first and foremost. Once you're done, subdue the smaller bots near the ace with hit-and-run guerrilla tactics. Think you can do that?" "Of course, Haku and I can get around quickly." Nia grinned, and Haku nodded, growling in agreement. "And I will back her up," Jenna added. Then he addressed the other 3 males in the group. "Cole, Ino, and Sadahiko. The 3 of you will immobilize the ace. Sadahiko can use his quirk to immobilize it. While it's stopped, go for the wheels and take them out." Sadahiko hummed in response. "I never used it on anything that large and heavy before, though," the blonde admitted. "But do you think you can handle it?" Izuku asked. Sadahiko shrugged his shoulder. "Possibly, but it's risky. Overusing my quirk causes headaches and migraines. The more I use it, the worse it becomes. If it's a matter of pain, then I'll give you a boost with Kirin," Ino added. "Kirin?" Sadahiko asked. The others followed with their expressions. Ino nodded. "One of my beast summons. He works as a pain nullifier. That way, you can use your magnetism without worrying about the pain," he suggested, earning a smile of approval from the blonde. "While you guys do that, I'll take care of the wheels," Cole said. His confident grin and aura reassured Izuku. "Hamura, you're with me," Izuku spoke to Hamura, who nodded in response. "After they pin down the ace, I need you to cover me so I can end this." "What are you planning to do?" Hamura asked, feeling that Izuku's upcoming actions deeply worried her. "Something I've been working on for some time," he answered cryptically. Music cue. Blood Blockade Battlefront original soundtrack Teisei Iwasaki, Sidewinder start. The group of 8 splits into 3 directions, each focused on its own directive. "Come on! Stop standing around gawking and get out of here!" Nia yelled at the dumbstruck examinees as she, Jenna, and Haku evacuated additional stragglers. At first, the examinees scrambled in confusion and terror until Nia and her companions jumped in and instructed them to evacuate. Some remained confused, others were indignant at being told to listen to them. It took them just a few moves to fully convince them, utterly decimating the foe villains who tried to ambush them. And the gradually approaching sounds of combat and destruction further compelled them to leave, lest they be caught up in it. "This way!" Jenna called as the 3 of them led the others down an empty path, free of obstacles and enemies. Haku led the pack, with Nia and Jenna riding atop him. The group of aspiring heroes fled down the path as more foe villains converged on them. Once all the civilians had left, the 3 turned their attention to the gathering enemy forces. "Alright, now that everyone else is gone, it's time for cleanup duty," Nia declared as Jenna hopped off Haku. "Right, Haku?" "Indeed, milady." Haku rumbled in agreement. "Then let's go." In a burst of speed, Haku charged forth towards the lead tyrant. Before it could raise its gun arm to shoot them, the tiger had already sheared it off with his claws, now elongated with pressurized streams of water surrounding them. The tyrant turned its head and tried to raise its other arm, but a thin blade of water sliced through its optics, blinding it, courtesy of Nia. She then changed the blade of water into a stream that splashed over all of the foe villains it led. While the tyrant was blinded, Haku unleashed a devastating roar that affected not only the damaged foe before them, but every single one around it. The sound waves traveled not only through the air, but also through the water that soaked the robots. Water carried sound faster than air, acting as a conduit that amplified Haku's attack even further. The intense vibrations it caused disrupted their inner mechanisms, altering their movements and thought patterns, and triggering explosions that destroyed vital components. While they were immobilized, Nia and Haku pressed their attack, striking each one swiftly before retreating and moving on to the next foe, never stopping for a moment as they whittled away at the enemy forces. As the others tried to collect themselves and continued to retreat, more foe villains converged on their location. "Surrender, fleshbags," one of them announced as they prepared to attack. "You will not stop us." In response, while Nia and Haku handled their own share of targets, Jenna stretched out her hand. Before their optics, the concrete and debris around them unraveled into black particles, which fused and elongated into a sharp trident in her grip. Before they could voice any inquiry, the closest robot to her was swiftly cut down by the black trident, its upper half sliding off cleanly. Jenna Frigianos. Quirk, carbon manipulation. Jenna can telekinetically manipulate carbon to craft bladed weapons, such as her tri-pronged spear or trident. Thanks to the abundance of carbon in the earth, she easily finds enough material to work with. The next one then had their optics stabbed out by a tri-pronged spear before being ripped out in a vicious swipe. Jenna continued her charge through the horde, cutting and stabbing through her foes with a mix of speed, grace, and precision. She fluidly weaved and stepped around the foe villains with such refined elegance that it was as if she were dancing, as she cut through their limbs and pierced through their heads and torsos. As more enemies gathered due to their brethren falling to them, she chose to kick things up a notch. 8 leaves 1 blade style. Jenna stopped and dropped into a stance, her legs crouched down as she reared her weapon back. Second form, Gale. Heavenly winged bellow. A move and twirl of Jenna's weapon turned from a simple stab into a gale of destruction. What seemed to be a flurry of sharp winds had cut through a wide swath of enemies, leaving them in pieces. Her footwork also changed, allowing her to charge at blinding speed. The enemies failed to keep up. Each passing moment, she had already reached and struck down another foe, a lethal, tempestuous gale billowing in her wake. Each charge was like a spiraling drill of wind. Each swing was a sharpened barrage of blades of air. Despite wielding carbon, Jenna has become a tempest herself. Haku pounced on another foe and crushed it beneath the weight of his form before ripping its head off with his fangs for good measure. Atop his back, Nia formed a swirling chakram of water before throwing it and slicing through the head of another robot. The 3 of them continued to clear out the enemy mobs. Soon enough, the number of foe villains had dwindled and died down, leaving the 3 struggling to catch their breath. Music end. "Man, that was intense," Jenna panted, supporting herself with her trident. "All of that and there are still too many of these things," Nia lamented, albeit muffled as she was face down on Haku's back. "I just hope we did enough for the others," Haku spoke. Music cue. Blood Blockade Battlefront original soundtrack bump of chicken, hello, world. Start. Thanks to Nia, Haku, and Jenna, the numbers were significantly reduced from before. But there were still a few things the boys needed to take care of before they could move on with their own task. Auspicious Beast Summon Number 2, Reiki. Takuma called out as a new mask was donned over his face. With Reiki equipped, his body felt much lighter than before. He shot forward in a burst of newfound speed. He slid underneath one of the robots before rolling and kicking off the ground to jump on its back. He outstretched his hand towards a nearby hydrant. With a swift tug, the water came free and ripped the hydrant from the ground, the liquid now malleable to his will. However, compared to Nia and Haku, his control over water with Reiki was not as strong or precise, but for what he had in mind, it was more than enough. With a flick of his wrist, a tidal wave of water crashed into the horde of foe villains, even the one he was on before he jumped off of it. "Now, Kinju!" Takuma called out. "Thanks for the assist." The suave blonde grinned as he allowed Magnet Punk to work its magic. He targeted some of the smaller, soaked foe villains. And with the power of magnetism and control, he crumpled them up together into compressed ball of scrap metal, which he then used to hurl at the larger robots. The resulting impacts caved in the chassis of his targets, rendering them neutralized for the time being. "I think that's the last of them," Cole called out. "All that's left is the ace, so let's do this," Ino declared as he changed his mask. Auspicious Beast Summon 3, Kirin. A golden glow appeared around him and Sadahiko. "With Kirin, I can nullify pain for both of us, but it drains my stamina. And once it's dispelled, neither of us can even move for a while. Kinju, you're up." "No problem. With the headaches gone," the other blonde said as he skidded to a stop and raised his hands. "I never manipulated this much metal, or something this big without suffering a migraine so bad like my head was splitting open. But with the headaches gone, here goes nothing." Sadahiko screamed as he pushed his quirk to the limit. A pulse erupted from his body and spread out over the gargantuan machine. As it did, however, veins bulged across the blonde's face as drops of sweat began to form. As much as he strained himself, he could not feel any agony hitting him as it should. Thus, he was able to push through his limits bit by bit, even when drops of blood trickled down from his nose. The metallic behemoth ceased its struggles as its entire body froze. The glowing outline of its form stood steady before it started to fluctuate. "That's all I got," Sadahiko exclaimed, trying to regain control. "Cole, it's your turn now." "I'm on it," the brunette replied as he dashed in. He pulled out a small device he stored in his pocket, a lighter. The device seemed larger than a normal one, approximately the size of a katana handle. He thumbed the switch and pulled it down. A needle popped out and pricked his thumb, digging into the digit and drawing blood. The blood was then fed through the needle and into the lighter. The tool's top surface split down the middle, manifesting a single-edged katana blade that was bright crimson, made from his very blood. Cole O'Brien. Quirk, Burning Blood. It allows Cole to control his blood, shaping it into blades and bursts. His lighter support item helps him refine this control, allowing him to ignite blades or threads to set enemies on fire. He stopped before his target, the ace's treads and legs. He took a deep breath, which awakened his senses, and dropped into a sword stance, both hands on the tsuka. 8 leaves 1 blade style. Cole kicked off the ground and charged at the ace's road wheels at immense speeds, falling into a blur. The blade of his sword burned crimson, literally as it now ignited with flames. His energy dipped as the red sword of blood crackled with fire. Third form, Karmic Flame. He pulled his sword across his body as he neared, and when he reached his target, he swung. Serpent Slayer. A blazing arc burned the air as the sword cut through the robot's treads like a hot knife through butter. The metallic behemoth buckled as it lost its road wheels, crippling its mobility. Once the deed was done, Sadahiko released his hold on the robot, immediately falling flat on his face, like Takuma had, completely drained of energy and feeling like lead. Cole quickly moved to retrieve their bodies and leapt away. That technique had drained more of his energy than he expected, preventing him from helping any further, but at least they managed to complete their duty. Once they were far enough away, Cole collapsed and brought the other 2 down with him. Even with heavy bodies, they could still feel pain. So the 3 of them just lay there, unmoving. "Ow, it's up to you 2 now." The 2 remaining members of the team approached the crippled ace. Its wheels were destroyed, leaving it stationary. Yet it refused to admit defeat. It roared a horrendous, chilling screech. Summoned by their leader, all the remaining robots gathered around, while, a far cry from the initial numbers, they still outnumbered the duo. But they all came this far and will not back down now. The red-haired girl stepped out first, shooting streams of concentrated fire that melted the treads on the smaller drones, crippling their mobility and keeping them in place. Hamura then gathered a large mass of flames in her hands, the fiery orb compressing and growing as the brightness intensified. The air around her became scorching as the ball of fire reached its critical point, becoming as blinding as a star. With a determined yell, she blasted it at the ace. The immense heat it radiated was enough to distract the metal monstrosity and melt the smaller robots nearby. The ace tried to counter with its own weapons, but it was too late. The miniature sun struck, completely melting the robot's outstretched arms, as well as its armaments attached to them. Its armor plating had melted slightly, and it was red-hot, steam and smoke wafting from its gargantuan form. Yet it still wasn't enough to entirely destroy the ace. Of course, both of them had expected that to be the case. As Hamura staggered from overusing her technique, Izuku helped steady her before he marched onward. He and the others would persevere, as victory was on the horizon. Izuku took a deep breath, air filled his lungs as his blood surged through his body. Now that the ace was stopped, it was time. Raven, flock. From Izuku's back, a storm of green feathers billowed out, in greater quantities and speed than before. They scattered far and wide across the test site, as if they were falling sakura petals. Many of them fluttered around the immobilized ace. At the exact moment, Izuku swapped positions with one of the feathers above the gargantuan machine's head. He stood in the air, carried by his own wings. Sweat dripped down his brow as veins across his temple throbbed, his breathing grew heavier. A trickle of blood leaked from his nose. He still had yet to master this technique, but it was the best idea he could come up with to finish this monstrosity. He raised his arm, his cane sword gripped tightly, ready to be drawn. White Purity style, first form, flicker. If they had blinked, they would have missed it. What was once the ace was now countless pieces of cleanly cut debris and metal. The moment Izuku drew his sword, he instantaneously swapped positions with all of his feathers surrounding the ace. He moved so rapidly it was as if he was everywhere at once. Each one of his afterimages carved through the metallic behemoth like a hot knife through butter, with vacuum waves generated by his quick draw strikes. Music end. In the next moment, Izuku reappeared on the ground. He soon collapsed onto his knees, using his cane sword to support himself. He panted heavily and then carefully wiped away the growing flow of blood from his nose. Izuku, are you okay? His teammates quickly gathered by his side, alarmed by his display and bleeding. I am fine, he said as he tried to wipe away the continuous bleeding and stem it. Hamura took out a handkerchief and tried to help him clean up. Pretty sure nosebleeds like that mean the opposite, Nia countered. Izuku weakly laughed at the remark, scratching his cheek. Well, I still haven't gotten that technique down yet, he answered, surprising them, their eyes widening. Wait, Ino piped up. You mean that move you used with Raven, that wasn't a complete move? He exclaimed. The others shared Ino's sentiments. Izuku shook his head. No, still a work in progress. After I unlocked my quirk and learned to use Raven, I wanted to see how much I can do with it. It led to Raven, Flock, but making so many feathers so quickly causes a strain, even more for simultaneous teleports like that. Once he explained that the finishing move he did hadn't even been perfected yet, it was mind-boggling. Midoriya? I'll say this as plainly as possible, you are utterly terrifying in the sense that is badass and awesome. Sadahiko praised, albeit nasally, as he tried to stop his own nosebleed. Ah, thank you. Izuku accepted the compliment as Hamura continued to help stem the bleeding. We should probably have you checked out at the infirmary, Izuku, Hamura said worriedly. The bleeding was still going, which earned more concerned looks from the others. Oh, it's okay. Izuku frantically shook his hands and head, assuring everyone. I'm definitely, fine. Thud. But his intentions backfired badly, as Izuku's consciousness gradually faded, and his entire body collapsed onto the hard concrete floor below. Hamura yelled in panic. Izuku! Stay with us! She rushed to Izuku's side and found him completely unconscious. Izuku's not responding. In response to Hamura, everyone moved to assess Izuku's condition. They all ignored the speakers blaring around the fake city, signaling the end of the exams. Midoriya has a pulse. Jenna checked Izuku's pulse manually. Sadahiko, who recovered some of his strength, made a simple but effective small heart monitor from robot scraps. She's right, Midoriya's heart is beating, but it's weak. As others worried about Izuku, Nia quickly gained their attention with a sharp whistle. All right, people. Listen to me. I need your help to move him to the infirmary, so help me move him onto Haku's back. Following Nia's precise instructions, they all carefully lifted Izuku onto Haku's back without rushing. As they positioned Izuku, Nia climbed onto the board, and Hamura swiftly followed. When Nia tried to protest, Hamura's resolute glare silenced her. Frustrated, she let out a sigh, arguing that it was pointless. Let's go, Haku! Nia exclaimed. By your will, my lady! With a roar, Haku rides off to the infirmary. The others followed, albeit more slowly, rushing towards the infirmary to check on Izuku's condition. Though they had known each other only briefly, their bond was strong, and they trusted one another to support each other through the exam. Meanwhile, those who stayed at the exam ground to catch their breath kept talking and commenting. He jumped right at that thing. What an idiot. One examiner said happily, knowing that eliminating any rivals was a bonus to enter the hero course. Yeah, he lost all his points, too. The teammate beside the examiner expressed the same sentiment. The remarks drew disapproving glances from nearby students. I can't believe someone like him took the exam. What kind of crazy quirk does he have to pull that off? One examiner examined the remains of the A-spot. Others shared the feeling, both in awe and fear. Meanwhile, a tall, muscular boy with short dark blue hair, a shaved patch, and blue square eyes stands apart from the others. Confusion, shock, and disbelief shadowed his face. He shakily adjusts his glasses, trying to comprehend the situation around him. This isn't how the exam was supposed to go. And, that quirk, the boy's thoughts were occupied as he glanced at the aftermath and was still struggling to believe what he was seeing. I remember the ace was smashed, not cut down to pieces. Despite the 6 exhausted silver pipes on his calves, he activates his quirk and hurriedly makes his way back to the changing room to reunite with the others. Something was undeniably wrong, and they all needed to be prepared for what was to come. As the boy ran, his mind flashed with memory something familiar, yet also shameful and bitter, and a lingering guilt that carried with him. Despite the difference, you still chose the same path, Izuku. With renewed determination, he accelerates toward the changing room, his focused gaze shining with a flicker of hope and a warning of what's to come. Yes, despite the change, he believed that it would go well this time. And he and his companions would succeed, or face the consequences of failure, and maybe encounter something even more sinister waiting ahead. The first flight. Yagami House, living room. A few days after finishing the UA entrance exams and Izuku's recovery in the infirmary from his daring but successful stunt, both he and Agito were back home. Both felt pretty confident about their written exam, though the practical was up for debate, given the instructions for the ace robot and the mastermind. Several fellow examinees were confident in their chances, given less competition, believing their actions against the executor would result in the loss of all their points. But they were not worried. They did not regret their actions in the slightest, although Izuku was scolded by their mother for his recklessness. So they focused on their priority task, school courses. More specifically, online school courses. Neither of the teenage boys attended a traditional middle school, not since the disaster known as the Aldra scandal, one of the worst events in Japan's history. Since enrolling in online homeschooling classes, they have performed remarkably well. Although they wore school uniforms for the entrance exams, it was mainly for formality. Izuku, in particular, thrived even more thanks to the new environment and support network, gradually rebuilding his confidence. Having finished their coursework for the day, they decided to watch the news for any updates. Sitting on the couch, Izuku and Agito reflected on what had happened since taking the entrance exams. The blind Greenette was utterly stunned. Ever since he regained consciousness, he was fretted over by Hamura, Nia, Jenna, Sadahiko, Ino, and Cole. They were greatly concerned for him, especially after he passed out, and they rushed him to the infirmary. Izuku found it astonishing that so many people his age except Agito showed concern for him. It felt so unfamiliar, yet he didn't dislike it. He wondered if this was all a dream, as the experience seemed so surreal. But most of all, "I can't believe I have so many girls' phone numbers," Izuku mentally exclaimed. Izuku kept wondering how this happened as he tinkered with his customized phone. This smartphone was designed for the blind, featuring special capabilities that let users identify their screen, apps, and messages through hard-light braille. When opened, the screen showed not only the apps and keyboard functions but also displayed braille text that users could feel and interpret with hard-light constructs. It also had an extremely accurate speech-to-text and text-to-speech function for rapid messaging. Izuku had never before connected with so many peers his age, especially not with those who seemed sincerely friendly and eager to get to know him, like potential friends. It made him feel warm and happy inside, particularly because many of these contacts were girls. Girls who actually paid attention to him and were friendly, and he could tell it was sincere. Nakajunia is slightly tough and assertive, but also very friendly. She led the others to carry him to the infirmary after he fainted, which he appreciated. Haku is also wonderful. Although it is Nia's quirk, he is fully sentient and independent, a rare sentient-type quirk. He even grants Nia hydrokinesis when he's active. Overall, very cool. Jenna Frigianos was a sudden addition to their team after Nia rescued her and Cole during the exam, when the two had been separated from their team members. Based on what Izuku observed, Jenna was very polite and formal, exuding the charisma of a Prince Charming, and was probably popular with female students. And she was skilled in combat, if the razor-sharp wind currents she generated from her weapon were of any indication. Her help was greatly appreciated as they worked to pass the exam. Then there is Shiranui Kagaya, daughter and heiress to the Shiranui family, one of the 6 great families of modern Japan. The Shiranui are renowned for pioneering fire-based energy technology and for their inventions, research, and patents in support items for heroic industries. She sounded very polite and regal. She also felt very warm, literally, but that's probably due to the heat from her quirk, Soulfire. Seihei Hamura and Seihei Hikari, the 2 girls who helped him when he first tripped, never shied away from him despite seeing his scars. Instead, they showed genuine interest and didn't mind his muttering, which he appreciated. They even apologized, something he had never experienced before. Their sincerity touched him deeply. The sisters had beautiful voices that pleased his ears, and only later did he realize they were daughters of the Seihei family, one of the 6 great families of modern Japan. This family, akin to the modern-day Da Vinci, includes leading scientists, artists, musicians, and humanitarians, and is well known for its roots in the Zemuria Federation. Guess the girls really left a strong impression on you, Izuku. Agito's voice interjected his thoughts, mumbling. I did it again, didn't I?" the Greenette lamented, thumbing his phone. "You did. But no worries." The raven-haired young man shook his head. "Honestly, it's a good thing that you're thinking about the others. They seem to be good and sincere people." He smiled at Izuku. Izuku nodded with a smile. Yeah, they are." Then Agito's grin became mischievous. "Of course, you seem to be thinking of a few of them in particular. Especially a certain pair of twins." Agito," Izuku stammered as he smacked his best friend on the arm. Agito laughed in amusement. "Haha, I kid. He held his hands up to appease Izuku. But in all seriousness, I'm glad they are genuinely kind and sincere, Izuku. Yeah, I am too. Izuku agreed. And speaking of our new friends, what do you think of Ichiban? The Ravenet questioned. Ichiban? I think he's pretty cool. Izuku answered wholeheartedly. He is really nice and understanding. He seems like a good person. I know, right? Agito added in, earning a nod from his best friend. While the new friends they met were all great in their own ways, Izuku and Agito couldn't help but feel a stronger sense of camaraderie and bond with Ichiban Kasuga. The afro-haired teen's enthusiasm was infectious, his kindness even more so. He was just the type of person who was inspiring and made others want to do their best, to be better, and to become the best version of themselves. What's more is that Ichiban was quirkless, just like Agito, just like how Izuku used to be. It was another point they shared in common. In a world like theirs, the societal expectation was, more or less, for them to succumb and be forgotten. However, both had denied those expectations and climbed up the steep mountain to persevere and soar. Their performance greatly surpassed that of others who have quirks, demonstrating where they stood. Ting! Ting! Their mutual musings were cut off as a message pinged on Agito's and Izuku's phones, prompting the teens to look. Shortly after the exam and Izuku's recovery, Agito, Izuku, and the Seihai sisters gathered outside the UA gates. Their team members, along with Ichiban and his team, joined them, followed by Jenna and Cole upon seeing Izuku and the others, creating a group of 17. As they greeted and exchanged pleasantries, Ichiban proposed that everyone share contact numbers for future communication. Afterwards, they celebrated the exam's success at a nearby boba milk tea shop before heading home. Upon unlocking their phones, they were greeted with the group chat made by the afro-haired teen, labeled Heroes of Tomorrow, where each one of them had their unique handles already added. Heroes of Tomorrow. Ichiban, Dehiro. Agito, Supreme King. Izuku, Feathermite. Hamura, Blaze Chef. Hikari, Blinding Bright. Nia, Sokati. Sadahiko, Magnet Punk. Takuma, Cheery Mask. Cole, Bloodburn. Jenna, De Prince. Kagaya, Blue Flare. Shin, McFrosty. Laura, Fear to Shield. Nobara, Nailwa Man. Siko, Demabs. Megumi, In the Shadows. Xiao, Low Main Man. Dehiro, Hey, everyone. How are you all doing? Supreme King, Hi Ichiban. Feathermite, Hello, Ichiban. Demabs, What's up, Kasuga-kun? McFrosty, Greetings. Blue Flare, I was just on a break from my lessons. Sokati, I was napping. Blaze Chef, Hello. Blinding Bright, Man. Really wish I could change some of these ID handles. Nailwa Man, Same here, girl. Apparently, mine is some sort of murder mystery game reference. Fear to Shield, should we really be messaging like this? Most of us might still be in class. Cheery Mask, Nah, I'm good. On lunch right now. Magnet Punk, Same here. I can chat. Low Main Man, Good to go. What's up? Bloodburn, I'm all ears. De Prince, why is this my ID handle of all things? Bloodburn, Jenna, you know why. Dehiro, since we're all done with the exam, why don't we all hang out somewhere? Dehiro, while we wait for our results to come out. In the Shadows, and why would we do that? Nailwa Man, yeah. What's the point? Dehiro, well, I thought it would be fun. Besides, when we get into UA, our schedules and workload will probably get packed. So, might as well take this opportunity while we have the time we can. Supreme King, you know, he makes a good point. When school picks up, we will likely be busy. In the Shadows, but aren't we waiting for our UA letters? In the Shadows, it's not like anything is guaranteed yet. We still have a couple of days left before our results get mailed. Cheery Mask, so? Just because it's still up in the air doesn't mean we should be pessimistic about it. Cheery Mask, plus, hanging out does sound like fun. I could use it to unwind some stress, too. Magnet Punk, I'm all for it with Ino. After that intense exam we had, could really use something to unwind. Blaze Chef, especially after what Izuku did. He needs to take it easy. Feathermite, I am fine, Hamura. I was given the green light to leave. Sokati, yeah, after they had to heal you and fix the damage from your internal bleeding, you fool. Supreme King, alright, everyone. I think we're getting off track. Besides, Mom really tore Izuku a new one for his recklessness, there's no need to rub salt in that wound. Feathermite, Agito. Supreme King, well, the floor's all yours, Ichiban. Dehiro, thanks, man. Dehiro, now, as I was saying, why don't we take this free time to hang out? Dehiro, there's a new arcade center just opened at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall over in Tokyo. I heard great things about it. Great games, great food, great prizes. So, anyone interested hitting it up this afternoon? Supreme King, arcade? Say no more. Izuku and I are there. Featherhead, yeah. Demabs, I'm in. Blaze Chef, sounds like fun. Blinding Bright, games? I am so there. McFrosty, I believe I can join. So Catty, now you've got me curious. Okay, I'll be there. Cheery Mask, you had me at arcade. Magnet Punk, sounds interesting. I'm up for it. Bloodburn, great prizes? Let's see what they got. De Prince, and I'll be there to rein this fool in. Blue Flare, I do have some free time available. Very well, I shall attend. Lo Mein Man, great food? Well, I'll be the judge of that. Nailwa Man, not usually interested in arcades. But the Kiyoshi Mall? Okay, I'll at least check it out. Heard some pretty good things from my classmates, too. In the shadows, so, I guess we're doing this then. Dehiro, yep. Then it is unanimous. Dehiro, Heroes of Tomorrow. Roll out. Well, looks like we've got plans this afternoon. Agito smiled, and shortly thereafter, Ichiban sent a link to the mall's address in the chat. Izuku nodded back. Yeah. We should start getting ready. Sure. Let me message the folks real quick. Agito shot a quick text to their foster parents. Agito, hey. Izuku and I will be out for the afternoon. We'll be hanging out with the kids we met at the entrance exams. We'll be at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall in Tokyo at the new arcade center. I think we should be back around dinner. I'll let you know if plans change. About a minute after sending the text, Agito got a reply. Dad, sure thing. Stay safe out there. Mom, you kids have fun. And be careful. We'll be home later with your sisters and the boys. Agito replied with a thumbs up emoji in return before getting ready. Shall we head out, Izuku? He asked, grabbing his shades. Izuku nodded in response. Once they were dressed, they locked the door and headed over to the Kiyoshi Ward Mall. Tokyo, Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall. After the two exited the train and reached Kiyoshi Ward, they were surprised to see that Hamura and Hikari had arrived first. Both stood near the mall entrance, dressed in their school uniforms. Both girls were on their phones, but Hamura was the first to look up and notice their arrival. Oh, Izuku. Agito. Hamura waved them over with a beaming smile on her face. It prompted her sister's notice. Oh, hey, you two, Hikari greeted the two boys with a waved hand and a smile. Hello, Hamura, Hikari, Izuku greeted back. He was glad to hear the twins' beautiful voices once more. You two got here already? Agito asked, adjusting his shade. Yep, Hikari replied. Thankfully, our school was pretty close by. So we just got here not too long ago. She explained, earning a nod from Agito. It's good to see you again, Izuku. I hope you have been taking it easy. Hamura advised. You gave us quite a scare a few days ago at UA. Yeah, honestly, it was kinda scary to hear you pass out like that, Hikari added to her sister's worry. Izuku flinched, feeling guilty for causing the twins to worry as he rubbed his neck. Sorry to worry you too, but don't worry, I'm okay, he reassured them. The twins sighed in relief, smiling at the blind greenette. As the three conversed, Agito watched over them with a smile on his face. He felt relieved, knowing that Izuku was slowly coming out of his shell. After a short while, the four saw that Shin and Laura had arrived. Apparently, they had run into each other during one of the train transfers and met. From there, they came together at the meetup. So you must be Midoriya Izuku, Shin greeted as he finally met his fellow student of the sword with a bow. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I had been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time. Izuku chuckled, scratching his cheek shyly. Me too. I've heard many good things about you from Agito. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, too, Kajihira-senpai. Izuku bowed politely. Shin shook his head with a smile. Please, there's no need for such formality. We're the same age, after all. Shin replied. Please call me Shin, and if you don't mind, can I call you Izuku? He asked politely with a friendly smile. Of course. Izuku replied happily. I look forward to learning alongside you, Shin. He spoke, extending his hand out for Shin to shake. While both were disciples of the same swordmaster, they practiced different sword forms. And while Shin Kajihira learned under their master for a few years, Izuku was a very new student, only learning for under a year. While they learned of one another through Agito, they never had the opportunity to meet face to face until now. Then, all of a sudden, a limousine pulled up next to them, surprising the group of 6. And out from it gracefully stepped Kagaya Shiranui, dressed in her school uniform. She walked up to the passenger window up front. Thank you. I shall be returning home on foot later. With her orders, the limousine drove off. When she turned to face her new friends, all 6 faces stared at her with a mix of gobsmacked surprise or bemusement in the case of the Seihai twins. What? Kagaya tilted her head in genuine confusion. After the surprise arrival, Nia and Haku were the next to appear, the former riding on top of the latter. And on the tiger's back were Jenna and Cole, who had met up with Nia earlier on. After that, Takuma and Sadahiko joined up. And later, quite a bit later, Kujisaki, Megumi, and Siko arrived. Trailing behind them were Zhao and Ichiban. Kujisaki huffed in annoyance. Honestly, for how much you wanted to arrange this whole thing, you would think you would be the first one here, Afro. She commented. Ichiban sheepishly smiled. Sorry, can't help it. He rubbed the back of his neck. I live all the way out in Yokohama. Yokohama? That's pretty far out, man. Takuma commented as the rest of the group assembled. Ichiban nodded. Yeah. But it's worth it. As for the place we're going, I actually know the guy who runs it. Been here a couple of times myself. So it's worth the trip. Sorry, I kept you guys waiting. You must live close if you were here so early. He commented to the others. Izuku nodded in response. Yeah. Actually, I've lived in the Shizuoka prefecture almost my whole life. It was only recently that I moved to a different house, he answered, earning understanding nods from everyone. I live in Shizuoka, too. Been in my family's house for some time, Agito added. His wording slightly confused the others, sans Izuku and Shin, who knew the truth. But everyone else just assumed, like Izuku, that he had lived in Shizuoka for most of his life. I, too, live in Shizuoka, Shin added, quickly shifting focus. I live with my swordmaster, who is also the swordmaster of Izuku and Agito. The swordmaster's knowledge brought everyone to a hum of interest. It really is a small world. Siko chimed in. My parents live in Shizuoka, too. More specifically, in the Narahata ward. Some were a little surprised to hear, as they knew Narahata ward was quite famous a few years ago, especially involving a certain group of vigilantes. Well, Hikari, Kagaya, and I originally lived in Tokyo, Hamura added. Up until middle school, in fact. But we transferred over to a private school in Shizuoka to attend UA High. She explained, earning nods from Hikari and Kagaya. I used to live in Yamanashi, actually, Nia explained, earning surprise from some among the group. But recently I moved to Shizuoka to attend UA. Yamanashi, huh? That's pretty far, Kujisaki commented. She shrugged her shoulders. Then again, I'm not one to talk. I come from the Tohoku region. Her confession garnered quite a bit of surprise. Tohoku? Isn't that out in the countryside? Siko questioned. Kujisaki nodded. It is. But I'm a city girl at heart. Part of the reason I moved here, actually. The hammer wielder elaborated. That's pretty cool, Laura complimented. My family and I live in Hamamatsu. We actually live near the beach. We also own a scuba diving shop. So if any of you drop by, we'll hook you guys up. The news sent a wave of excitement through the group. Now, that is pretty cool, Kujisaki commented with a smile. Whoa, your family owns a scuba store? That's awesome. Ichiban added. His infectious smile is contagious, and his enthusiasm spreads to others. Thanks. Laura flashed a beaming smile. And get this, she reached into her pocket and fished out a license with a smug grin. You're all looking at a certified scuba diving instructor right here. The news sent another wave of excitement through the group. Astounding, Shin said with an impressed smile. If I ever find myself in Hamamatsu, I will be sure to reach out to you for lessons. Laura's hand signed an okay sign. No problem at all, Kajihira-kun. Just be sure to give my family and me a heads up. That goes for everyone, too. Laura shot him and the others a thumbs up. I guess it's my turn, huh? Megumi asked, eyes turning to him. I grew up in the Saitama prefecture, but moved to Shizuoka for UA. I actually applied for not only the hero course, but the general education course too. The admission surprised the others. Gen Ed, huh? So you applied there as a backup? Sadahiko wondered. Megumi shrugged his shoulders. More or less. Gen Ed was a plan B in case I didn't pass the hero course exam. UA has one of the top academic programs in the nation. So it was a pretty solid idea, he answered. It actually is a pretty good plan. Izuku pointed out, earning everyone's attention. UA is renowned not only for its heroics but also for its other education departments too. Their support course has not only top instructors but hands-on applications to give their students experience. The business course is similar to their networking. And general education is on the level of some of Japan's top universities, practically guaranteeing. The Greenette then fell into a mumbling storm. It surprised the others with how knowledgeable he was. Meanwhile, Hamura and Hikari just grinned in amusement. Huh? Well, that was a surprise. Ichiban said as he turned to Agito. Does Izuku do this often? Oh, yeah. Agito shook his head with a smile. He tends to mumble a lot, especially when the topic greatly interests him. He just tends to get hyper-focused on a subject and expand his own thoughts on it. I hope you guys don't mind it. Ichiban shook his head with a smile. Nah, it's cool. Right, guys? The others agreed with his sentiment. While this unique behavior from Izuku surprised them, they didn't really mind. Rather, he points out some pretty interesting things that they had never really considered before. Thank you. The Ravenet smiled earnestly, grateful for their consideration. He then lightly shook Izuku to ground him and return him to the topic at hand. What about you, Ichiban? Where are you from? Me? Oh, I live in Yokohama, specifically the Isazaki Ijincho district. Ichiban answered. Same here, Zhao added with a smile. I was surprised to see and hear Kasuga-kun, and I live in the hood. Isazaki Ijincho? What's that? Laura questioned. It's a pretty historic place, Agito explained. It's been around since way before the dawn of Quirk's era. Think of it like a historic culture site, like the districts of Kamurocho in Tokyo and Sotenbori in Osaka. While there was definitely more to those places, deeper explanations were for another day. I guess we're the last ones then, Cole said to Jenna. Well, Jenna and I are actually from the Zemuria Federation. We were assigned to attend UA here by our master. The news sent another wave of surprise through the group, especially among those who were intimately familiar with the place in question. The Zemuria Federation. Zemuria is a continent composed of many major regions and several countries, which form an allied council to oversee the Federation and ensure peace and balance of power. Despite its vast size, the Federation remains largely isolated from the rest of the world. Most people do not live outside its borders due to political reasons and the threat of danger beasts. Although danger beasts are found worldwide, most of them reside in Zemuria. Your master? Agito questioned with a raised eyebrow. Who is that? Just a bum. A free-spirited, drunken old geezer, to be more exact. Cole answered carelessly, eliciting confusion from the others. Could it be? Agito, Izuku, and Shin thought, possibly knowing who the person Cole was referring to. Jenna responded by smacking the back of his head. That's enough rudeness from you. Jenna frowned. She then gave a proper explanation. Our master is the one who taught us swordsmanship. His name is Yunkafai. Wait, the Yunkafai? Izuku exclaimed in shock. Agito and Shin were equally surprised. The Seihai twins also seemed to have recognized the name. However, the others were more confused than ever. For those who are not in the know, who the heck is that? Sadahiko questioned with a raised hand. Yunkafai is highly renowned in martial arts, especially for his expertise with the sword, Shin explained. Over the years, he earned the nickname Sword Hermit because he traveled worldwide to study and master different sword styles. He is regarded as one of the greatest sword masters in history and hailed from the Zemuria Federation. Shin's knowledge surprised Jenna and Cole, unaware that someone was so knowledgeable about their teacher. That is correct. But how do you know all of this? While Master Kafai is well known in Zemuria, outside is quite scarce from what I can judge. She asked. Agito sighed. It's because Izuku, Shin, and I all learn under the same sword master, and he's acquainted with Master Yunkafai. Agito's revelation surprised Jenna and Cole once more. Your sword master? Who is he? Cole asked, only to receive complicated expressions from the three teens. But before they could respond, Kujisaki interjected. While all of this is interesting, are we going to keep discussing this? She spoke with a frown. Or are we actually going to the arcade while there's still daylight out? We're losing time here. She answered, tapping her wristwatch with her finger with an annoyed expression. Ah, she's right. Follow me, guys. Ichiban announced as he entered the mall first. The others trailed after him. As they wandered through the halls, they each took note of the various stores, and they were not disappointed. I know we're here for the arcade, but we really should come back one of these days for some shopping, Hamura suggested. I can see that the other stores are quite nice, too. Yeah, I'm interested in what these stores have, Hikari added, looking around the stores, specifically towards the video game and manga stores. Same here, Kagaya spoke, looking at a ceramic store that displayed an exquisite collection of ceramic plates. As they entered the mall, everyone commented on its wide variety. The mall was filled with stores appealing to all, many of which offered items tailored to different body types and quirks. Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall, Galaxy Arcade. Soon enough, everyone stopped outside their destination. The sounds of electric music, beeps, and laughter echoed from the doors. Bright, colorful lights flashed before their eyes. Galaxy Arcade. Above them, the sign read, Galaxy Arcade. They were in awe of such a mesmerizing sight. Well, here we are, gang. Ichiban announced, snapping them out of their daze. Now, let's have some fun. He led them inside the building, each one in awe of the variety of games, booths, and activities. They had many options, including laser tag, cosmic bowling, fighting games, shooter games, air hockey, skee ball, punching machines, retro games, and more. Every game awarded prize points to the players, which were logged on their player cards given at the entrance. People could also combine points from different cards if they wanted to claim bigger prizes from the wall. Holy shit! This place is huge! Cole shouted in excitement, only to earn a smack on the head from Jenna to reel him in. Yeah. I've been to some arcades near my school, but this takes the cake. Ino added. As an avid gamer and arcade lover, Ino had gone to several arcades with his friends from school, setting high scores on multiple games. Looks like this place was constructed using high-quality materials to support all the machines here, Sadahiko commented as he looked around, particularly inspecting some of the building's materials and realizing they were of top quality. DMN, Kasuga-kun, you really chose a great spot for our hangout. I'm impressed, Zhao remarked as he noticed the dining area offered pretty good food and drinks as well. Ichiban snorted. Yeah, well, here's the thing. The guy I know, Michitaka-san, worked hard to open an arcade like this. I assume it would have taken a significant financial investment to run a place like this, Kagaya said. Despite coming from a wealthy, high-status family, she often went out with her younger brother and the Seihai twins to have fun. Ichiban nodded. Yeah, Michitaka-san sure did. Hell, before he set up the arcade center, he worked at several companies to save up enough money to open his dream arcade center. Later, his colleagues from his previous workplace pitched in with the building plan, lighting, dining area, and games, too, he explained. This Michitaka person must have some serious connections to gather the machines and games, Megumi commented. While not much of a gamer, Megumi recognizes some of the retro classic fighting and shooter games that were popularized in the pre-dawn era. Games from those eras were practically considered priceless antiques. Oh, you have no idea, man, Ichiban added. From what I hear, Michitaka-san even went through the trouble of finding collectors who had the games from that time, and he built up his connections to get some wicked cool. Gasp. His sudden gasp caused them all to stop and snap their heads toward him. Ichiban? What's wrong? Agito asked with concern about his sudden stop. The afro-haired teen stammered in amazement, shook the sunglasses-wearing teen by the shoulder, and pointed over to the ticket prize wall. Agito followed with his eyes and froze as well. Standing on top as the most expensive prize within the arcade, costing a whopping 1 million tickets, seal encased in a plasteel container, is an authentic, limited edition All Might figurine. And not just any rare figurine, but it was an original edition of All Might's first official action figure, part of the Rising Heroes International line, Wave 9, Silver Age costume version. Mint condition, NRFB, autographed, completed with a certificate and photo of the signing by All Might himself. No way. It's the real thing. Agito internally screamed. To Agito's knowledge, only 4 of these were known to exist. He also recognized the authentication forms displayed beside the sealed case, as his foster dad had helped verify them. Additionally, his foster dad's friend, an expert in action figures and memorabilia, was a dedicated All Might fan and one of only 4 proud owners of the figurine, too. Upon realizing an opportunity, Agito made his move. Sei, Hamura, Hikari, Agito slid up to the twins and grabbed their attention. Can you please keep Izuku distracted for a minute or two? Huh? Hamura tilted her head in confusion. Why? Hikari frowned in confusion. Just trust me. I have a plan, and I need to get the others on board. Just know, it's for a good cause. Despite being completely confused by Agito's response, the sisters agreed and went over to Izuku's side. Say, Izuku-kun, what type of games do you like the most? Hamura asked. Huh? Izuku snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing Hamura's voice. Well, I was hoping to play some fighting games, maybe? Oh, I'm all into fighting games. Hikari immediately beamed in response. Let's see. Oh, they got the classic street. While the Seihai twins distracted the greenette, Agito quickly returned to the others. Alright, guys. Huddle up. Game time. The shades-wearing teen corralled everyone into a huddle. Whoa! Hey! What's the big idea? Kujisaki questioned, unappreciative of being pushed into a crowded ring of people like this. This is of the utmost importance, gang, Agito said with sheer gravitas. We are going to play all the games in this arcade to rack up all the points with our point cards. Over 9 million of them. The others were silent from the remark, completely dumbfounded by the utter zeal Agito was exuding over such a thing. Why? Siko was the one to voice the unanimous question. Agito answered with a pointed finger toward the prize rack. As the group craned their heads over, their collective eyes widened before turning predatory. The Galaxy Arcade prize rack, it was filled with so many valuable and fabulous items. It had rare, mint-condition hero memorabilia, a complete 358 set of Copic markers in a Duralium case, high-quality plastic model tools, a pocket circuit model car, a high-quality non-stick frying pan, a sword maintenance kit, and even the genuine limited edition All Might figurine. And they have to score a ludicrous amount of points to win any of them. Okay, doesn't it bother anyone else how a new arcade just so happens to have rare and valuable collector's items and merch, quality cookingware, expensive art sets, rare gunpla kits, even legitimate video game consoles as ticket prizes? Fushiguro asked the mind-boggling question as he studied the items along the wall. Do you think they're bootlegs or something? Takuma asked. Because with the price ranges, they might be real. Or they're so expensive as a means to rip patrons off. Nobara pointed out. She knew such things happened because, well, she had experienced it, and it was not pretty, at all. You know, I question how most of them are cheaper than a pair of fuzzy dice? Cole pointed out one of the pricier prizes, which cost over 1 million points. Laura hummed in deep thought. Maybe they have diamonds in them, she suggested. I can confirm, they do not. Jenna butted in, sensing the lack of diamonds thanks to her quirk. They just seem like an overhyped pair of dice to hang on a car. Okay, chill out, guys. Ichiban appeased the group. I can vouch for Michitaka-san, and this place is legit. I can guarantee these prizes are legit, too. He just knows a guy who was able to supply him with all of it. Ichiban replied. When you put it like that, it still sounds a bit sketchy, man. Sadahiko pointed out. I can say at the very least, the All Might figurine is real, Agito replied, earning everyone's attention. My dad was the one who filed the paperwork himself. It's legit. Oh, is your father a lawyer, perhaps? Kagaya asked, earning a nod from Agito and a bit of surprise from everyone. Yeah. And one of my father's friends has that All Might figurine, too. Agito spoke, earning surprised looks from the others. Which is why the All Might figurine is our target. Agito declared. Again, why? Siko reiterated. I can understand how valuable the figurine is. It would help if you explained properly, Agito, Shin pointed out. I believe there's a strong reason you're doing this, as he said. Agito nodded with a heavy sigh. Because Izuku is a fan of All Might, Agito started explaining. Like, a big, hardcore fan ever since he was a kid. He told me about all the memorabilia he had collected over the years. I'm talking posters, action figures, clothes, figurines, even cereal boxes, you name it. He'd have it. He even had the rare, limited edition All Might trading card. Okay? But where are you going with this? Megumi questioned, curious where this was heading. Immediately, Agito's face grew somber. I'm sure you're all aware of why Izuku wears those shades, right? The others felt pits form in their stomachs. Each of them could see the scars and some burn marks around the sunglasses, but none commented on them when they first met him, viewing it as a deeply personal matter, and judging from the marks, it must have been a pretty bad one, too. If I may ask, what happened? Kagaya questioned. As Kagaya asked, a sudden chill ran down everyone's spine as they looked at Agito's expression. It was composed yet icy and emotionless, with his eyes shining with peaceful rage. Seeing their reaction, Agito composed himself by taking a breath. Afterward, Agito lets out a somber expression, one that is filled with bitter regret. It was a really bad incident. From that incident, Izuku lost his eyesight as a result. When the emergency ambulance arrived, they were able to get him to the hospital, but there was a limit to what they could do. Agito spoke, and he gave a heavy sigh. The medical bills and expenses were so great, he had to sell his entire collection. And despite recovering, he could never see again, he gravely explained. But why? Jenna asked, unable to comprehend what happened to such a kind boy like Izuku. Hold on, let me just back up for a second. Sadahiko interrupted. You're saying after all that, the bills were so expensive that he had to sell all of his merch? If they're as rare as I think, that's more like extortion. Sadahiko frowned as he mentally calculated the estimate. Part of the reason was that when he was first admitted, he was still deemed quirkless at the time. And Izuku's emerald feathers had yet to manifest at the time, too. Agito explained. What? Nia gasped. A number of the others were equally horrified by the implications. Now I get it. Ichiban frowned. It's the typical fucking sheet package deal, Ichiban huffed in frustration, wearing a furious expression. Everyone except Agito and Shin was surprised to see Ichiban's fierce face, who usually appeared cheerful and friendly. Indeed. Shin nodded solemnly as well. Wait, what do you mean, Kajihira-kun? Laura asked, but was fearful of the answer. Let me explain, Agito replied. As you know, 80% of the world's population is born with a quirk, while the remaining 20% are not, Agito stated. Sadly, it became a social stigma. If you weren't born with a quirk, you're not worth the effort. Hell, you're not treated as a human being to begin with. And that goes double for a country like Japan. The revelation sent everyone into horror, except Shin and Ichiban, who knew about such things. Let me put it this way so you guys can understand, Ichiban stepped in. Quirkless kids our age? They contribute to some of the highest suicide rates among those with weak quirks, villainous quirks, and mutant-based quirks. Ichiban dropped the bomb. And as for Izuku, Agito, and me? We lived through that ridiculous life expectancy. He and Agito gestured to their red shoes, just like the ones Izuku wore, to emphasize the fact. Chills ran down their spines. It was, truly that awful for the quirkless? Sure, there were rumors, but weren't there strict laws to prevent such hazing and harassment? Sadly, I can confirm, Shin said solemnly, bringing everyone a surprised look. It truly is deplorable. I know because I have gone through some similar experiences myself in the past. How awful, Laura had to choke back tears. DMN, Nia had to look away. The others were equally distraught, upset, angry, and sad about what they had just learned. Just because one didn't have a quirk to be born with, it led to such an awful life, a cruel and sick prank from fate itself. So you said we just need to win points, right? Megumi was the first to step up. His eyes gleamed doggedly. Yeah, I'm sure with all of us here, we can reach that number in no time, Takuma added. Yeah. We can do it if we all work together. Laura agreed with both hands pumping in together. And what's more, we can have fun doing it. It is an arcade after all. Siko said with a smile, adjusting her glasses. So it seems we're all in agreement, Kagaya announced. Yep. We are here for 3 reasons, have fun, hang out, and help Izuku. Ichiban nodded. The others cheered with the same sentiment. So now, let the plan commence. Yo, Izuku. Ichiban called out as he gently pulled Izuku away from the twins and moved him over to the group, while shooting a wink to Agito. Go for it, buddy. Thanks, Ichiban. The raven-haired teen gave a smile and a nod as he walked over to the twins. Agito, what's going on? Hamura asked, and Hikari added in by nodding her head. Let me fill you two in, Agito explained the plan of action. Once he finished, both sisters were more than ready to win that prize. Agito swore he saw burning fire in their eyes. As the group explored the arcade, they were happy to find that both the regular games and the video games awarded points. The 17 of them promptly spread out to try all the options and see which ones earned the most points. While they told Izuku about the prize wall, they kept the secret about the All Might figurine, planning to surprise him with it later. For now, he thinks they are just collecting points to afford the other expensive items that caught their attention. Galaxy Arcade, Punching Score Machine section. First up were Ichiban and Siko, who partnered. And their destination was the punching score machine. Given their raw physical strength, it was an obvious choice for them. After a bit of a warm-up, Ichiban went ahead. Alrighty, let's get this sheet fired away. Ichiban exclaimed, cracked his fists a few times in front of the machine, then reared back and released his clenched fist. Aura! Ichiban yelled as he punched the cushion dead center. The meter flashed rapidly before stopping at 60 kgf. Ha! How's that, Sakchan? He spoke with a confident smirk to Siko, who smiled and clapped a few times. Not bad, Siko hummed, arms crossed, as she stepped forward while Ichiban stepped aside. She adjusted her glasses before manifesting her own pair of arms and unleashed a punch. The cushion compressed further, registering a weight of 70 kgf. Ichiban exclaimed in shock. His expression reflected his feelings as he noticed Siko turn to face him. I believe I have you beat here, Kasuga-kun, Siko said, sporting a victorious smirk. She placed her hands on her hips and struck a confident, somewhat sissy pose that Ichiban finds appealing. Yeah. She walked to the back, all the while gesturing her hands to Ichiban to go ahead. It's your turn, dear sir. Ichiban snorted and returned Siko's matching smile. Oh, we'll just see, Sakchan. Ichiban took his turn again. He wound up his arm and spun a few times to build momentum. Ooh! As he breathed in deeply, Ichiban's clenched fist emitted a maroon-like aura, and he threw a punch with all his might. Aurea! The cushion was practically crushed into the machine, the numbers rolled until they stopped at 80 kgf. Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about. He shot a grin back at her, prompting her to shoot one back challengingly. All right, my turn. Siko took her next shot. From there, the two kept trying their hand at the machine, until they were very near close to breaking it, leaving Ichiban to take the win at 250 kgf. In the end, the afro-haired teen just collected the points rewarded to his card, not wanting to actually break the machine. Despite the scores, it was nowhere near enough to get that figurine. Not yet, at least. I must say, Kasuga-kun, you're far more impressive than I thought, Siko spoke, collecting her points on her card. Nah, it's just all hard work and stuff I've built over the years, Ichiban replied with a humble response, earning an amused, but genuine chuckle from the arm-typed Quirk girl. Gotta say, Sakchan, you're really good at using your quirk, it was so awesome. Feeling genuine and sincere praise from Ichiban, Siko couldn't help but blush a bit. Thank you, it means a lot. Felt embarrassed by his sincere praise earlier, Ichiban coughed a few times. No problem here. After sharing a few moments, Ichiban suggested that Siko move on to the next game, and they did. As they moved to the next game, the bonds between Ichiban and Siko grew. Galaxy Arcade Games section. While Ichiban and Siko punched it out on the punching machine, a certain brunette and blonde were preoccupied in a good classic, Street Fighter. Both players had selected classic characters. Ryu for Izuku, and Kami for Hikari. And much to the blonde's surprise, Izuku was actually able to keep up with her. You're way better at this than I expected. Hikari exclaimed as she tried to break out of the combo Izuku juggled her with and counter. Izuku chuckled. Well, I do enjoy video games. And thanks to Agito, I learned to compensate and play on normal consoles like this. Izuku replied as he confidently handled the buttons and joystick. Yeah, but how are you even doing this? She asked as she finally broke free and started her comeback, only to get caught in another attack. DMN it. I may not be able to see, but my other senses are honed. The music and sounds help me visualize what is happening. Izuku replied. Still, you're really good at this. How do you even know when to use those combos at the right time? Even if you can hear and recognize the sounds, that still seems like a large margin for error. Hikari asked, her handling of the buttons and joystick matched Izuku's handling, but was a bit behind. Honestly? I more or less just button mash for situations like these, Izuku replied sheepishly. I memorize the combos of my mains, and just string them together if I can't tell what's happening exactly. Wait, what? Hikari exclaimed as Izuku scored a victory, beating her 2 out of 3 rounds. Winner, Ryu. Let's play best of 5. Hikari announced. It wasn't until later that they remembered to collect their points. Galaxy Arcade, Project Diva section. I can't believe it. Laura gaped in awe. Shin, Hamura, and Kagaya were also crowded around Agito as he reached another perfect score on another song on Project Diva. How are you able to max all of them like that? On Extreme 2? I can barely get to clear the stage on that difficulty. True to her word, Agito had been busy. He already cleared a vast number of songs. Such as World is Mine, Ghost Rule, Meltdown, Magnet, No Logic, The Disappearance of Hatsune Miku, Depression of Cybernetics, Snowman, Hibicase, Rolling Girl, Remote Controller, Dream Eating Monochrome Baku, Double Ganger, Puppet Clown Pierrot, Music of Heavens, and The Snow White Princess is. The latest one? Sadistic Music Factory. Even though each song was a shortened version to comply with arcade restrictions, his perfect score on all of them was a testament to his skill. What can I say? I really love music. Agito smiled as he collected his points. Galaxy Arcade, Whack-A-Mole game section. Wham! 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 Kujisaki was playing whack-a-mole and having the time of her life. Ha! Take that! And that too! She exclaimed as her score kept climbing. Kujisaki? Megumi asked as he was at his own booth, albeit with much less enthusiasm than she was. Don't you think you can tone it down a notch? Kujisaki snorted. And miss out on a chance to score more points and practice my hammer skills? Hell no. It was true. One thing that she likes about whack-a-mole, besides being a good stress reliever, is that she can practice her hammer strike techniques. Megumi replied with a blank expression. Looks more like stress relief to me. In response, Kujisaki lets out an annoyed expression. Let's just say I had to deal with some grand idiots after the entrance exams, she muttered. Understandable, Megumi replied, recalling how he had to deal with some despicable, arrogant idiots as well. Galaxy Arcade, Mini Basketball section. Gotta say, you're pretty good at this, Midoriya, Zhao complimented as the greenette in question scored another shot. Thank you, Zhao-kun. Izuku accepted the compliment. After a video game session with Hikari, both had split off to try some of the other games. Izuku joined Zhao at the mini basketball game and worked to rack up points. To the Chinese teen's surprise, Izuku consistently made every shot, despite being unable to see. Although it's surprising how well you're doing, considering, well, Zhao didn't want to be rude about it. Izuku shook his head with a smile. It's okay. I understand. But just because I can't see doesn't mean my other senses are lacking either. He made a shot, the ball bounced off the rim and spiraled down the net. For example, my hearing and sense of touch got keener, he explained, and Zhao hummed in understanding. That's understandable. Your other senses sharpened to compensate. Zhao nodded as he made his own shot. This one bounced off the rim before falling through the net. Although, I can't help but feel you're pretty observant. The sudden comment surprised Izuku, causing him to mistime his shot and miss. He then minutely craned his head toward Zhao. You're pretty observant yourself, aren't you? How did you know? Takes one to know one, Zhao shrugged. You're pretty sharp at perceiving things, much better than regular blind people I know. So, I was pretty obvious, huh? Izuku said sheepishly. Zhao snorts in response. Not really. You're pretty good at using it subtly. If I weren't more compatible with observation, I probably would have missed it. Zhao patted Izuku on the back. So keep it up. You have a pretty good baseline. Hell, I'm pretty excited to see how well you can hone it in time. I see, thank you. Izuku smiled at the Chinese teen. Anytime, bud, Zhao replied and spun a basketball on his finger. Come on, let's shoot some more hoops and grab points, eh? Izuku nodded with a smile, and they went back to their little, friendly shooting competition. Galaxy Arcade, shooting game section. Ahahaha. Oh, hell yeah. This is probably the coolest shooting game ever. Cole hooped as he and Jenna mowed down a horde of enemies on the screen. Both were at the first-person shooter game called Gunabout. They held gun-shaped controllers, firing at numerous targets and foes, overcoming obstacles, and traversing the terrain. What's more, some of the games were cool enough, especially in terms of how customizable the various firearms in-game were. It truly is entertaining, Jenna agreed as she shot 2 more monsters through the head. I wonder if this could be used for firearms training in Zemuria? She hummed in thought. I'm sure we could benefit well in terms of self-defense against danger beasts. Cole snorts in response. Nah, I doubt it. Games are way different from reality, no matter how realistic these controls feel. Cole kneecapped another enemy before shooting another through the heart. Besides, our nation's hero systems are a bit different compared to other countries' systems, too. I see. A shame, then. Jenna fired the last round into the boss's head, winning the match. Galaxy Arcade, air hockey table section. Sadahiko and Nia were both at the air hockey tables, competing against other patrons for points. They performed quite well, winning against their opponents with mixed results. Some they defeated easily, while others proved more challenging. Nevertheless, they kept accumulating points. But as time went on, the competitive spirit had gotten to the feline teenager. Anyone else want to have a go? Nia exclaimed at the group of gathered patrons. After seeing both of them decimate the competition, they slowly backed away in fright. Sadahiko hummed with a bit of a troubled look on his face. Looks like we'll have to find a new game to farm points on, he said, scratching his cheek. Galaxy Arcade, Guitar Hero section. As time passed, the group continued on their hunt for prize points for each game they tried. Eventually, they all gathered around a classic. From the pre-dawn era. Guitar Hero. This station was a bit unique as the player had the option of 2 different controllers to play with. One was the classic Guitar Hero controller with buttons, the other was a legitimate guitar with 6 strings and everything. The former is mainly used by regular players, while the latter is more commonly used by experienced musicians. Each of the groups had its own turn, earning points on each of its cards. But by the time Agito's turn came up, it became something else entirely. Ah, damn it. Cole cursed as he missed a note. He was next in line to duel against Agito on Hell difficulty. The song that he chose was Sugar, We're Goin' Down Swingin'. But he missed some of the notes due to poor timing caused by the rapid pace of the required chords. In the end, it was the Zemuria team's defeat. Not bad, oh Brian. Agito complimented, clapping his hands. You handled yourself pretty well on the song. Despite losing, Cole didn't let his loss get him down and smiled back at Agito. Thanks. But now I remember why I hated expert mode so much. Well, it's my loss. Who's next? Cole asked, removing the controller from his shoulders. I'm up. Ichiban stepped up to the plate. As the challenger, he was given the choice to pick the next song. So he settled with Fury of the Storm. Ready when you are, Agito, he sported a friendly smirk to the raven-haired teen. Heh, show me what you've got. The song started, and both played their hearts out. But it was evident that despite his passion and enjoyment of the song, Ichiban wasn't quite experienced with this type of game, much less the difficulty. He missed some notes due to mistiming, or he accidentally pressed the wrong button, hastily, from the fast pace of incoming chords. Sadly, the afro-haired teen was defeated as well. Gah! Well, I'm done. That was pretty fun, though. Ichiban admitted, removing the controller from his shoulders. Yeah. That was a blast, Ichiban. Both teens shared a fist bump. Then, the sound of tapping caught everyone's attention. All eyes turned to Izuku, who had thumped the base of his cane on the ground. While he couldn't see, his gaze was directed at Agito, who returned it in kind. The two remained silent and still for a moment. Then Agito opened his mouth. You really want to do this? There's no better opportunity than now, Izuku answered as he stepped forward, handing his cane to Ichiban for safekeeping. The other teen was surprised by the gesture. If you're up for it, then let's take it seriously. In a rare moment, Agito and others saw something rare in his expression. A challenging smile. Agito chuckled in response. You read my mind. Dramatically, Agito stowed the plastic controllers away, before bringing out the guitars, surprising the others. Whoa! Are they doing what I think they're doing? Takuma exclaimed as he saw Agito tossing a guitar to Izuku, who caught it perfectly. They are. Kagaya nodded. Sadahiko hummed in deep interest. This is gonna be fun, won't it? He couldn't help but grin. The Ravenet and Verdant adjusted and tuned the guitars to their liking. As the two were in the final phase of preparing their guitars, the crowd started to gather around them, seeing them use real guitars. Then, when the song selection came, Izuku made his choice. Shock rang through them all as he picked one of the most unforgiving songs in the game. Through Fire and the Flames. Hell difficulty. Both teens zeroed in on the screen, their hands and fingers ready, the countdown started, and the first note hit. They erupted with intense energy as they played the chords almost perfectly, a far cry from the previous games with a plastic guitar and buttons. Hearing the notes on the actual guitar strings was a startling difference. Their fingers blurred, their focus was ironclad. It was almost mesmerizing to see them work. Hamura and Hikari knew that they were experienced musicians, but this level of skill was something else entirely. Both brothers, in all but blood, kept pace with one another and hit each and every note. And once the song came to an end, they had both tied with the maximum possible score, something that didn't even seem feasible. Nevertheless, it was so amazing that the group broke out into cheers and applause. Once the excitement died down, both teens could only give a bow in thanks. Galaxy Arcade, Rest Area. After the Guitar Hero battle concluded, the group took a break at the rest area. Hamura subtly took Izuku aside to prevent the others from overhearing their plan to win him the figurine. He still believed they were all aiming for different prize tickets, as Ichiban chose not to tell him about the figurine so he could enjoy the game and keep it a surprise. So, how many do we have now? Laura asked. Hold on, we're still counting, Sadahiko said as he and Kagaya scanned everyone's cards on one of the card readers to check how many points they currently have. Well, I dunno about you guys, but I had a blast. Takuma smiled. Again, this is the best, and I mean, the best arcade center I've been to. He exclaimed with excitement, earning some responses from the group who agreed. Heh, it was pretty fun, Nobara admitted. Guess it was worth it after all. She liked the arcade, especially the whack-a-mole game, which helped her improve her hammer technique. See? I told you guys it'd be fun. Our bonds and camaraderie have only grown stronger. Ichiban fist pumped. Ichiban's response prompted others to chuckle about RPG game elements. Not sure about camaraderie, but it was enjoyable, Megumi admitted, a rare, genuine smile appearing on his face from his expression. I still can't believe that out of all them prizes on that wall, it's that figurine that costs the most. Cole stretched his arms. Well, what do you expect? It's an All Might item. Takuma replied. Not just any item. Ichiban pointed out. It's one of the original editions of All Might's first official action figure, part of the Rising Heroes International line, Wave 9, Silver Age costume version. In mint condition with a paper of authenticity and a photo of All Might himself signing. Which makes the figurine super rare and super valuable. Agito pointed out. It's practically the holy grail for any All Might item collector. How an item like that is found in an arcade of all places instead of a pawn shop or museum, I'll never know, Shin shook his head in confusion. Well, it turns out that the figure he got right there? It used to belong to someone. Ichiban explained, drawing everyone's attention to the table. Really? Who? Jenna asked with a tilted head. Did they sell it, and the owner somehow acquired it? Ichiban scratched his cheek. Well, not exactly. See, it was just something Michitaka-san told me one time. Apparently, the previous owner was a real shitbag. Like, he was a real hardcore All Might fan, almost to the level of a fanatic cultist. But at some point, he took things too far and is now paying his time in Tartarus. The others just stared at him with wide eyes. And that's after getting nearly killed with all his bones broken. Wait, Tartarus? Is that some kind of prison? Laura asked, her stomach turning at the mention of the name. Agito entered with a serious look. It's one of the world's most heavily guarded prisons, he explained, earning everyone's attention. Tartarus is said to hold the most dangerous criminals who misuse their quirks to an inhumane degree. Some are so psychotic that they receive life sentences to stop them from harming innocent people. According to my dad, being sent to Tartarus is like a life sentence until death. Also, the prison guards within Tartarus possess the legal authority to execute criminals with no paperwork involved, too. What the hell kind of thing did that guy do for that to happen? Nobara exclaimed. Whoever this man is, sounds like he is the most deplorable bottom feeder in existence. Jenna frowned. Yeah, a real asshat. Takuma agreed as he fiddled with his skullcap. I mean, I know fans can be crazy, but this dude sounds like a whole level of extremely bad. Did Michitaka-san ever tell you of the details of what this man did? Shin asked, trying to remain on topic. Ichiban shook his head. Nah, honestly, no idea. Michitaka-san was pretty tight-lipped about it when I asked him for details. Like he wasn't supposed to say more, and he frowned pretty badly, too. It's all hush-hush and that stuff with extra emotional baggage. Anyhow, the shitbag's assets were frozen and repossessed. And that included his entire All Might collection, which had that figurine as its crown jewel. Guess it got sold off and spread out for the most part, he shrugged. But how did Michitaka-san acquire it? Wouldn't it have cost him a substantial amount of money to obtain? And just using it for a game prize sounds extremely wasteful. Kagaya pointed out, letting Sadahiko add the gathered points. As I said, the guy's got ties and connections. So he managed to get it somehow. I don't know anything more than that. Ichiban shrugged. Well, at least Michitaka is now putting the a-hole's old collection to good use. Zhao commented. Guys, focus. Hikari asked, noticing how Hamura was running out of ideas to distract Izuku. Please tell me we got enough points, Hikari asked, unsure how much longer her sister could keep Izuku distracted. Well, I'm sorry to say, Sadahiko began, causing the others to groan in unison, as it was already getting late and they needed to leave soon, but they really needed to get that figurine for Izuku. Nia elbowed him in the side. Don't be AD, and tell them. Sadahiko groaned as he rubbed his side. Alright, I was kidding. We did it. We got all the points. The announcement made everyone excited, as their hard work paid off. Huh! Prize time. Ichiban jumped to his feet and cheered, the others following suit. Once Hikari signaled her sister, Hamura gently led Izuku back to the group, while continuing the discussion of hero trivia. Agito was definitely correct about Izuku's level of knowledge. And everyone made a note to never include Izuku in the hero trivia game. Ever? Hold it right there. As they headed toward the prize counter, someone stopped them. It was a teenage boy with dyed blonde hair, several ear piercings, and a leather jacket, fitting the stereotype of a gangster. Following him were other teens of similar appearance, brimming with dubious, sleazy, and malicious intentions. Each of them displayed distinct quirks that highlighted their rough, brutal nature. Agito stared at them, completely unimpressed. Can we help you, gentlemen? Oh, sure you can, pal. The lead guy smirked. How's about you give us all your point cards and leave these lovely ladies to us? We can show them a great time. As the leader spoke, the teens behind him added their comments. Wow. You seriously went there? Nobara frowned with a disgusted face. What? The teenager cluelessly blinked. Megumi clicked his teeth in annoyance. Guess an a-hole like you appears once in a while, I guess. And here I thought it's impossible for someone to be that stupid, Siko spoke, adjusting her glasses. Turns out, you're made of stupidity if you think we'll just comply, she crossed her arms in contempt. What was that? The blonde sneered, agitated, and the rest of his group stepped up, approximately matching the heroes of tomorrow in numbers, and encircled them. You got something to say? Why, yes. We are not interested. Especially not the likes of you ilk. Kagaya frowned. You march up, make unreasonable demands, and expect us to comply? How unsightly. She huffed at the audacity of the leader's remark. The condescending words and verbal lashing struck deep. But the thug and his gang refused to back down. Gonna ask one last time. Hand over those cards, or else. I think we'll take our chances with, or else, Agito said with a blank expression, flexing his hand like a claw poised to strike. Get M, the leader ordered, and his boys charged toward the heroes of tomorrow. Music cue. Yakuza Ryuji Gotoku. Original soundtrack funk goes on start. One thug tried to surprise him with a swing, but Agito easily dodged it. You attacked first, now everything is fair game. YUGH. The thug gasped as Ichiban slammed his knee into his solar plexus. All right? Ichiban then grabbed the fallen teen and hurled him at another pair of gangsters. As the three lost their balance, he charged forward and brought them down with a shoulder check. From there, the arcade devolved into chaos. The other patrons moved to flee, while the heroes of tomorrow and the gangsters faced off in an all-out brawl. One thug had a quirk that caused metal to form over his knuckles, effectively turning them into brass knuckles. Unfortunately for him, he chose Sadahiko as a target. With a bored smile, Sadahiko subtly manipulated the direction of the man's punches so they'd miss, much to his ire. As he wound up for another punch, Sadahiko grabbed onto the outstretched limb, parried it aside, and rammed his elbow into the thug's cheek before chopping him in the throat. Another individual with extremely muscular legs pursued Siko, the bespectacled girl in the group. He forcefully stomped, causing a loud bang. While the brute had strength on his side, his large legs made quick movements difficult as he attempted to kick her, but he kept missing. Siko blocked one of his kicks with her leg, then deflected it before delivering a swift kick to his exposed nether regions. The man emitted a high-pitched scream that was quickly silenced when she struck him in the face with a hook punch. Pathetic, Siko said, adjusting her glasses. I got you now, beach. One thug tried to surprise him with a swing towards Laura, the short, auburn-haired girl. Whoa! Laura swiftly snatched a nearby metal tray, using it to deflect one of the gangster's punches. The tray's clang echoed loudly, sending a shooting pain through his hand. He exclaimed, pain flaring through his hand as he grimaced. Seizing the moment, Laura immediately forced the tray forward, smashing it into his face to knock him to the ground. Takuma ducked under a punch, then closed in and drove his fist into the thug's underarm, dislocating his arm. The thug screamed in pain, and Takuma kicked the inside of his leg to destabilize him. He then kicked him in the face, knocking him unconscious. Ha. I'll mess you up good, cripple. One of them tried to tackle Izuku, thinking a blind kid would be an easy target, not noticing Izuku's side as he readied his cane. The thug was proven horribly mistaken as Izuku swung his cane upward and jabbed the end into his stomach while running into him. Staggering, he quickly drove his cane down onto the thug's foot, crushing his shoe and causing a cracking sound. He then launched a series of rapid stabs with his cane, targeting each of the thug's vital points, which led to his collapse shortly afterward. He then ducked under another attack from behind, then jabbed his cane upward into the man's jaw, making him bite his tongue. As he cried out in pain, Izuku hit him in the chin to shake his brain and knock him to the ground. Hamura seized a thug's wrist when he tried to grab her, dislocating it instantly. As the thug cried out in pain and dropped to his knees, she secured an arm lock and then forced his face into the floor to knock him out. Compared to the training the Heroes of Tomorrow group went through, the enemies they faced thus far, these thugs were practically child's play. Zhao knocked down his opponent with a sweep kick to cause a stumble, followed by a flying knee strike to the face. Shin sidestepped an easily telegraphed swing and chopped the man's neck, swiftly knocking him out. Hikari sidestepped and tripped a reckless thug attempting to rush her. He fell to the ground, and the blonde girl grabbed a chair from the rest area, smashing it over him. One thug, who had tentacle fingers for hands, stretched them and tried to grab Kagaya as she evaded him. Got you now, rich girl. He wore a sick grin on his lips, before it twisted into an agonized cry of pain as his flesh began to burn. Annoyed by the lowlife's attempt to grab her, Kagaya used her quirk to burn his hands, causing him to recoil. She then ended it by swinging her school bag into his face to silence his screams. Megumi dodged a wide swing, then deflected a straight punch. He blocked a side kick and grabbed the extended limb, pulling it up to unsettle his opponent's balance as he fell onto his back. Megumi finished the fight with a boot to the face. Nobara was seized from behind by one of the troublemakers. Frustrated by how close he was, she stomped on his foot, breaking his toes. He released her, hopping in pain. She then threw an uppercut that cracked his teeth and sent him flying back. She huffed as she fixed herself, then walked up to the unconscious body. Payback's a beach. Nobara said with an evil grin, then kicked it again, aiming for the groin, and the result was an agonizing scream of the dying thug. Rip. Jenna fought an unruly thug with large ears as he made a grab for her. With elegant movements, she evaded his grasp. However, she found herself backed against a wall. Eager for such easy prey, the man approached, but Jenna was not worried. The man heard a loud clap, and everything began ringing in pain. From behind, Cole had clapped his hands over the man's ears, rupturing his eardrums. As he screamed, Cole grabbed him by the arms, threw him to the ground, and punched him in the face. As another thug attempted to assault Cole, Jenna jumped over his back and kicked the attacker away. She then grabbed a discarded tray and hurled it. The metal sheet flew through the air before striking the stunned thug right in the face. Nia was riding on another thug's back, clawing at his face from behind. The man screamed as she struggled to get off. In his pain, he didn't realize the girl was guiding him until she suddenly jumped off his back and kicked him face-first into a wall. Agito had already concluded his fight by delivering a powerful right straight to the last thug's face, shattering several of his teeth. The group of 4 that had tried to attack him was now sprawled on the ground in crumpled heaps. Soon enough, the group of reinforcements the blonde leader had all gone down. UBSTRDS. The leader, who had stood at the back to let his men do all the work, growled as he activated his quirk, his skin growing thick and dense like a rhinoceros. "I'm gonna make you all pay." Then, as per his quirk's namesake, he charged like a rhino towards Agito, who just stared passively. However, as the brute swung his arms, Agito ducked under his weak attack and punched the bully's stomach. The force was so fierce that a gust of wind exploded from the thug's back, and the pain instantly knocked him out. Music end. "Well, that was quick," Sadahiko hummed. "I guess compared to what we fought, these guys were just lackluster," Takuma commented. "So, what do we do about them now?" Laura spoke as she gestured toward the thugs who were reeling from pain on the ground. "I think the next step is to call the police?" Siko suggested. "Well, I say we loot their cards and cash," Ichiban said, already digging into the pockets of one of them, surprising the others. What? Nia exclaimed in shock. Ichiban. That's stealing. Izuku exclaimed. "Nah, I'm with Kasuga-kun on this one. Besides, they tried to rob us first," Zhao pointed out, agreeing with Ichiban's perspective, especially from his own upbringing. "Think of it as compensation for attempted assault," he commented with a grin on his face, looking through one thug's wallet and scoring some cash. "But still," Laura shouted. "Aren't we trying to be heroes? What kind of heroes loot the bodies of thugs they just beat up?" "Technically, we ain't heroes yet," Cole drawled with a grin as he joined in on the looting. "We ain't even heroes in trainin', so this is all fair game, y'all." "Cole, you idiot. Stop that," Jenna exclaimed as she tried to rein in her friend. "Come on. After what those guys pulled, I say they deserve it." Siko adjusted her glasses. "I don't feel comfortable about this. What if we get in trouble? What would the owner say?" Laura pointed out. "I'm cool with it," Michitaka, the owner of Galaxy Arcade, said as he approached the group. He was a man of average height and build in his early 30s. He was dressed in a standard polo and slacks. A pair of wireframe glasses sat on his nose. A fedora sat atop his cleanly shaved head. "These guys have been quite a nuisance, bothering the other customers. I saw the whole thing and was about to call the cops before you stepped up. So I appreciate you kids teaching them a thorough lesson." He spoke, looking at some of the beaten thugs on the ground. "But shouldn't we have left these to the cops?" Takuma asked. "I mean, sure, they were JRKS, but we can't just beat up a bunch of people and take their money afterwards." He reasoned with the looters, who were enjoying the hell out of the thugs' loot. "As I've said, I'm cool with it. Besides, I would have confiscated or annulled their cards anyway." Michitaka shrugged. "And they did commit public quirk usage, not to mention attacking you guys first. So, self-defense is established clearly. And none of you kids used your quirks, so you should be fine." He spoke, not noticing Kagaya whistling softly with an innocent expression, or Sadahiko idly looking elsewhere. But still, the more innocent members of the Heroes of Tomorrow tried to argue that they shouldn't just steal from their would-be assailants. Michitaka shrugged with a smile on his face. "Anywho, you kids are free to take what you need before I kick them out." "Done," Agito said after he, Ichiban, Zhao, and Cole already looted the bodies and emptied their wallets, surprising the others with how quickly they got it done. "Agito. Why?" Izuku whined. "Because they decided to attack and assault you. These guys are well on my sheet list." The raven-haired teen answered simply as he counted the yen he took. "You're quite protective of Midoriya, aren't you?" Nobara asked with a quirked brow. "We're brothers," Agito responded as if it was obvious. The straightforwardness of his statement convinced everyone, especially Ichiban. "And, if you knew the full story of what happened to Izuku in the past, you guys would be too," he replied ominously. After hearing about the harsh life Quirkless endured from both Agito and Ichiban, the Heroes of Tomorrow couldn't blame him for choosing such a violent approach. Agito smiled at the Heroes of Tomorrow to lift the mood. "But enough of these depressing stories. We still got prizes to win." Before anyone else could argue, he already strode over to the prize counter. And the gang followed him. Meanwhile, Michitaka went to toss out the unconscious thugs through the side door into an alleyway. After dividing the money stolen from the attackers, each teen was at least 10,000 yen richer. They also totaled 17 million points from their cards, giving them more than enough for the prize they all aimed to claim. Also, thanks to Michitaka's generous bonus, everyone was able to select their prizes and left satisfied. To start, Agito grabbed the entire Copic marker set. Kagaya chose a calligraphy set for her calligraphy lessons. Hikari chose a fully functional Nintendo Switch 2 console with a 5TB SD card containing all the first, second, and third-party developer games. Sadahiko chose a plastic model tool set, something he had wanted for a while. Megumi selected an encyclopedia set. Apparently, the encyclopedia set was something he wanted, but it was sold out at every major bookstore he frequented. Laura chose a scuba mask, as her old one had broken. Hamura chose a first-edition copy of The Count of Monte Cristo. She had been meaning to add it to her collection for quite some time. Takuma chose a new skateboard. He was very excited to paint his design onto the board when he got home, too. Shin selected a katana maintenance kit. The kit would help him and his swordmaster maintain their swords at the dojo. For Siko, she selected a new punching sandbag set. Nia chose the ironwood carving of a tiger. Nobara chose the replica of a designer handbag. Cole chose the plastic model kit of a real-grade Gundam Astray red frame. Jenna selected a carbon fiber toy key to help practice her quirk on. Zhao selected a new iron wok for his cooking. Before Izuku could make his choice, Ichiban announced he was getting the figurine. Once Izuku learned about it, he exploded with excitement. Holy whoa! There was a prize like that? Izuku exclaimed. The conversations and games had thoroughly distracted him. He didn't even realize such a valuable item was the prize they were all aiming for. It made sense, though, considering how rare that figurine was. His mumbling was cut off as he felt the plasteel container shoved into his arms. All yours, man. Ichiban shouted with an audible grin in his tone. WHWH what? But dash. This dash. I mean dash. How dash? Shouldn't dash? Agito, resting a hand on his shoulder, ceased his stammering. Easy, Izuku. Just take a deep breath. As Agito suggested, Izuku took a few deep breaths to calm himself. A rather exaggerated one that brought amused chuckles from the group. BB but why, Ichiban? Why give this to me? Didn't you pick it? It should be yours. Izuku reasoned with Ichiban for his crazy choice. Yeah. I picked it to give to you. He answered simply. He then grabbed his real choice, a replica of Hero Erdrick's helmet from Dragon Quest. I can't accept this. You all worked so hard for those points, so this should be dash. You worked hard as well, Midoriya, Megumi interjected. If you ask me, you're as deserving of the prize as any of us are. But dash. As Izuku tried to refute, Hikari came in and put her finger towards his lips. Sorry, no buts. Hikari shook her head. That figurine in your hands? We all worked hard, yeah. But we did to give it to you, she revealed their plot with a smile. What? He squeaked, unable to comprehend such a statement. But, why would you dash? Why wouldn't we? Takuma asked. After all we've been through, are we not already friends? Yeah, we are, but dash. Then what's wrong with friends wanting to do something nice for their friends? Hamura questioned. Nothing. But dash? Besides, it's also a thank you gift from us, Cole added, scratching his cheek. Thank you? But dash? For the entrance exam. At least for us, Jenna stated. Cole and I were essentially abandoned by our team. If it weren't for you and the others, we wouldn't have gotten as far as we did, she smiled gratefully towards Izuku. Izuku had to pause from her statement. You have come far in just a matter of months, Izuku, Shin stated. To hone your senses and train in the white purity style takes hard work and dedication. You are more than deserving of such a reward for this chapter of your life. Shin, but... Just stop saying, but, man. Sadahiko chimed in, as the exchanges were starting to get old. Sure, it's a rare and valuable collector's item. But why did we get it? To give to you. As simple as that? I don't understand. What's there not to understand? Nia questioned. We got the thing for you. Izuku, Agito gently rested his hand on his shoulder. I know things have been rough in the past. But those days are behind you now. It's a new beginning. And everyone here? We care about you. You are our friend. And we know how much you love All Might. We wanted to give you this of our own volition. Because you are our friend. After hearing many things, Izuku was choked with emotion. In the past, he didn't think he deserved friends. But it all changed when Agito came into his life. And now, his circle of bonds steadily grew. More lights entered his life, and they wanted to stay with him. His hands tightened around the container in his hands. He felt his eyes burn, as if they tried to produce something that they no longer could. "Thank you, guys," he dry sobbed. He was so touched by their kind words and actions. He felt like crying. He really wanted to. But he couldn't. "Huh? I'm kinda surprised you aren't crying tears of joy right now," Cole commented, only to see Agito snap over to him and make a swiping gesture across his neck to try to get him to stop, but it was too late. I can't actually cry anymore. My tear ducts were destroyed when I lost my sight," Izuku sobered up and answered sheepishly. Indeed, Izuku's tear ducts were lost right after his eyes were burned. The others grew horrified and saddened by the news. Cole felt extra terrible for having absolutely no tact, and Jenna slapped him for having no tact. Izuku, that's, Ichiban tried to form words, but just couldn't. "It's okay, Ichiban." He smiled sadly. "It took a while, but I got used to it." Unable to take it any longer, Hamura and Hikari went over to hug Izuku, much to his flustered surprise. "Hamura? Hikari? When we first met?" Hamura whispered as she held him close. "I thought you were a timid boy. But as we interacted, I learned you are one with a courageous heart. Despite not being able to see, you were respectful and genuinely interested in who I am as a person, not my body or my family name. But just the girl, Hamura." Hamura," he tried to fight the blush on his face, his voice choking. "She's not the only one," Hikari replied. "I thought you were a nerdy and timid boy when we met. But after a while, I started to enjoy having you around." "And me?" he asked as if it were a foreign concept. "Yes," she said firmly. "Gotta say, your nerdiness grew on me, it's pretty cute." Ignoring his blush, she continued. "It was nice, forming a genuine connection like that, just from small talk during that break and lunch in the entrance exams. And what's more, I heard from Hamura that you risked your life to save Jenna and Cole. How you led everyone to ace the exam, even overusing your quirk and self-sacrifice, which, by the way, don't do that again." "I'm sorry." He yelped as Hikari hugged him tighter. "And after today, it was fun. I was happy when we played Street Fighter and all those games. Happy that I could share my hobby with someone who could appreciate it. That they won't dismiss it because it is unsuitable as the heiress of the Seihai family. I would never." "We know," Hamura said. "And that is another wonderful thing about you." "Wonderful, but nothing. You are a kind, smart, understanding, and courageous boy." Both sisters rested their heads on each of his shoulders and spoke in unison. "Thank you, Izuku, for being who you are." Oh, Izuku felt like crying again. But now, he really wished he could cry tears, genuine tears of joy. But as he held the girls tight and sobbed, they could understand what he wanted to convey. The others watched quietly, not wanting to interrupt the moment. Each of them felt teary-eyed and emotional from the sight of it. Ichiban was very close to outright bawling if Agito and Siko hadn't held him back. Thank you, everyone." After everyone said their goodbyes for the day, they all went their separate ways to return home. In addition to the extremely rare All Might figurine and Copic marker set, Izuku and Agito got a few more prizes with the excess points they acquired. Arriving near Yagami House, Agito exchanged them for 3 massive plushies, each one modeled after various animals. One was a panda bear. Another was a bunny rabbit. The last one was a fox. "I really hope they will like them." Izuku hoped as they walked back to the house. "Like them? More like they will love them, Izuku. You know that." "Yeah. Still, today was quite the day, wasn't it?" "Oh yeah. It was a blast." Ichiban knew what he was doing. And honestly, running into those thugs was a good thing. "We beat them up, took their cash and points, and got everyone a prize, and these plushies aside from that figurine." Agito hummed amusedly. "Yeah, I still don't feel good about that," Izuku frowned. While those guys were JRKS, stealing their money after beating them up was too far, like they became the bad guys. Well, let's say we won't make a habit of it. Still, aside from that debacle, it was a fun day, right? Yeah. It was. Honestly, never thought I'd experience anything like it back then. Izuku's smile became a bit sad. It's funny. What is? Well, all of this? Having friends, having fun, opening my heart, and feeling good. Being able to smile genuinely. All of this only became possible after I lost my eyes and awakened my quirk. He admitted. That's because of those two, my life actually became better. Agito immediately stopped walking, his eyes turned to his best friend in worry. Huh? Why'd you stop, Agito? Izuku craned his head towards his brother in all but blood. Sorry. He quickly caught up. But you know, Izuku. You know how everyone genuinely likes you, right? Yeah? That's not because of you having a quirk or your disabilities. Remember what Hamura and Hikari told you? Your kindness, your intelligence, your willingness to help out? Those are the traits that endear them to others. Why does everyone like you? And you've had those this whole time. Agito subtly tried to remind him what was important. If that was true, then why did everyone hate me back then? Izuku solemnly questioned. That's because everyone back then was a bunch of idiots, monsters, and villains in the making. None of it was your fault, Izuku. Agito reminded him, frowning at the memories as well. Simply recalling them was enough to make his blood boil. Right, and the conversation died right after that. But fortunately, they were already at the front door. We're home. Izuku and Agito called out as they entered the front door. Immediately, the sound of rapid footsteps charged right at them. Arf! A small fluffy blur crashed into Izuku, who quickly caught it. Woof! The significantly larger blur stopped short of Agito. Both blurs were revealed to be a pair of canines. The one in Izuku's arms is a red Welsh Pembroke Corgi puppy. He stared up at Izuku and liked his face happily. Haha. That tickles, Ichigo. I'm glad to see you, too. Ichigo. Fluffy, cuddly, hyper-intelligent, emotional support corgi pup that can do your taxes and plot the murder of your enemies. Best boy. The other blur was a large, wolf-like beast with brilliant white fur and 2 blue markings beneath its eyes. It had a proud mane that gave it a regal appearance. A pair of black scara and pink pupils stared Agito right in the eye, his head leveled at Agito's chest, despite being so young. For the canine was not simply an ordinary wolf, but a battle wolf. Rexus, good to see you. Hope you've been good for the others. Agito reached up and scratched his companion behind the ear, eliciting a soft whine from the beast before he liked his master's face. Rexus. Descendant of a legend and future king of danger beasts. Will slaughter anyone who harms his pack. Also, best boy. While the 2 doggos greeted their owners, 3 pairs of footsteps pattered rapidly towards them. Nitachi. A trio of voices exclaimed as they nearly topped the 2 teens over in a flying hug. Oof. Izuku exclaimed as he tried to balance the plasteel case, Ichigo, and one of the new blurs that tackled him. Haha. Energetic as ever, you 3. Agito laughed as he easily caught the 2 other blurs. The 3 culprits in question were a trio of identical triplet girls. All 3 of them had short, black hair with purple highlights. They each had a pair of sky blue eyes with white cross marks where the pupils should be. They were garbed in matching white dresses with dark jackets. Each one had their hair styled differently. The first had their bangs braided off to the side to keep her eyes fully visible. The second had half their bangs braided while the rest covered her right eye. The third left her bangs hanging free, curtaining off her eyes. But all 3 had happy smiles. You're back. The first, Hoshiko, greeted happily. Yagami Hoshiko. No matter the path, she will always arrive at her destination. How was the arcade? The second, Hataru, asked. Yagami Hataru. Blink and you'll miss her. Did you have fun? The third, Hibiki, asked quietly. Yagami Hibiki. Any pathway she makes she'll always return to. Did you bring us prizes? All 3 asked excitedly. Now, sweeties. A lovely female voice spoke out from around the corner. Let your brothers come in and wash up. They can tell us all about it at the table. And then, if you 3 are good, they can talk about what they found there. Okay, mommy. The 3 girls chirped as they let the boys go and went back down the hall. Ichigo and Rexus followed the 3 back in, with Izuku and Agito trailing behind them towards the kitchen. Both parents in the household were hard at work preparing dinner. While the patriarch manned the wok and the fried rice, the matriarch handled the scrambled eggs and the frying pan. The man scooped rice into a substantial mound while the woman topped it with a perfectly golden, fluffy omelet. Both worked in harmony to make delicious-looking plates of omuris. Hi, Mom. We're back. Agito greeted. We brought some goodies too. Welcome back, kiddos. The mother, Pro Hero Midnight, also known as Yagami Kayama Namiri, greeted with a smile. Now off duty, she was dressed in a comfortable pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt with an apron over it. Instead of a red-eye mask, her sky blue eyes had a pair of glasses over them. Her dark purple hair was tied up into a ponytail. Yagami Kayama Namiri. Mom Night who achieved her happy ending and more. Dinner is nearly ready, kids. Go ahead and wash up a bit and set the table, please. Yagami Takayuki asked them. Despite his simple t-shirt and black pants, his slim, athletic build was visible underneath. His signature medium-length black hair, styled in a messy middle part, was also noticeable. Yagami Takayuki. Lawyer and detective of judgment who will forever seek the truth. Sure thing, Dad. Agito and Izuku complied as they set the bags and prizes down before getting ready. Ichigo and Rexus helped set the prizes aside and out of reach of 3 pairs of curious, grabby hands. Later, all 7 were seated at the table, with Ichigo and Rexus seated right next to their respective partners. Seated at Midnight's feet was a British shorthair cat, Sushi, a fluffy kitty found by a dear friend. While the people at the table had omuras, the family's pets had their own cuisine. Ichigo ate his favorite kibble. Rexus ate his own specialized kibble, catered to his specific dietary needs. And Sushi had cat food and sliced fish on the side. As all of them ate their meals, they went to share their stories of the day. "So you two took the boys out for a walk in the park?" Agito asked. "Yep. Figured they could use some fresh air. And you know how Rexus loves to run freely. So your father and I thought we'd make a date out of it," Namuri explained. "We also brought copies of Rex's paperwork with us, just to be on the safe side. After that, we picked up your sisters from school and had ice cream." "Yeah. I got chocolate," Hoshiko chirped after swallowing a mouthful of food. "Vanilla for me." Hataru smiled. "Strawberry," Hibiki said as Namuri wiped her mouth clean. "So how was the arcade, you two? Seems like you picked up quite a haul," Takayuki commented as he eyed the pile of prizes. "Well, it was definitely a fun day," Izuku started. They shared how they met with their friends to hang out at the new arcade at Kiyoshi Ward Mall. While there, they spent hours playing games and having fun. They wisely avoided mentioning the thugs that harassed them, and whom they promptly beat up and took their money. And what mattered most was Izuku learning how their new friends cherished him. "Good for you, Izuku," Namuri said proudly. "I'm so happy you're making so many friends. I do want you to take it easy, though, young man. Even after that trip to the infirmary, you were explicitly told to take it easy for at least a week." She pointed her finger with a stern expression, befitting a compassionate yet firm mother. "I will, don't worry," he promised. "Still, it's amazing how you were able to find one of those rare All Might figurines, kids," Takayuki commented. "Especially that one in particular," he pointed to the limited edition All Might figurine. He still remembers how he filled out the paperwork for his partner's figurine. Yeah, it definitely was a lucky find. All the more reason to win it for Izuku. Agito playfully shook his best friend by the shoulder. "What other prizes did you get?" Hataru asked. "Well, I'm glad you asked," Agito exclaimed as he and Izuku went over to pull out 3 large, fluffy plushies, a panda, a bunny, and a fox. At the sight of them, the girls squealed so loudly that the pets whined in fright. The girls shot out of their seats and grabbed the plushie of their choice. Hibiki took the panda, Hataru the bunny, and Hoshiko the fox. "We love them, Agito, Izuku." Hoshiko smiled happily. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Hibiki smiled gratefully. "It's so fluffy." Hataru smiled excitedly as she shook hers. As the 3 expressed their love and gratitude for the stuffed animals, the parents could only look on happily. They truly cherished these moments. Full of happiness, full of cheer, and full of love. They glanced over at Izuku, glad that he was genuinely healing. Once dinner was wrapped up, it was time to wash up and head to bed. And with the announcement of a bath, the girls did their regular routine of escaping the clutches of parents and siblings who wanted to get them cleaned up. After a few minutes of chasing, the girls were captured and bathed first, much to their protests. Once everyone had had their turn, they wrapped up the rest of their nightly routines before heading to their rooms for the night. 2 teens lay wide awake in their beds, reflecting on the day they had. "This was one of the best days of my life," Izuku mentally reflected as he stared up at the ceiling. "My life truly is turning for the better." It took a while, but Izuku is well on his way to healing. Agito mused as he stared at the ceiling. "It will still take time, but he will get there. We really should set up more hangouts like this. They will definitely help." As the two reflected, their minds drifted off until they were sound asleep. The first flight. It was late at night in the Yagami household. All residents within it are sound asleep, save for 2 teenagers. In their respective rooms, Izuku and Agito thrashed around on their beds. Their breathing labored, their bodies slick with cold sweat. Both were having nightmares. Yagami house, Izuku's room. Izuku tossed and turned. His hands gripped his sheets tightly, his face scrunched up in anguish. Within the dreamscape, flashes of various scenes ran through his mind. Izuku found himself in the darkness, alone. The air felt thick and noxious. Izuku was a child again, around 3 years old. He was playing with other children, but their faces were blurred out. Then he was 4 years old, in the doctor's office. It was the day he wanted to know what quirk he had. "It's not happening, kid," the doctor callously told him. It was also the day his life shattered for the first time. Later, Izuku was at home, watching his favorite video of All Might's grand rescue. As he watched, he asked his mother the one question, but all he received was a sorrowful apology. Izuku was at school when news spread that he was quirkless. The people he thought were friends abandoned him. And it was the start of his hell. He reached out to help his best friend up after he fell into the river. He responded by blasting him with an explosion and leaving him in the water. He stood up to him to protect someone his former friend was bullying. He got beaten up and burned. The kid that he saved had long since abandoned him. Now it was years later, where he bore the various abuse and humiliation from his classmates, even his teachers, just for being born without a quirk. Each day became bleaker. His status was forever marked by those ugly red shoes, a glaring reminder of his own inability and a beacon for others to harass him. He sustained additional burns, bruises, and scars across his body, strategically placed so they could be easily hidden under his uniform. Various punishments, even when he did nothing to warrant any of them. Late slips even when he was on time. Detentions for disruptions, even though he was the victim. Lowered grades despite studying and writing down the correct answers. Being gaslit to think otherwise. Red spider lilies on his desk each morning. Days living in terror and fear. The suffocating loneliness, knowing he had not a single ally in that hellhole. Then came the day for high school applications, and the abuse he faced got even worse. Even to the point of suicide baiting. As he walked home, an explosion happened. His feet dragged him to the scene, where his main tormentor was held hostage and suffocated by a mass of sludge. His feet broke out in a run, and he freed him. But even then, he was admonished and punished for doing the right thing. Next was absolute chaos. He was pinned down. Sharp pain cut through his eyes as darkness engulfed him. The upper half of his face grew searing hot. Then there were the frantic alarms, the scent of bleach and antiseptic, and the long drone of a flatline. And then silence. But soon, the darkness lifted, the light was dim, the colors dull and muted. Where was this? Some random apartment? Why was it so Spartan? Why could he see again? What were these names on his phone? He didn't recognize any of them, and why were some blurred out? Why did he keep trying to call these numbers? Why wasn't anyone responding? Why was he seeing messages, but none had any concern for him? The scene flickered again. Now he was attending a drinking party, but he was too young. And why were everyone's faces blurred? Why did he feel like his guts were twisting? Why was he having trouble breathing? Why did everything ache? Why couldn't he feel the same excitement as everyone else supposedly does? The scene shifted again. Now he was in bed, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling. Where was this place? Why? Why did everything hurt? Why is breathing even harder? Why did he feel so empty? Why was he feeling like he was being crushed? Why did it feel like he was sinking? Why was he so cold? Why was everything getting darker? Why? WHY. Then the darkness fully enveloped him, engulfing him in silence. But it was soon broken. By words, the words that shattered his old life. Yes. I would rather see Izuku live and endure a lifetime of misery than be sent to an early grave for chasing an impossible dream. If Izuku had functional eyes, they would have snapped open upon jolting awake. He panted as if he'd just run a marathon, his heart rate racing. He took deep breaths to calm down and de-escalate. Just what was that? He had no idea. He could no longer recall it, most of it anyway. Unfortunately, the words kept looping in his head. He turned on his side, his arm resting against his head, as if trying to shut out the words from his mind. A familiar wet sensation graced his cheek as he lay deep in thought. Ichigo looked at him worriedly, as if asking if he was okay. Izuku didn't answer. He just wrapped his arms around his dog and held him close. Yagami House, Agito's room. Agito gripped his cover tightly as he pressed his pillow tightly to his head, as if trying to block out the vile imagery of his nightmares. It all started with a plane ride. Idyllic, first class, with his birth parents, and little sister. Then everything went wrong. The plane crashed. There was fire, ringing in his ears, rubble, and dead bodies everywhere. He lay buried beneath the charred corpses of his family. Somehow, he was the sole survivor. Why was the only one to live when everyone else perished? Why was he spared? Why him and not his family? Next, he wandered, his eyes empty and despondent. His stomach growled ravenously, his throat like sandpaper, but he kept walking. He was thrown down on the ground with a vicious punch. He rolled out of the way of a stomp that would have crushed his skull open. He countered it by kicking the opponent's ankle to break his footing, before following with a rising uppercut. His eyes glowed red as he saw all the enemies that were hidden from him. His blackened fist tore through an assassin poised to strike him down. His combat knife took on a black sheen as he cut down another. His gun in his hand hit every 2 marks, one to the head, and one to the heart. With furious indignation, he exuded his will onto the world. Every form of opposition before him dropped like puppets whose strings had been cut. Their eyes grew glassy as foam leaked from their mouths. But it did not cease there as their unconscious bodies continued to be pressed into the earth, as if they were being crushed by gravity. But that was no enemy, it was just a bystander. Just a group of civilians. What had he done? The raven-haired teen's eyes snapped open, his breath shuddered with a gasp. He gazed at the ceiling, drenched in cold sweat. He brushed his hair back with his hands and covered his eyes, his breathing labored and uneasy. As if sensing his parents' distress, Rexus lay his head on top of his body to help ground him. Later, both teens headed to the living room for some water. Along the way, they crossed paths and decided to go down together. After getting a drink, they simply sat on the living room couch. Neither said anything. Based on the feeling they got from the other, they knew it was a bad nightmare. They stayed silent in the darkness, simply letting their presence be a soothing balm for their worries. They knew each other's past. They understood each other's pain. They sat there, amid the darkness and quiet. As time passed, both had simply drifted off in peace. A few minutes later, a blanket was draped over their unconscious forms. By Rexus. Ichigo climbed onto the couch and scooted beneath the covers, sitting on top of Izuku's lap. Rexus lay down at the foot of the couch by Agito's feet. Soon, all four of them were fast asleep. When the morning sun came up, Takayuki and Namuri were the first down the stairs, with Sushi tailing behind. The two parents stopped when they came across their two sons and their dogs curled up on the couch, fast asleep. Despite their resting state, both could see the bags under their eyes. It happened again, Takayuki stated solemnly, fully familiar with this scene. Taken, we really need to address their problems soon. Namuri frowned worriedly. I know. The man nodded in agreement. But given how things are, I can't trust anyone with them except Hound Dog. So, when they enroll, we'll make sure they see to him as soon as possible. He reassured his wife. In return, she nodded with a small smile. Later, while the couple prepared a nice breakfast of pancakes, the three triplets came down the stairs, saw the pile on the couch, and promptly joined them. All right, kids. Breakfast is ready. Namuri called out a little while later. As Agito and Izuku stirred, the triplets and Ichigo poked their heads out from beneath the blanket. The female pro-heroine quickly snapped a pic of the adorable scene, then another when Rexus raised his head to be in frame. After the teens were roused from sleep, the family was once more seated at the table. The animals ate their specialty food, while the humans feasted on stacks of pancakes topped with butter, syrup, fruits, whipped cream, cinnamon, and even matcha powder. Along with eggs, sausages, and bacon, it was a classic American breakfast. It was a nice, if sugary, start to the day. It also served as a welcome distraction for the boys from their previous nightmares. The day passed in peace. And in late afternoon? Agito. Izuku. The letters from UA are here. Namuri squealed excitedly, a pair of envelopes in hand. Soon, the family was gathered around the dinner table, all bodies eager and in anticipation. Agito and Izuku turned to one another. Nodded once and opened their envelopes simultaneously. Instead of pieces of stationery as they expected, they were greeted with a pair of small black discs. Although Izuku's was a bit more modified, complete with extended finger grips. What are those? The triplets asked at once. Hataru and Hoshiko reached out to poke them. But when they made contact, the discs crackled to life. Izuku was given his disc to hold for Takayuki. It turns out the extensions were braille projectors, so he can read any text displayed. From the centerpieces, a hologram manifested, projecting an image of a tall, curvaceous woman with two-tone hair of dark blue and pink. She wore a dark, sleeveless, skin-tight dress with a silver utility belt. Her hair was quite long, even when tied into a high ponytail, it still reached past her shoulders. Agito recognized this woman. She is part of the top 20 heroes and one of the greatest markswomen of Japan, if not the world. Her shots were among the best of the best, even surpassing those of pro-hero Snipe and his homing Quirk. Not only is she known for her accuracy and precision, but the versatility of the ammunition she uses. She was also one of the leading examples of how, even with a dangerous Quirk, you can still be a hero. And with enough skill, practice, and hard work, you can make it far. She was the rifle hero, Lady Nagant. But more personally than that, she was a close friend of the Yagami family, Azumi Kana, the wife of Azumi Sashiro, a close friend of Takayuki. Yo, Midoriya Izuku Yagami Agito. The recording greeted casually. I am Lady Nagant. I'll be telling you about your scores from the entrance exam. Oh? It's Azumi-san? Izuku asked upon recognizing her voice. Yay! Auntie Kana. The triplets cheered happily. Seems like it. Agito agreed. He side-eyed his parents, who could only innocently whistle and look away. Meanwhile, with Ichiban Kasuga at Yokohama? No way. The afro-haired teen exclaimed. Lady Nagant is gonna read my results? Awesome. Bwerf. A young Samoyed barked before he panted happily next to Ichiban. Hachiko. Super fluffy, loyal, affectionate pup that won't hesitate to bash the brains of enemies in. Also, best boy. I know Hachiko. He hugged his fluffy doggo. Anyway, Midoriya Izuku Yagami Agito. Lady Nagant continued. You managed to ace the written portion. Full marks on the regular and heroic aspects. Congratulations. Without even looking, both teens high-fived one another. Kasuga Ichiban. You have passed the written portion. However, your marks in the regular section are a bit lacking. She gave Ichiban a sympathetic smile. But it meets the minimum requirement. Oof, Ichiban winced. Academics truly were his weakness. Moving on. With the written portion completed, let's discuss the practical portion. Overall, you have scored 65 villain points. She announced for both. Behind her was a metric of how many villain robots were destroyed and the point distribution. Villain bots. Easy villains, Victory, 1 point, x11 x10. Medium villains, Imperial, 2 points, x12 x11. Hard villains, Venator, 3 points, x10 x11. Arena Traps Ace, Executor, 0 points, x1. Her excitement soon turned grave. As examiners, we keep tabs on everything going on during the exam. And don't think we missed your little stunt in facing the Executor. As a result, you have lost all the villain points you accumulated. Earning downtrodden expressions from Izuku and the kids, yet Agito remained suspicious. Ah man. Ichiban snapped sadly. That is, if we chose for it to be so. Her excited smile returned. Say what? Ichiban asked with a dumbfounded expression. Huh? What does that mean? Hoshiko questioned as she rubbed her head. Hee, I'm sure she'll explain it, sweetie. Namuri rubbed her little one's head. You see, as examiners, we not only observe the feats of the examinees but also their demeanor and behavior. She displayed various images of aspiring students. While some actions were altruistic and heroic, others depicted selfishness, such as using teammates as human shields or abandoning them altogether. There were also images of interteam squabbles and arguments. You see, if we noticed that students pursued the Executor and engaged in combat solely because they sought a challenge or an epic clash to defeat a monster, we would have taken away their points in a heartbeat. But not you. You and your team fought the Executor in the wake of causing immense collateral damage, even putting other teams and fellow examinees at risk. You put the well-being of others above defeating the villain. Which is what a hero is all about. And not only that, but you demonstrated great teamwork and cooperation with your teammates, even with others who were not part of your team. Izuku's letter featured images of Jenna and Cole. What's more, you all worked together to take down a significant threat. Which brings me to introduce not one, but 2 additional point categories we give to examinees, rescue points and team points. She then displayed a new panel on the screen behind her. The numbers made Ichiban's jaw drop. Kasuga Ichiban. Villain points, 69 points. Rescue points, 47 points. Team points, 100 points. Total points, 216 points. Yagami Agito. Villain points, 65 points. Rescue points, 52 points. Team points, 100 points. Total points, 217 points. Izuku Midoriya. Villain points, 65 points. Rescue points, 42 points. Team points, 110 points. Total points, 217 points. With scores like these, what else can I say but congratulations? Kana congratulated, beaming with pride. You have not only passed with flying colors but also scored the top spot on the exam, tied with only one other examinee. She then extended her hand. Now come on, kid, welcome to your hero academia. The video then ended. The projection showed their exam scores, almost like a leaderboard. Both found their names in their placement. First place, Midoriya Izuku, 217 points, 65 villain 42 rescue 110 team. First place, Yagami Agito, 217 points, 65 villain 52 rescue 100 team. Second place, Kasuga Ichiban, 216 points, 69 villain 47 rescue 100 team. The afro-haired teen stared at the results in shock for several moments. Then the realization kicked in. His face broke out into an ecstatic grin. Then he jumped up and cheered happily. Yay! Hachiko howled with matching excitement, congratulating his partner. Yay! You did it! The triplets cheered. I'm so proud of you too! Namuri exclaimed as she brought them all into a hug. I knew you could do it. I agree. I never had doubts for a second. Takayuki nodded as he too became part of the hug. See? Told you we'd ace it? Agito cheered. We didn't just ace it. We got first place. Both of us. Izuku exclaimed happily. You kiddos are going to do great at UA. I don't mean to cut celebrations short. But with your results, I feel like we should let you two know of certain news in the future. Takayuki interjected, bringing the celebrations to a close. What do you mean? Agito asked with trepidation and narrowed eyes. And something tells him he isn't going to like what he's about to hear from his foster father. Greetings. Takayuki Yagami was greeted as a hologram projection. He was dressed in a gray tweed two-piece suit, a red and white regimental striped necktie, and a pair of brown dress shoes. My name is Yagami Takayuki, a teacher at UA High School's hero course. Hey there. A rough, yet friendly voice greeted. The speaker in question was a tall, middle-aged, well-built man. He had a head of short black hair with sideburns that connected to a chin-strap beard. A scar crossed his left eyebrow. His charcoal eyes gleamed with wisdom and strength. He was dressed in a charcoal gray pinstriped suit, a white dress shirt, a maroon necktie, and brown leather smooth-toe Oxfords. My name is Kaito Masaharu, a teacher at UA High School's hero course. Allow me to congratulate you on scoring so well in the written exam, making it within the top 5 percentile. However, as one of the examiners of the practical exam, I regret to inform you that you were unable to meet the point requirements. Let me cut to the chase. You scored well in the written exam. However, the entrance exam practical portion is where you fell short. While you scored a certain amount of villain points, as well as demonstrated acts of heroism that rewarded rescue points, you fell short in a crucial requirement for the exam, team points. Team points are measured based on your teamwork with your assigned teammates and how promptly you take action. However, as examiners who oversaw the practical, we failed to see how you would perform well in this category. This is a crucial element as you must learn to cooperate with your fellow heroes out in the field to neutralize any dangers and save civilians. While you were able to handle threats and help your fellow examinees, you failed to do so as a cohesive unit. You each went off and did your own thing. And when the mastermind made his appearance, you all panicked and scrambled, which is inexcusable in a real-life scenario where lives are at stake. As such, I regret to inform you that you failed to make the cut to join the UA Hero course. However, that doesn't mean it's the end of your journey. Even though you didn't quite make it in, you scored pretty well. It was almost enough to secure your spots, but you just came short. Please don't let this discourage you. Even if you haven't made it to the Hero course, your enrollment in the General Education Department is a bridge to the heroic path you seek. So don't give up. You may have stumbled, but your journey ain't over yet. You still have opportunities to make it in. With the final message of encouragement, the holograms shut off, revealing the scores of 15 examinees who failed the Hero Course entrance exam. What the F-? At a certain abandoned warehouse? It was late afternoon at an abandoned warehouse. After the last person entered, the individual holding the door checked for followers. Once confirmed, he gave a thumbs up to signal everything was clear. Thank you for gathering everyone. A deep, powerful voice spoke to those gathered inside the warehouse. At the center, a group of 18 individuals had gathered. 2 adults and 16 teenagers, examinees of the UA Hero Course entrance exam. They all thought they would be shoo-ins and secure their spots. Given their capability to pass the previous exam, they were fully confident. Yet reality stated the contrary. A big one, too. I can't believe it, one teenage boy, with spiky blonde hair with a black streak, stammered amongst the group. All of us? Failed? Kaminari Denki. The dynamo that fries his brain. Things were crazy during the practical. A short boy with purple, grape-like hair shouted as he gripped his head in his hands. It was even crazier than the last practical. Mineta Minoru. Perverted grape. So many faux villains, and they fought much smarter, too. What we thought we knew proved insufficient. A tall, muscular young man with pale gray hair covering his face bent over his eye, frowning. Shoji Mizo. The one who brought change to the heteromorph stigma. So many, so strong, a young teen with a rocky appearance muttered. Kota Koji. The silent type who stayed too silent when it mattered most. But who the heck were all the crazy strong examinees there? A teen with round elbows shouted. They made mincemeat out of the faux villains. Shiro Hanta. The tape version of Spider-Man. I know. A pink-skinned girl with yellow horns exclaimed. I saw so many I didn't recognize. One of them could summon things by making hand signs. Ashido Mina. No need to avenge Midnight now. This one guy I saw, he demonstrated skilled martial arts. And I think his quirk allowed him to pull out objects from nowhere, a blonde boy with a large, muscular tail added. Ojiro Mashireo. Honestly forgettable, like how he and everyone else forgot someone. I was saved by a girl who had a crazy, powerful light quirk. I sure as hell don't recognize her from back then. A girl with an earphone jack-like quirk stated. Jiro Kyoka. Punk rock hero who got a little girl to smile again. I saw a girl who could make flaming bones. Like a giant skeleton, on fire, a muscular teen with large lips added his input. Sato Rikido. Made a successful bakery. But at the cost of losing love. I saw one who carried around a massive odachi. Her movements, it was like the sword was swinging on its own, so manly. A redhead with spiky hair and sharp teeth exclaimed. Kirishima Ijiru. Fake redhead and bro to the wrong person. I saw this scary-looking guy. A girl with green hair and prismatic eyes added. He used 2 swords and had an electricity quirk. He also had a scary look on his face. Hagakure Toru. Went unseen for the longest time, and when finally visible, someone else took her place. Karo, I was saved by a girl who punched a venator so hard its body crumpled. A girl with frog-like features recalled. Azuitsuyu. Speaks her mind freely. I have encountered one who possessed undeniable skill with the blade. The raven-headed teen said. It was, frankly, quite monstrous. And Dark Shadow agrees. Tokoyami Fumikage. You would think one would remind the other about a certain someone. None of this makes sense. Everything is much too different. The exam format, the rules, testing criteria, even a new category of points. A bespectacled teen with glasses hyperventilated. Even our experience and all we know, we still failed. Ida Tenya. A stuck-up idiot who nearly got himself and others killed to pursue reckless vengeance. Let's not forget what we just learned. A teen with purple hair, standing straight up, commented. About what happened to the mastermind in one of the testing areas. Shinso Hitoshi. Winner who failed to put in the work, until now. But how is that possible? Midoriya was supposed to have one for all. Not a quirk like Hawks. And those feathers let him teleport, not cut things up. Kirishima questioned. Oh no, do you think he got multiple quirks from you-know-who? Mina worried about the worst-case scenario. He did not. The lanky, blonde man with sunken eyes said firmly. While young Midoriya could teleport with his feathers, he cut down the executor through swordsmanship alone. Yagi Tashinori. The symbol of peace, who failed to save the ones who mattered most. The explanation stunned the others. To learn that Midoriya had cut down the executor to pieces was mind-boggling and difficult to swallow. Especially since it was not a quirk that enhanced his strength or cutting prowess. Just how was that possible? But, Midoriya couldn't do any of that before. All he did was punch. And only later did he learn how to kick. How did he get so good with a sword? The sparky-haired blonde exclaimed. I guess we can add this to the list of changes. The teen with two-toned hair stated. Todoroki Shoto. Half-hot, half-cold hero who failed the one who mattered the most. Indeed, it's greatly troubling. The girl with a spiky ponytail hummed in agreement. It's a good thing we took into account for such things. While only Todoroki and I made it to the hero course, all of you qualified for the Gen Ed course. So, we can still keep in contact. Yayorozu Momo. A magnificent possibility that could have been, but too blind to see and too late to realize. Let's not forget about those guys in our letters, too, Jiro said. They said they're UA staff. But I don't recognize them at all. And supposedly, they're the new hero course teachers. But why aren't you one, as teacher, Aizawa-sensei? Ashido asked the shabbily dressed man. Aizawa Shoyuta. Arguably the worst, most irrational, hypocritical, lazy, neglectful, poor excuse of an educator in all of existence. Greatly dishonored and disappointed Shirakumo Oboro. The man, Aizawa Shoyuta, could only look away. Some noticed a hint of bitterness in his expression. I was no longer deemed qualified. And it wasn't until recently that I was deemed fit to teach once more. Really? But why? Shinso questioned, curious as to why the one who trained him was banned from teaching. It doesn't matter right now. The shabby-looking teacher shook his head as he steered the conversation away. What matters are the differences between the previous timeline and this one. Indeed, like how Midoriya does not possess one for all here, Yagi revealed to the others, surprising them. But, didn't you give it to him, All Might? Shoto asked. I did in the last timeline. Not this one. I never got the chance to make contact with him. But why? Didn't you meet him during the Sludge Villain event? Ida questioned. No, that is another difference. By the time I found the villain, he had already had his grasp on, young Bakugu, he spat the name with contempt. And for good reason. The others sense his vitriol toward the mentioned teen, not that they could blame him, given what he's done. I still can't believe it, Kirishima frowned sadly. How could Bakubro do such a thing? How could you still call him that? After everything that's happened? Mina shouted. We don't know what fully happened. Maybe something went wrong. Kirishima remarked, earning an annoyed expression and sigh from the pink-skinned girl. Wrong is an understatement. Midoriya was blinded and nearly killed by him. Todoroki frowned coldly. The moment Momo learned about the incident, she contacted everyone who knew about it. To put it lightly, just about everyone's respect for Bakugo severely dropped. The only solace was that Izuku somehow survived. But learning the full scope of the Aldera scandal truly horrified them. Midoriya had to live through that hellhole for years? It was definitely blood-curdling. But it also helped explain how he was so touch-starved and withdrawn. But it's a good thing he survived, right? Kaminari tried to find a positive in the story, only for Toshinori to refute him. He, in fact, did not, Yagi stated solemnly, eliciting several confused and horrified looks. What? Koda squeaked. But he got to the hospital in time, right? They stabilized him. Mina argued. They didn't stabilize him, Aizawa answered back. By the time he reached the hospital, he was deemed dead on arrival. The bomb was dropped, and everyone felt their hearts and stomachs sink. It was one thing knowing that someone they should have cherished more perished because of their neglect, but to hear that he died again? It was inconceivable. But, if he died, how is he still alive? Azui questioned anxiously. We learned something from our own investigations, as well as some assistance and information provided by our colleagues. The skeletal blonde replied. Right after young Midoriya was deemed deceased, strange, raven feathers with a shade of verdant green started to manifest around his corpse. And from them, his body started to ignite with an emerald-colored flame. It covered his body and, miraculously, he revived. Everyone was stunned by the new revelation from the #1 hero as yet another bombshell was dropped. As they were trying to process, they noticed All Might gripping his fist tight enough that it could draw blood. This quirk he possesses, he shuddered, with a mix of relief and disgust. He had awakened it, by dying. This is insane, Shinso stated. This is completely, utterly insane. We all return to the past to find the world completely different. The entrance exam is different, and all our training and experience meant nothing. Midoriya legally died before being revived by his quirk, which awakened after that death. Am I the only one who thinks we're in over our heads here? No, man, because I'm not liking our odds either, Zero admitted. Come on, guys. We can't give up now. Kirishima tried to inspire them. So what if we didn't make it into the hero course this time? Todoroki and Yaoyorozu did, so there's still a chance. And we're in Gen Ed. If we work hard, we still have a shot at the sports festival. And with Bakubro gone, we just gotta work harder than ever to pick up the slack. Actually, that's not true. Aizawa pointed out. What do you mean? What do you mean he's going to U.A? Agito snapped at his parents for telling him the news. He was right. He didn't like the news one bit, no, the absurdity he just heard from his foster parents. Apparently, the news they wanted to tell them was that Bakugo Katsuki was still being enrolled in UA. Agito did not take kindly to the announcement. Rexus wisely took the triplets out of the room while Ichigo moved to cuddle Izuku. After everything he did, he's still allowed to enter UA? What kind of messed up logic is behind this? It's almost as if you're saying he's being rewarded for being a piece of shit. He shouted. That is not it at all, Agito, Takayuki calmly told him. He is being enrolled, yes. But it is a strict, conditioned probation enrollment. What do you mean? He questioned after calming down a bit from the elaboration. What I mean is that Bakugo has to adhere to strict regulations during his enrollment. And if he violates them, it's back to Hades for him. Hades Juvenile Prison Center. Essentially, it is Japan's largest juvenile prison, dubbed the lighter version of Tartarus. It houses child criminals with dangerous quirks and would-be villains. A good number of their inmates are minors who hurt or even murdered others with their quirks, or committed grave crimes with them. In rare cases, minors are even shipped to Tartarus after undergoing several examinations. And after the Aldera scandal, Bakugo was immediately sentenced there after he recovered from grievous injuries. Then why is he even going to UA and not stuck in Hades? The raven-haired teen asked. Honestly, because Nizu didn't want villains or the HPSC to get their hands on him. He's already a massive risk. But if either side gets him, it will be much more volatile. Takayuki explained. Agito grunted, reluctantly understanding the point his foster father made. Nizu wanted to keep a leash on him and under a watchful eye, instead of cutting him loose and letting him run rampant. Izuku just remained silent, holding Ichigo closer. He will be enrolled in general education and kept under the watchful eye of Aizawa, Namuri scowled briefly. There were also inputs made by Best Jeanist and Gang Orca, heroes who dealt with problematic children. As for the other conditions, he cannot approach Izuku for any reason unless Izuku gives his consent first. And even then, it must pass the majority vote from staff for approval for the conditional approach. Takayuki explained. Izuku felt his eyes throb, prompting him to wince. Namuri already raced to the refrigerator for an ice pack for him. Honestly, doesn't sound like it's strict enough, Agito admitted. Takayuki sighed, sharing his foster son's sentiment. Maybe not. But these were the conditions Nizu made. Despite everything, he is willing to give Bakugo one chance for redemption. But it's up to him to properly take it if he really wants to change. So that's what's happening to him? Shoji asked. To which Aizawa nodded. Yes. Bakugo is on a strict probationary status. Should he violate any of the terms, he will be sent straight back to Hades. After hearing this, the warehouse fell silent. The adults exchanged glances about Bakugo's fate, while the 16 teenagers appeared more conflicted. Despite their differences from Bakugo, they had been through everything together. Over time, they became close friends and colleagues who shared the path to becoming pro-heroes. Honestly, I have severely mixed feelings, Kaminari stated, breaking the silence. On one hand, sure, he was a massive, loud JRK, but he still helped us a lot. And he even pushed the super suit for Midoriya forward. On the other hand, after what he did here, I know. Jiro rested a hand on his shoulder. I'm on the same boat. I'm still reeling from all of this, Mineta admitted. Honestly, I feel like we're screwed over from the get-go. What matters now is what we do going forward. Every one of us was still able to make it into UA. So, we still have chances to make this right. Ida tried to emphasize, but it sounded like he was trying to convince himself. Well, not everyone. Momo pointed out. The others winced as they looked elsewhere. They all knew who she was talking about. First was Aoyama Yuga, with whom they lost contact when they first formed. And honestly, given his past affiliation, they feared the worst. But there was nothing they could do for now. And then there is Uraraka Ochako, who decided to attend Shiketsu instead of UA. Even though she came back to try and fix things, she ran away, Jiro said. Ochako-chan just needs time, Tsuyu tried to defend her friend. Time? How much time? She's going to Shiketsu, all the way in another province. She'll have all the time she wants as she has no reason to even be here. Toru argued. It quickly turned into a shouting match between those defending Uraraka's decisions and those criticizing their flaws, while she simply wanted to run away. And never face Midoriya again, and how her actions contributed to Izuku's premature death. Enough. Todoroki raised his voice, bringing the shouting match to a close. Bickering won't get us anywhere. What's done is done. Uraraka made her choice, so she must live with it. Just like we did. His words seemed to sober up the group, who reluctantly nodded and agreed. Bickering won't get them anywhere. They needed to focus and plan out what to do next. What matters is that this new timeline we're in is playing on rules that did not exist before, Yagi said gravely. What do you mean? Shoji asked. Young Yayorozu, if you would? He took out his phone. The young heiress complied and made a television screen and an HDMI connector cable with her quirk. She connected All Might's phone to it. All eyes turned to the screen as a video clip was being played. It was the raven-haired boy in a Haori, staring down at the immobilized executor. Who the heck is that guy? Sato wondered. That is the one I saw at the exam. The one with the mastery level of swordsmanship. Tokoyami exclaimed. But why is he staring down the executor alone? What is he? Kirishima's voice died down as they all saw it. In a black flash, he moved his sword, and the executor suddenly lost most of its torso. Its body crumpled inward before exploding. What the heck? Mineta screeched. Huh? Ida could not process what he just saw. What kind of quirk does he have to do all that? All Might shook his head. What he displayed was not the work of a quirk. Huh? All responded with shocked expressions. You all recall the leaderboard rankings, correct? Slow nods followed his question. They recall it vividly, as Midoriya was tied for first place. The one who shares first place with young Midoriya is a quirkless lad named Yagami Agito. Quirkless? And he somehow tied with Midoriya? How is that possible? Just because he doesn't have a quirk doesn't mean he can't be a hero. All Might said with a bitter expression. The words that haunt him will forever continue to do so. The words he never apologized for. Already, we have seen numerous bright souls employ martial arts and skills outside of a quirk and have proven they are effective in combat. Yeah, but there's only so much that martial arts alone can do, right? Mineta spoke. You'd be surprised, Ojiro, the group's martial arts expert, stated. If you lift weights to build muscle and increase your overall strength, you are adding to your base power. But applying techniques such as martial arts increases your base strength. But even so, this doesn't seem humanly possible. Yeah. Not to mention his sword broke after he did whatever he did. Toru pointed out. While everyone was trying to understand how the raven-haired boy wielded his sword and unleashed his technique, Shinso noticed a girl with pink hair and goggles on her forehead, lost in thought. Honestly, I'm surprised that you're still quiet after all this, Hatsum. Especially after seeing all the new faux villain robots. Shinso commented to the girl, who snapped out of her thoughts. Hatsum may. Creation and destruction go hand in hand with her. Oh, that's right. Hatsum, how are you with Melissa? Is she doing alright? Mina asked, only to have her curiosity die as a bitter frown twisted Hatsum's face. While everyone was speaking, Hatsum was lost in thought about that young genius from I-Island on an accelerated grade course who had scored higher than she had on the support course entrance exam. And now she was reminded of something terrible, something that had cost her dearly. That bridge is burned beyond repair, Pinky, she answered with a weary sigh. And if she ever learned that I was the one who hacked into her system and used that plan of hers for all of us to come back, it's gonna be a total shitstorm. Welp, that was a productive meeting. Heroes of tomorrow. Dehiro, guys. I did it. I got into UA. Lady Nagant gave me the news. Demabs, that's great, Kasuga-kun. I got in as well. And congrats on getting second place ranking. Lo main man, congrats, Kasuga. I got in as well. Nailwa man, I did too. Huh. SCK it, naysayers. In the shadows, I was accepted, too. Magnet Punk, same here. Cheery Mask, I got in, too. McFrosty, I have been accepted as well. So Catty, oh, hell yeah. I made it in. Fear to Shield, woo. We did it. Bloodburn, hell yeah. Jenna and I got in, too. De Prince, I am glad we were accepted. Blinding Bright, hell yeah. We got into the hero course. Blue Flare, my family was overjoyed when the letter brought good news. Blaze Chef, I am so happy. All of us got in, yes? Supreme King, given everyone's posts, I guess all of us got in? Feathermite, congratulations, everyone. We all did it. Dehiro, and here they are. The record holders and tied for first place. Give it up for Izuku and Agito, everyone. The chat was filled with congratulatory posts and emojis. Feathermite, thank you, guys. I'm so glad all of us made it in. Bloodburn, yeah. I thought we'd fail given how we worked with you guys instead of our team. Bloodburn, but it turns out, they just abandoned us and left us hanging. In the shadows, wow. What a bunch of assholes. Fear to Shield, they just deserted you? In the middle of an exam? That's awful. So Catty, pretty sure they got the boot in that case. Doubt UA would ever accept people like that. De Prince, thank goodness for that. To be honest, the people we were assigned to a team with were rather unsavory. Definitely not proper hero material. Bloodburn, you got that right. But when I think about it, them ditching us was a good thing, because we got to meet you guys. Bloodburn, and the team points we got? That's because you helped us, and we repaid the favor by working with you. De Prince, we cannot thank you enough. Feathermite, the feeling is mutual. Without you guys, I doubt we would have been able to take down the Executor. As we did. Blaze Chef, I believe Izuku deserves the most credit. He did save those two after all. Dehiro, you heard the lady. Let's give it up for Izuku. A true hero in the making. The chat was filled with congratulatory posts and emojis towards Izuku. Feathermite, gee guys. Dehiro, anyway, since all of us got accepted into U.A's hero course, why don't we celebrate? With karaoke? In the shadows, didn't we all just go out at the arcade? Dehiro, that was for bonding and fun. This is for bonding and celebration. Nothing spells victory than singing karaoke with friends. Dehiro, so? What I all say? Supreme King, I'm in. Feathermite, me too. Sounds like fun. Blinding Bright, Hamura and I are coming too. Blaze Chef, yes. I'd love to sing too. So Catty, I'm free. So I can go too. Fear to Shield, I never actually went to karaoke with friends before. So I'd love to go. De Prince, I am the same. This will be a new experience. Nailwa man, you too will have fun. You don't even need to be a good singer to enjoy karaoke. I'm in. McFrosty, I don't know if I will sing, but I will join as well. Bloodburn, I can give it a shot. Demabs, you know I'm there. Lo main man, say no more Ichiban. I'm there. Cheery Mask, sorry, guys. But I can't. My family is taking me out to celebrate my acceptance. But I'll try next time. Magnet Punk, same here. Sorry guys. In the shadows, I can't go either. Celebrating with my family too. Blue Flare, I as well. My parents were adamant about going out to dinner, and my little brother wants cake. Dehiro, nah, don't worry, guys. It's cool if you have plans. We can plan some karaoke for next time, too. Dehiro, then it's settled. Let's hit up the karaoke club in Kamurocho on Sunday. See you all there. Sunday. Kamurocho. So, this is Kamurocho. Laura stood in awe as she observed the unfamiliar area. The heroes of tomorrow, or rather, those who were able to attend, had gathered by the train station and departed for the karaoke parlor. Yep. Welcome to one of Japan's historical culture sites. Ichiban said with open arms. Whoa! Everyone was in awe as they followed Ichiban, who was supposedly acting as a tour guide for the heroes of tomorrow regarding the place. Kamurocho, known as the nightlife capital of Japan, an entertainment district and red light district combined. The district has developed a lot over the years. And even through the tumultuous times of the dark age of quirks, it endured and remained standing. Now it stood as one of Japan's historic cultural sites. It also possessed several businesses, including, but not limited to, sports facilities, pawn shops, hostess bars, a strip club, bars, and restaurants. And of course, karaoke parlors. Kamurocho was also known for close ties to the Yakuza while they were still prominent and in power. In particular, it had deep ties to the Tojo clan, the largest Yakuza organization based in Kanto. Kamurocho serves as its main territory and the setting for many small-scale disputes between the clan and its rivals, such as the Omi alliance from Kansai. Later on, it was also tied to the Great Dissolution led by Masumi Arakawa, the last chairman of the Tojo clan. As Ichiban explained all there was to the district, the others became enraptured by how much he knew. Yeah, well, I was actually born and raised here. He said, looking ahead, not seeing the many eyes that snapped to him. Lived here for a while, but due to personal reasons, I moved out to Yokohama. Been living there ever since. His mind flashed to the man who practically raised him. As their tour through the district continued, the group learned another thing about Kamurocho: it is a gray zone. Ichiban explained that street fights were common, as was looting, and that this helped explain his habit of going to the arcade and how quickly he went there. He also explained that any shady or underground establishments, such as BRTHLS, underground casinos, underground fighting rings, etc., were also turned a blind eye to by the police and government. From their perspective, it was necessary to maintain the balance between the lawful society and the criminal underworld. Some of the members were uncomfortable with that piece of information. As they were raised with a more light-hearted perspective, society cultivated a black-and-white mentality in them. But seeing it with their own eyes made them wonder and question. Seeing their reluctance, Agito decided to add his own piece. Gray zone areas like Kamurocho also serve as a refuge for those cast away by society. What do you mean? Laura asked. Basically, places like Kamurocho become a relatively safe haven for people who are unable to fit in society's mold when things are outside of their control. Such as many born quirkless or those born with heteromorphic or villainous quirks. For people like them, these gray zone areas have become their home as they don't have anywhere else to go. The group fell silent after that, processing the information they had just learned. Eventually, Ichiban took them through several alleys as a shortcut towards the karaoke parlor. However, they soon encountered unexpected, unwelcome company. I'd say you all should stop right there. A gruff voice sneered out. The group halted their advance as three figures stepped out of the shadows. The one at the forefront was a tall teenager with a muscular build. His black hair was messily spiked up all over the place, and his black eyes gleamed with cruelty. He was dressed in jeans, a white shirt, and a leather jacket. Taguchi Shogo. Just a berserk bully. Next to him was a teenager with a lean build. He wore a matching set of brown pants and a high-collared, zipped-up jacket. His hair was light brown, and his eyes were fox-like, seeming as if they were closed. He fiddled with an empty sword hilt in his hand? Tachibana Kyoya. Sadistic sword poser. And completing the trio was a girl with light brown, shoulder-length hair and brown eyes. She was dressed in a white blouse with a sweater over it, a black skirt, and knee socks. Mizutani Karara. Bitchy Hellraiser. It's been a while, O'Brien, Frigianos. Taguchi sneered. Taguchi? Tachibana? Mizutani? Cole questioned with a raised brow. You know these guys? Nobara asked. Yeah, the ones who ditched us, Cole answered. Ditch you? Weren't you paying attention? Mizutani snapped. We decided to split up to cover more ground. Not our fault you didn't get the message. That's a load of shit, and you know it. You saw Jenna, and I get overwhelmed, and you decided to cut your losses and abandon us. Cole growled. So why are you three here? Why else? Tachibana hummed as he twirled the hilt around his fingers before grasping it, manifesting a blade from it. Payback. Huh? You heard us. Mizutani sauntered forward. We saw the results. So how did the two of you pass while the three of us failed? How is that fair? And to make matters worse, the blind, crippled guy who should have gotten disqualified ended up getting all the points? How the hell does that work? Taguchi pointed at Izuku, who remained quiet. Were you even listening? Agito yawned. The points were distributed by the examiner's discretion. Meaning they liked what they saw in Izuku and gave him points. Whereas you three? Given how you ditched your teammates and disregarded what the exam was about to save your own buttes. Need I spell it out further? How pathetic. Jenna shook her head. Not only do you willingly abandon teammates, but you place blame on others for your own shortcomings. You are a despicable lot who are the furthest thing from being a hero. No wonder you failed. Yeah. You guys have no one to blame but yourselves. Cole agreed. I mean, you said to split up, but in reality, you just ditched us when things got dicey. If Midoriya here didn't save us, then we would have failed as you three did. Oh, so what? They're just allowing blind people in to be heroes now, too? Tachibana questioned. He looks like he can't even do anything without that little walking stick sword of his. Agito's eyes narrowed, but Izuku held him back. And what's even crazier is that they're allowing quirkless nobodies be heroes too. Taguchi scowled. Seriously. That is beyond FING stupid. How the hell could some dumbass, worthless, quirkless pieces of shit be heroes? Siko's hands balled into tight fists. Her eyes were hidden by the glare of her glasses. Hell, nobody even cares about them. Society is all about flashiness and strength, something the three of us have. So why are those three cripples becoming heroes when we're not? He pointed towards Izuku, Agito, and Ichiban. Searing light flicked behind Hikari's eyes. Hamura's emotions quietly escalated, slowly heating up the air. They should have just killed themselves long ago to spare everyone the trouble. The heroes of tomorrow were appalled, rebuffed, and disgusted by their words. How dare they? How dare they put so little value on human lives? While Agito and Ichiban were annoyed by their words, their friends were absolutely furious. And the raven-haired teen had to look at Izuku, who had tightened his grip in his hold. While his expression did not change, Agito could feel the boiling emotions within. Finally deciding he heard enough, Izuku stepped forward. You know, I wondered something. And what's that? Taguchi browed. What Jenna and Cole's team members were like. And honestly, I am not impressed. Rather than heroes, you are just bullies. Izuku answered. Oh? So, the blind, crip boy has some bite to him. Taguchi sneered as he cracked his knuckles. Music cue. Yakuza Ryuji Gotoku. Original soundtrack intelligence for violent start. Why don't we see how hard he bites? His body glowed as his quirk activated. Taguchi Shogo. Quirk, Draining Berserker. He siphons the stamina of his opponent as he fights them and uses it to strengthen himself. He leaped forward to punch the blind greenette, but an arm redirected his attempt to attack before a palm strike hit him in the ribs, blowing him back. You attacked first, Cole said as he readied his stance in front of Izuku protectively, his eyes fierce. What happens next, is all on you. He then leapt in to handle Taguchi while Tachibana approached Izuku. Well then, why don't we settle this as fellow swordsmen? Tachibana asked as his eyes cracked open, revealing malicious maroon. Izuku grasped his cane, and fell into the white purity IAI stance. The fox-eyed man raised his sword, and the blade shot out. Wait, what? Hikari questioned the turn of events. Huh. Psyche, you idiot. You think I'm done enough to just fight you? Let my severer blades cut you to ribbons, you piece of sheet. Tachibana Kyoya. Quirk, Severer. It allows the user to create dummy swords and can switch the blades with real swords at any time. The blades of the dummy swords can cut through almost anything. The blades can also interfere with healing while they are active. Despite the cowardly sneak attack, the blind greenette remained undeterred. He merely held his sword stance. White Purity style 5th form, Emerald Veil. Izuku drew his sword, manifesting a wall of emerald wind. Once the projectile struck it, instead of cutting through, they just bounced off and scattered, stabbing into the ground around them. What the dash? Tachibana stammered. How was this possible? His severer blades should have cut through almost anything. So how did a wall of wind block it? He blinked and froze as Izuku had already speared next to him. White Purity style 1st form, Flicker. He drew his sword and sheathed it. In the next instant, Tachibana only knew pain. Numerous strikes littered his body, leaving it battered and bruised. His sword hilt fell from his limp hand as he collapsed to the ground, fully unconscious. Rather than slicing him to pieces with the first form, Izuku used the blunt side of his sword for the attack. Good thing we didn't settle it as swordsmen, because you would be a pretty bad one. DMNU. Taguchi yelled as he wildly swung to hit Cole, but every attack was simply parried and missed. Stay still, you BSTRD. As if I would, idiot. Cole retorted. 8 leaves 1 blade style, 8th form, weaponless. He parried aside another wild punch and moved past his guard. With a fierce palm strike, he nailed Taguchi in the stomach. He coughed as the air was driven from his lungs. But he recovered and swung his arm. Cole leaned back, and the hand barely grazed him. Yet it was enough for draining Berserker. He felt a dip in energy while Taguchi cackled with glee. Ha! This is it. You're done for, O'Brien. The brunette scoffed as he felt his blood boil, literally. He exhaled, a breath of hot mist expelling from his mouth. His body became overclocked, his blood burning to induce more strength and power. He didn't want to drag this fight out any longer. He was done with this. With a new burst of speed, Taguchi tried to rush him down. He threw his weight into the punch. Cole evaded the fist and grabbed his arm, flinging him into an overhead throw. But before he landed, the brunette slammed his free fist into the Berserker's solar plexus, making him crash onto the concrete, and the ground cracked beneath the force. Horrified at seeing both her acquaintances go down so easily, and irritated by their defiance, Mizutani opened her mouth to activate her quirk. Mizutani Karara. Quirk, Bewilder. It converts users' intentions into waves transmitted through her voice, allowing her to interfere with the brainwaves of those around her to make subliminal messages or to issue direct commands. But was soon chopped in the throat by Jenna. Karara, now gagging as she struggled to breathe, stared at her in shock. If you think I'd let you act freely while knowing your quirk, then you're a fool. Jenna then kneed the girl in the solar plexus. She choked as air was forced from her lungs before her eyes rolled back. Her body collapsed in an unconscious heap. And that is that. Music end. Gotta say, that was pretty satisfying, Nia said, delighted to see the bullies go down so quickly. That was impressive, Izuku, Shin said. You reacted quickly and defended with the 5th form. Then followed up with the 1st while he was caught off guard. Thank you, Shin. Truthfully, I didn't expect him to go down so easily, Izuku admitted. Yeah, they were pretty poor fighters, Cole said as he rolled his shoulders. Pretty much the only thing they got going for them was their quirks. Guess they thought they would be enough to carry them. How horribly wrong were they? So, shouldn't we do something about them? Nia gestured to the 3 on the floor. Oh, don't worry, Ichiban said as he, Agito, and Zhao already looted the 3 aggressors' wallets. We already took all their money. Seriously, guys? Again? Izuku exclaimed in exasperation. How'd you even do that so fast? Nia questioned, reluctantly impressed. Lots of practice, Ichiban said from experience. After looting, the 3 returned to the group and prepared to leave. You. Everyone noticed as they heard Taguchi's strained voice, turning to see him glared with murderous intent at the heroes of tomorrow. You BSTRDS? You all think you can get away with the sheets you pulled? He spat, his glare full of deadly resentment. I think we will, given the fact that we kicked your sorry buttes, Agito said with a blank expression. That sheet. Taguchi groaned in frustration despite the pain. Though his body was battered, his eyes shone with a hint of defiance that foretold more pain and suffering. I'll make sure all of you will pay for all this sheet. The heroes of tomorrow reacted with frowns, annoyance, amusement, and irritation. And I'll start with that green-haired cripple first and him up real good like the little blind beach he is. Taguchi continued with his empty threats, not knowing that a certain person's expression turned cold and indifferent. And I swear I'll make that cripple take a FING swan dive off the roof of the FING building. At that moment, hearing the same phrase before, Izuku experienced a strong emotional response. A painful, traumatic memory surfaced, affecting him profoundly. Despite his efforts to stay calm, he held his cane so tightly that the other Heroes of Tomorrow members could hear. When Izuku was mentioned with such disdain, mockery, and even a suicide dare attempt, the Heroes of Tomorrow tried to comment, hell, even going to give the sheet a few more beatings, but then they all felt a chill run down their spines as they recognized the source. Agito, who wore a calm yet cold gleam in his eyes. As Taguchi continued to make empty yet annoying threats, Agito walked toward the black spiky-haired leader, stopping right in front of him, then knelt to look him directly in the eyes. The you want, worthless quirkless? Oh, I see, you're that DMN cripple's little bitch. Before Taguchi could finish, Agito grasped his hand. With chilling composure, he seized 2 of the punk's fingers, the sound of their soft flesh yielding to his grip barely audible over the rising tension. Snap. Immediately, Agito snapped Taguchi's 2 fingers with a sickening sound. Phew. The black-haired punk's agonizing scream tore through the air, a high-pitched shriek that made the heroes of tomorrow flinch and look away, even some of the residents within Kamurocho, too. You talk too much, Agito spoke in a cold tone, continuing his gesture as he slowly twisted Taguchi's broken fingers, a sickening, grating sound echoing as bone began to protest. Each rotation brought a sickening crack, the sound of cartilage tearing and bone fracturing. Purple bruises bloomed on the exposed flesh, a gruesome testament to the muscles stretching, tearing, and being pushed past their breaking point. Stuup. Gah. Agito's grip was unyielding, his expression a mask of cold indifference as he continued to twist, the two fingers contorting and weaving until they resembled a grotesque, broken pretzel. Jesus, Cole cringed badly at the sight. Holy shit, Ichiban couldn't help but be shocked by Agito's action. That's brutal. Nobara instinctively looked away from such a savage act. While she knows she can be brutal with her hammer, she draws a clear line at certain points. The weak berserker cried with hiccups, holding his battered hand, his body trembling with terror and pain surpassing anything he'd ever known. Look at me, Agito ordered, causing Taguchi to look up immediately and flinch in terror as Agito's cold glare pierced his eyes. Next time you spew out things like that, I won't stop until you beg me to kill you, do you understand? He confirmed, and Taguchi immediately nodded in reply with a terrified look. Good. Agito then delivered a vicious foot stomp to the top of his head, forcing his head deep into the floor, causing cracks to form along the surface from the impact, and knocking him out. After the deed was done, Agito immediately stood up and returned to his friends, only to find their expressions a mix of shock and discomfort. Seeing their expression, Agito couldn't help but sigh. I'm sorry you all saw something unpleasant, he said, scratching his hair. That's a mighty understatement there, pal, Cole said, breaking the silence. Yeah, dude, Ichiban added in, scratching his cheek with an awkward expression. I know the guy spoke some pretty bad things about Izuku, but you didn't have to go that far. I could have left it alone after you three beat them down and we took their money. Agito started explaining. But, the moment that BSTRD Taguchi started spewing that one thing about Izuku, he ended up well on my shit list. The raven-haired teen answered simply. Why do I feel like your sheet list is pretty long? Nobara wondered. You have no idea. Agito huffed in annoyance. Okay, so not only did we beat up some disgruntled examinees and take their money, but we also broke the fingers of one of them, Laura breathed nervously. What do we do now? Unlike last time, we don't know if someone could vouch for us for self-defense. I think I have an idea, Zhao stated. Moments later, he slammed the dumpster lid over the three bullies after they threw their bodies in the dumpster. There. Problem solved. The Chinese teen smiled as he dusted off his hands. That is not what I meant. Laura exclaimed with flailing arms. Hey, we at least put the JRK's fingers into splints. Cole shrugged. Then we put them where they belonged, in the trash. Can we please just go and sing karaoke now? Hikari questioned. Sounds good to me, Ichiban said as he finished distributing the wealth, making everyone at least 1,000 yen richer. To karaoke parlor, at one of the large rooms. It was good that they had some rooms large enough to accommodate all of us, Shin commented. So, who's gonna start us off? I'll do it. Ichiban leapt up and grabbed one of the mics. Guess the hero will be starting it for the heroes of tomorrow, Siko stated. You know it. The afro-haired teen then selected his song of choice, The Future I Dreamed Of. The song began with a series of guitar chords to evoke an uplifting tune. There are days you'll be weak, there are days you'll be lost. There are times where you feel you want to run and hide. As Ichiban sung, images started to form. It was himself as a child, young, sad, and alone. He sat within his bedroom in the darkness, with only the moon as his companion through the window. There are days you'll be down, and you start to wonder if the world would be better off if you died. I have those days too. But I believe I'm gonna make it through and I won't run away, I won't die. I'm gonna level up. Be the best that I can be, and I'm not gonna stop questing until I'm a hero. His child self walked through the dark streets, until he heard the sound of a guitar. He turned and saw it was his present self, happier and full of life, playing the guitar under a street lamp. I'm gonna level up. Be the best that I can be. I swear that I'll become unstoppable and you'll beam right at me. Then it was when Ichiban was an older child, and playing a Dragon Quest game he bought with his own money. He just defeated the boss and felt victorious. He grasped the metal bat by his side and raised it high into the air, like a hero brandishing his sword. It was there, he resolved to become a hero. I've got to see this through, I can't look back until the end. Rise from rock bottom to the future I've seen in my dreams. Back in the present, Ichiban noticed his saddened child self sitting alone on some steps. He walked over and held his hand out to him. His younger self looked up at his present self and his hand. So come on, let's go level up. Child Ichiban grasped present Ichiban's hand, and he was pulled up. Once the song ended, the room broke out into cheers. That was awesome, Ichiban. Agito applauded. That was amazing. Siko cheered joyfully. That song was so inspiring. Izuku cheered. Thanks, everyone. Now, who's up next? He offered the mic. I'll go. The bespectacled girl hopped up. Time to be amazed, hero. Heh. You got it. Ichiban made finger guns at her as he took his seat. The girl cycled through the song list before deciding on Spring Breeze. Ooh, I practiced this one. Yeah. You got this, Sakchan. Ichiban cheered as the instrumental began, setting an upbeat yet wistful tone. You're setting off out on your own. Siko. Ichiban cheered as he got hyped. Eager to do things your own way. Sun's shining bright. Your brand new journey starts today. You've got new clothes from head to toe. Don't even look like the same guy. Feels like a date, except we're actually saying goodbye. Beautiful. All the pictures that I could take. All the gigs these videos make. None of it replaces the you that I know. But they'll be there after you go? Go, Siko. The image transitioned to Siko on a piano, where she played the song's instrumental. The day we met, I felt the air like this. Swirling around me in a spring breeze. Under the warm skies where we spent our days. Somehow I knew we'd go our separate ways. Siko then found herself near a bridge in the city, overlooking the scenery and water before her under a cloudy sky. Lighter than air, I watch you float away. Lifting you so gently on a spring breeze. She then turned around, seeing her friends waiting for her, with Ichiban at the forefront, waving and smiling joyfully. I'll be fine, and I know you're not just mine. It's a new day, time to go out and shine. She approached the group and giggled lightly when Ichiban told her something. The scene faded as she was back on the piano, playing the rest of the soundtrack as the others cheered her on. The song came to a close, and everyone applauded for her performance. She turned to glance at Ichiban, who cheered for her the loudest. Smiling softly, she winked at him. The afro-haired teen felt his heart skip a beat. That was beautiful, Takuda-san. Hamura cheered as she clapped. You're such an amazing singer. Laura clapped. You just killed that song. Nobara hooped. It was quite beautiful. A song of new beginnings. Jenna smiled. Thanks, everyone. Siko smiled and giggled as Xiao tried to bring a stunned Ichiban back to consciousness. So who's next? I can go. Xiao volunteered, offering Siko his spot so she could tend to Ichiban. He went on stage and selected a song called Hell Stew. Who? It's about to get real. A tempo began to play. Stir Hell's Cauldron, Hot Pot Party. The instrumental then played. The others clapped to the beat to raise the hype. The demons are brewing up a hellish stew. Made of you worthless humans cooked into a roux. Sheet posters, hot takes, all you trolls, you little fish. You're all in tonight's main dish. Cabbage, onions, juicy pork rib. None of that will satiate the beasts. Drop your pound of flesh in the demon's broth. Let 'em feast. The scene then transfigured into a rock stage, with all of the guys dressed up like rockers, leather jackets, shoulder pads with spikes, and face paint. Xiao was the lead singer, Ichiban and Agito were on guitar, Cole was on bass, Shin was on drums, and Izuku was on keys. Your blood is redder than kimchi, offer it. The flab around your guts, offer it too. Devour it all. In the depths of your despair, the pot is dark. Deep in your nightmare, the demon pot. Now, all six were seated, surrounding a pot, waving their arms, making it seem more like a demonic ritual than actual cooking. We're dining in hell, party night. Zhao turned up the heat, and the pot erupted into a lava flow. Then each guy was shown the ingredients. Zhao had cabbage while Shin carried leeks. Ichiban had the pork, Agito had tofu, and Izuku carried the kimchi. They all gave smiles before it transitioned back to them playing the rest of the soundtrack. Woo! That was fire. Ichiban clapped. That song sounds like it's for the haters. And I love it. Hikari cheered. I'm kinda confused by the meaning of the lyrics. Is this supposed to mean that haters should go to hell? Or is it just plain cannibalism? Cole wondered aloud. Jenna slapped him on the shoulder for the random remark. I think it's best not to overthink it. Shin decided. Alright, so that's my turn. Who's up next? Zhao offered up the mic. As he did, Agito and Izuku turned to one another, and nodded in unison. We'll go. Both stood up, surprising the others. You're both going? Nia asked them. Yep. Izuku and I got a song we've been wanting to try, and no time like the present. Oh, a duet, eh? Ichiban mused. Well, go for it, you too. Be sure to wow us with your performance. Don't worry, Ichiban, Izuku smiled confidently, something that stuck in the minds of Hamura and Hikari and made their hearts skip a beat. We fully intend to. He then grabbed the mic from Zhao as Agito picked up another one. Now then, ladies and gents, prepare to be amazed. This, I promise you. Selecting the duet settings, they selected a classic song, Kamen Rider Beyond Generations, Promise. Izuku started off the song. Nakanade, Fusagane, don't cry anymore, don't shut yourself down. Mieteru Monodake Ga, Shinjitsu Jine, what you see isn't the entire truth. Mimi Suma Seat, Tojisima Seat, listen closely, hone it. Namanai Kanjo Ga, Aneri Ashia Seat, Ku, nameless emotions surge forth. The scene began with a younger Izuku sitting with his head in his hands. He still had his eyes, they were intact, but tears had long since dried. Meanwhile, Agito wandered aimlessly in the shadows. His eyes were dead, as if his life had lost meaning. But slowly, they regained their light, albeit dimly. Agito then picked up the next stanza of lyrics. Subit Sasajit Mo, I'd sacrifice everything. Mamarinaku to Chiko, I vow to protect you, till the end. Tato Akuma no Teo Toritomo, even if it means taking the devil's hand. The next scene featured Agito, transitioning from a walk to a run. He then stopped in front of a door. He reached up and grasped the handle but did not open it. His own shadow elongated, manifesting into a dark figure that loomed over him, but he was completely unaware. Izuku switched back. I wanna be your hero, I wanna be your hero. Don Nani Hanaridite Mo, Kakuruyo, no matter how far apart we are heading for you. Kyori Mo Toki Sai Mo, Kutyuku Chikara, oh the power to transcend distance and time. Izuku flashed through memories of happier times. Before his world was shattered. And from those, a new scene emerged, one of dreams. Where he became a hero who saved many people with a smile, just like All Might. Agito. Kasanita Kazuna de, by the bond we grew together beyond generations. IMAO. Dakishaim rare terra, if we can embrace this moment. Hikari Ga Furasasagu Mirai Itu Tsunagarudara, it'll link us to a future where lights are showering upon us. I'm missing you, I'm missing you. Agito's own memories were of his own family, his birth family. Of the joyful times and moments they shared. And the many happy occasions and bonds he formed in the present. Izuku. Missing you, missing you. I'm missing you, I'm missing you. Kokoro Ga Sekend Iru, Kan Nanamo, the heart screams so much. Agito. I'm missing you, I'm missing you. I'm missing you, I'm missing you. Tsuyaku Tsuyaku, motto stronger, stronger, more. Izuku. Naki Yenda, Hokorio Furaharat, stopped crying, dusted myself off and. Oikakita Sanaka Ga, Mabuda Ni Yakatsutaru, the footsteps I'd been following have been engraved into my mind. The image of a child Izuku had fallen over on the ground. His eyes were filled with tears, but instead of crying, he stood back up. Then broke out into a run, chasing after someone's back, even as the distance continues to widen between them. Agito. Chisai Tenohiraja, Kobarit Shimanara, I'd do anything. Nanamakamo o Hikiki Ni Shite Mo2 to prevent those tiny hands from spilling over. Agito stopped as he turned around. He was greeted with the sight of his little sister, fallen over and in tears. He doubled back, gently helped her up, and treated her injuries. Izuku. Ashinata to Shite Mo, Sorwa Jisei Nankajine, even if I lose it, it's not a sacrifice. Kawashita Yakusoku o Hadasuyo, I'll fulfill the promise we made. Even when he lost his eyes, he continued on his path, with many new friends by his side, towards his dream. Agito. I wanna be your hero, I wanna be your hero. Anata Deko Itsu Demo, Might Ida, I only had eyes for you. Kido Dare Yori Mo, Masaguna Kokoroda, with a heart that's surely more sincere than anyone else's. Even with the loss of his family, he was not alone. For he had many new friends, and people accepted him and his family. His original family is in his heart, his new ones by his side. He had the strength to move onward. Izuku. Nagata Kasiki wa, the miracle I wished for. Itsuka Katachi o Kit wa will someday take shape. Kibo to Ayu na no Michi to Nari Michibikuduru, and lead us down a path called hope. I promise you, I promise you. Izuku looked up at the night sky, where the moon and stars shone above. Even if he was alone, even when things were tough, even if he couldn't see, they still shone down for him. These possibilities, and the resilient flames of hope. Agito. Teisetsunamono Ga, Fute Iku Hodo, as the things I cherish grow. Okubio and Inari, Ashitsubusa Risona Toki Mo, I get more scared, feeling like I might be crushed. Dispelled of memories and visions, Agito was back in the darkness, his hand on the door. With uncertainty in his eyes, his hand slipped off the doorknob and fell to his side. The shadows slowly enveloped him. Izuku. Karadaju o Meguru, Moru Yona Chishio, the burning blood flowing through my body. Kyoku ga Katara Kakaru, the memories whisper to me. Dispelled of memories and visions, Izuku was back surrounded by darkness. His eyes dim and empty. Agito. I wanna be your hero, I wanna be your hero. Kurikaseru, Musho no Eijo, this endless love that repeats. Yurigu Koto no Nai, Shinji Nuku Chikara o, with unwavering strength to believe. Nagata Kaseki wa, the miracle I wished for. Itsuka Katachi o Kit wa will someday take shape. Kiboto Ayuna no Michi Tanari. And lead us down a path called hope. In the room of darkness, a light appeared before Izuku. The teen raised his head, but his eyes were now ruined with scars and burns. But even when blinded, he could tell someone was there. Agito walked over to him and held out his hand. Izuku. I wanna be your hero, I wanna be your hero. Don Nani Hanaridite mo, Kakuruyo, no matter how far apart we are, I'll reach for you. Kyori mo Toki Sai mo, Kutyuku Chikara o, the power transcends distance and time. The shadows that covered Agito were soon dispelled as a hand clasped onto his shoulder. Turning his head, his eyes widened as they registered a blind Midoriya Izuku as the culprit. The green-haired teen nodded and smiled in support. Agito. Kasanita Kazunada, by the bond we've grown together beyond generations. Imao Dakishaim rare Terra, if I can hold this bond tight. Hikari ga Furisasagu Mirai ita Tsunagarudra, we'll connect to a future where light pours down. I'm missing you, I'm missing you. Back in the room, hesitant at first, Izuku slowly reached out and grasped Agito's hand. The raven-haired teen lifted the greenette up and guided him over towards the light. Izuku. Missing you, missing you. I'm missing you, I'm missing you. Kokoro ga Sekend Iru, Kan Nanamo, my heart is screaming out, so much. Agito's eyes regained their light. He smiled and grasped the door handle once more. He turned it and opened it, revealing an illuminated path. Agito. I'll be with you, I'll be with you. I promise you, I promise you. Tsuyaku Tsuyaku motto, stronger, stronger, more. Both sets of teens advanced into the light, overlapping together as they advanced towards the future. And with that, the song came to an end. And the duo was greeted with silence. Their friends stared at them in shocked silence. For only a moment. Whoa! Ichiban jumped up and clapped loudly. Zhao cheered with equal levels of excitement. That was amazing, you too. Hamura cheered. You two nailed that Kamen Rider song. Hikari exclaimed in agreement. Way to sing it, guys. Cole clapped loudly. Jenna also clapped excitedly, enraptured by their performance. That was astounding. Laura cheered. Shin nodded in agreement as he clapped. You guys weren't kidding when you said you had good voices, Nobara said, impressed. Thank you, everyone. Agito bowed while Izuku just gave a sheepish, grateful smile. They then returned to the couch. Now that I think about it, both of you singing kind of reminds me of something. Siko hummed. Remind you of what? This singer duo. They are well known and quite famous for reviving and singing songs from the pre-dawn era and making cover songs. I believe they were called Akashic Record. She answered. Ichiban hummed as he mused on the tidbit of information, only to immediately snap out of it by what came next. Akashic Record? Hikari, Jenna, Nobara, and Laura screamed with gushing, fangirl delight. The sudden outburst surprised the others and took them aback by the odd behavior. Oh my gosh, I love them! The blonde girl exclaimed. They managed to uncover so many pre-dawn songs, as well as many song covers of various anime and manga. They're so amazing. Oh boy, Hamura hummed with exasperation, knowing how Hikari could get on this topic. Granted, she liked the Akashic Record, too, but she wasn't as obsessed. Jenna lost all of her princely, professional decorum as she squealed in such high-pitched excitement with flushed cheeks. I know. They have such lovely voices. I can listen to their singing for hours. But between the two, I believe I love Echo's voice more. Me too, Hikari agreed. There's just something about his voice that resonates with me. Like it's filled with such hope and perseverance. Personally, I like Axiom better. Not just in vocals, but instrumentals too. Nobara spoke her opinion. Axiom and Echo. Both are halves of the whole that is the Akashic Record. They were aliases for the duo's individual members. They are so amazing. Laura grinned. I even got their t-shirts. I got their t-shirts, hoodies, and their accessories. Nobara bragged. They had some high-quality merchandise that was also fashionable when paired correctly. When their acrylic stands came out, I just had to get them. Their figurines, too. Hikari said. Autograph too. It was worth it. I also have Echo's plushie. Jenna blushed with a mumble. She just loved cuddling with it when she went to sleep. Echo's plushie? Hikari exclaimed. The limited stock one? I tried to buy one, but they were sold out. Yet somehow Hamura managed to get one. Please don't drag me into this, and the plushie was so cute, I couldn't help it, the redhead pleaded. While the fangirls had their gushing discussion, the others sat quietly as they took in the surreal sight. Nia stared at them with blank eyes, unable to think or say anything about what was happening. Zhao and Ichiban stared at them in shocked silence. Yet, the latter couldn't help but eye a certain duo with suspicion. For Cole, even though he was Jenna's friend, it was actually the first time he saw her so, unlike her. It was actually kinda unsettling. He slowly scooted away, completely creeped out. Siko said nothing as she took a sip of water, completely shutting out the bizarre turn of events. Shin stayed silent as he stared at the four girls. Then his eyes slowly panned over to his side, toward Agito and Izuku. Both of them flinched whenever the girls voiced their love for the duo with such genuine feelings. Agito coughed awkwardly while Izuku blushed. But throughout it all, they shot each other awkward smiles. Shin could not help but facepalm. Oh, good grief. First flight. Kamurocho. A few days after the karaoke celebration, the heroes of tomorrow were off on another outing. Today was more of a guys' day hangout. All the males of the group, except Shin, who was preoccupied with another arrangement, went off for one thing. Go-karts. The place to go for kids who need speed. After gaming for prizes and singing their hearts out, a new form of entertainment was needed for their group bonding. Adrenaline rushes through the road. Today was a guys-only hangout, since the girls had their own plans for the day. Woohoo! Ichiban hollered as he raced down the track in his rented go-kart. The others were close behind in theirs, having a little race and a bet that the last two would buy ice cream for everyone. Hey! Did you just cut me off? Cole snapped as Sadahiko pulled ahead of him. Ha! Learn to drive better, man. Then Takuma overtook him. Like that? Cole remarked, forming a sheet-eating grin towards Sadahiko. Shut it, Cole! Sadahiko exclaimed as he and Cole were trying to outdo each other. It feels like pure chaos at this point. Megumi mused as he drove. But that's what makes it fun. Agito hollered as he drove past him. As Agito drove past him, Megumi blinked a few times. Oh, what the hell? He formed a light, challenging grin as he tried to race Agito. Izuku, meanwhile, remained on the sidelines. Despite the safety measures enacted, it would not be wise for him to drive around with his disability. But he didn't mind. He was perfectly fine, just observing his friends have fun. After the past couple of outings, it's nice to have some quiet once in a while. Hopefully, there will be no squabbles or fights here. Izuku continued to bask in the afternoon sunlight and the breeze that caressed his face. The sound of joy, excitement, and running engines filled his ears. Excuse me, an elderly voice called out to him, prompting him to turn to the source. Even if Izuku could not see, he could comprehend the person who spoke. It was an elderly man, appearing to be in his late 60s. He had thinning gray hair combed back. He also had a mustache and a well-groomed beard. His eyes were weary, yet amicable. He was dressed in a blue robe. May I sit here, young man? Of course. Izuku scooted over to make room. Go ahead, sir. Thank you. The elder smiled warmly and sat down, sighing in relief from taking the load off his legs. Are you here with your friends, by chance? He asked, attempting to make small talk. Yeah, Izuku responded. They're the ones on the track. And they're having fun. Agito just overtook Ichiban after falling into the slipstream. Why don't you join them? He asked curiously. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. Well, I just wanted some quiet. But even if I didn't, it wouldn't be wise given my condition. He gestured to his shaded eyes and the walking cane. Ah, I understand. My apologies. The old man apologized. No, it's okay, sir. Izuku shook his hand toward the elder. I have gotten used to my condition. The elder simply chuckled. If you say so? He then noticed a certain feature on his hand. Those calluses on your hands, by any chance, do you practice swordsmanship? Oh? Izuku was surprised by the elder's insight. So, you could tell, sir? The elder chuckled in good faith, brushing his well-groomed beard. When you've lived as long as I have, you can notice small details like that. Those particular calluses come from the experience of wielding a bladed weapon. Wow, you are sharp. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, I learned how to use a sword. It's been part of my training. Oh, for what purpose? The elder asked. Well, I'm actually working towards being a hero. Izuku answered. Oh? The man's tone became neutral and unreadable. Blank, but non-judgmental. A hero, you say? Any particular reason? Well, I just want to be able to help people. Izuku wasn't sure why he was giving full disclosure to some random person he met. But he knew one thing, he could sense no hostility from the old man. Rather, all he sensed was genuine curiosity, solemnity, and kindness. For the longest time, I thought that dream would be out of reach. But it was thanks to my friends and those who supported me that I got this far. So, I will keep striving to reach my dream, to make sure their efforts are not put to waste. I see. A marvelous dream it is. The elder nodded with a smile. Although I can't help but feel that your path hasn't solidified yet. That you seem hesitant and unsure how to proceed. He suggested. Izuku was surprised by such a statement. Yeah, honestly, I'm still trying to think about how I will achieve it down the line. He admitted, scratching his cheek. It wasn't until recently that I was able to become stronger. But even now, I'm behind. There is more I need to do to catch up. But I sometimes feel like I hit a wall and struggle to overcome it. I'm not progressing as fast as I need to. The elder hummed in understanding. You are off to a good start. Your resolve is there, but it is a bit unpolished. However, that is okay, as you have time to learn and decide. You have your path paved, and there is no need to rush it as you are now excessively. He advised. As unformed as it is, recklessly charging would lead to disaster. Then, what should I do now? He asked, almost desperately. The man remained silent for a moment to gather his thoughts. Then he spoke. May this old man impart some advice for an aspiring hero. Form your creed, live by it, and let it raise your wings to soar high. My creed? Izuku worded, a bit of confusion forming in his expression. Yes. The elder nodded with a firm expression. Think about it as the ideals you wish to uphold and your resolve. Once you have it, you can help build and set your path towards your goals. And everything else will fall into place. As Izuku heard the elder's advice, he couldn't help but feel a deep impression, as if grasping something unseen. As Izuku pondered, the elder slowly stood back up. Well, thank you for speaking with an elder like me, young man. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Ah? Izuku snapped out of his thought, thank you, sir. You as well, and thank you for your advice. They both waved goodbye and parted ways. So, he does have it, the elderly man, Midoriya, mused as he walked away. I wonder where it disappeared, but to think it ended in the hands of such a young boy. He does possess an inherent good nature and a compassionate heart, but is he capable of shouldering it and what it represents? Its legacy? I suppose only time will tell. Midoriya looked back at Izuku, who was chatting with the boys after their race. He smiled at them and then turned around to walk back to his family. Good luck to you, young Raven. Once everyone had their fun with go-karts, and the losers, Cole and Sadahiko, paid for the ice cream and enjoyed its sweet taste, they walked through the streets of Kamurocho. They all made small talk over various topics. Meanwhile, Izuku hung back as he continued to process the words the old man gave him. Agito eyed his best friend before hanging back. You doing all right, Izuku? He asked. You seem lost in thought. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking about something. Izuku waved it off. You sure? Agito repeated in concern. You seem pretty hung up about it. Izuku took a moment to think. He was still unsure about the old man's words. But maybe Agito may have an idea of how to explain it. Well, hey, what's that thing? Ichiban's voice interjected and brought the conversation to a halt. The afro-haired teen stared at an unusual sight. Music cue. Yakuza, Like a Dragon Ryuga Gotoku 7. Original soundtrack. Apathy 2 start. A baseball bat, embedded headfirst into the concrete. Hey guys, check it out. Something is stuck in the ground. I think it's a bat. Ichiban prompted everyone to look. What's a baseball bat doing here? In the ground of all places? Takuma asked as he looked at the bat. Is this someone's idea of a prank? Cole frowned in confusion. I'm surprised no one's thrown it away or something. Like, it's just sitting there. Zhao spoke, adjusting his glasses. We should probably remove it, Takuma said as he got into position. Let me just, huh? What's wrong? Agito asked. This bat, it's really, stuck, in here. Takuma grunted as he tried to pull the thing out. But he soon gave up. Phew. That thing is stuck. Here, let me try. Megumi went next to get it over with. He drove his feet into the ground and pulled, but no sign of it budging. What the hell? He tried again, to no avail. Okay, that thing really is stuck. My turn. Zhao went next. He pulled and grunted. Even trying his quirk for more power, but nothing. Okay, now that's BS. I'll give it a go. Cole took Zhao's spot as he rolled up his sleeves. He got into position and pulled. Seeing there's nothing giving, he activated his quirk so his blood heated up internally to give himself more oomph. But even with his increased strength, it still did not move. His body began to emit steam as he exerted himself further. Until finally, he let go and exhaled a puff of steam. Ha! Sheet! Feels like the DMN thing is welded down there. Couldn't even get it to budge. Bet I can pull it out. Sadahiko went next. He took a stable stance, grabbed the handle, and pulled. HRNNNGH. Sadahiko grunted as he tried to pull the bat out. Then he used his quirk to try to move the bat magnetically. But to his shock, it wouldn't even budge. He kept increasing the force, but no such change. And when his nose started to bleed, he stopped. That's it. I give up. How stuck is this thing that it's almost as bad as the executor? Maybe I can try. Izuku volunteered. Sadahiko stepped aside for him as he pulled out a handkerchief to dry his nose. The greenette handed his cane to Ichiban. He then got into position and tried to pull the bat out. But according to the others' testimonies, it did not even budge. He kept trying, but to no avail. But even so, he did not give up. Hold on, let me try something. He manifested a feather and let it flutter a bit away from him. Oh, with Midoriya's quirk, we can remove the bat from the concrete. Takuma spoke. Izuku nodded to Takuma. He went back to the bat and tried to activate his emerald feather, Raven. Raven. The feather glowed as he maintained contact with the bat, but to the dismay and shock of others, only Izuku was teleported. Why isn't the teleporting working? Takuma voiced everyone's question. I don't know. This never happened before. Izuku replied. Why didn't it work? Raven always worked on me and whatever I'm in contact with. Could this mean the bat was so embedded that Raven couldn't move it? No, even if it was stuck, it could have just focused on the bat as I intended. But then how, mumble. Hope Midoriya can figure this out. Because this is getting freaky. Cole said as he gently guided their friend off while mumbling. I guess it's my turn now, Agito announced as he stepped up. He rubbed his hands together before grasping the handle. He drove his feet into the ground, applied force into his legs, and pulled. Growling. The raven-haired teen grunted as he tried to pull the bat out, but it still refused to budge. Even as he tried a few more times, it remained stuck. All right, guess I'll go all out. So, he decided to get serious. As Agito decided to get serious, he exerted more strength, causing the ground to shake. Whoa, the hell? Cole shouted in surprise at the sudden shake. DMN, Agito's got some crazy strength, Takuma remarked, surprised at Agito's raw strength. Grayoaf? Agito roared. The veins in his arms bulged as his eyes glowed red. A pulse and black sparks exuded from his body and sent chills down everyone's spines. His hands became black as their grip on the bat tightened. He exuded force through his legs that his feet cracked the ground beneath him. With one final grunt, he pulled up. Crack. The good news was, he managed to lift the bat up. But the results left the hot boys stunned. Sadahiko broke the silence. What the hell? Megumi added. The bad news? Agito also lifted a massive chunk of the ground around it, with the head of the bat still embedded into it, making it look like a massive, unwieldy hammer. The boys all stared, speechless, at what had just happened, with wide, blank eyes. Or with an open jaw in Izuku's case. Agito tried to shake the piece of earth from the bat, even tried to force it off with his foot, but nothing worked. It was still stuck. I don't think that counts, Takuma spoke, scratching his cheek. Oh, come on. Agito exclaimed before he slammed the chunk of earth back into the ground. Muttering under his breath, Agito stepped back. All right, I guess it's up to me. I'll show you how it's done. Ichiban exclaimed as he stepped up. Ichiban took some deep breaths to psyche himself up. He crouched over and grasped the handle. The moment he did, electricity crackled along his palms. Izuku could sense a sudden surge of energy emanating from the bat itself. As the afro-haired teen pulled, the bat slid out from its resting spot, much to the shock of the others. Wah! Megumi gasped. How in the hell? Cole shouted. Now free and in his hands, Ichiban twirled it around before switching it to a forward grip right before his face. The head of the bat was revealed to be wrapped in several loops of barbed wire, glowing with blue, flame-like energy. With a victorious cry, he raised it into the air, and a beam of light shot out into the sky. Woohoo! I'm the man. I'm pretty sure I loosened it up for you, Ichiban. Agito crossed his arms. Besides Ichiban pulling the bat, everyone else saw that beam of light, too, right? Cole asked. Oh, good, I thought it was just me going crazy. Megumi blinked. Well, I did feel some sort of energy, Izuku replied. Well, DMN, Kasuga-kun. Credit where it's due. But what did you do differently than any of us did? Zhao asked, rubbing his chin. I bet only the chosen hero could pull it out. Ichiban grinned. Oh, right. Forgot we got a bona fide hero in our midst. Sadahiko said teasingly. Huh? What are you talking about? Megumi asked. You know how in RPGs, there's always some holy sword only the hero can pick up? Zhao explained, earning a nod from Megumi. I think, Kasuga-kun here, has been on a quest to become a hero since he was a kid. But, can't the same be said for all of us? We're all heroes in training. So why did it work for Kasuga and not us? Takuma wondered. Not to mention that dirty old bat isn't really a holy sword, weird energy surge and beam of light aside. Megumi pointed out. Leave it to reality to crush the fantasy. The holy sword of the hero, ha! Ichiban raised it high into the air. I will be the savior of this world. Well, you got the spirit down. You actually look the part. Agito admitted, still a bit salty how he essentially pulled out a rock caliber. Dude, no offense at all, but you're seriously gonna keep and use a shabby old bat you found in the ground? Cole wondered. Yeah. It's just like the rusted sword in Dragon Quest. Just gotta get the right materials, clean it up, alchemize it, and upgrade it, and it will be one of the best weapons ever. Ichiban grinned as he slung the bat over his shoulder. The only thing I can see happening is that old bat getting refurbished into something slightly more usable. Megumi deadpanned. Well, good luck with what? Not sure who would be able to fix up a bat like that one, though. Sadahiko said. Can't you fix it up yourself, Sadahiko? Takuma asked the group's resident tech expert. Sadahiko hummed thoughtfully. I could do it, but I'm more of a do-it-on-the-spot kind of guy for gadgets and weapons. I could fix it, but I believe it's better to leave it to the real expert who can work their magic. Music end. As the group conversed once more, several people started to surround them, soon grabbing their attention. Hey, guys. Are you having a good time? The leader of the group asked. Well, sorry, but we're cash hunters. So, make this simple and fork over all your cash. Or, we could go with a counteroffer. Agito countered. You all buzz off and leave us alone, and we don't beat the sheet out of you and leave you to the buzzards. Ooh, kid thinks he's so tough, huh? The thug cackled. Cute. Guess we'll do this the hard way. Hey, Mr. Hero, feel like using that holy sword to smite some monsters? Cole asked Ichiban as he cracked his knuckles. Hee hee. Good idea, come on. Ichiban rested the bat on his shoulder as he readied for battle. This is gonna be a regular occurrence, won't it? Izuku sighed dejectedly. Yet another group of thugs they're gonna beat up and most likely loot money from. Hey, at least it will keep our combat skills sharp, Agito said to cheer Izuku up, and Izuku reluctantly agreed. As they fell into battle, the thugs seemingly transformed before Ichiban's eyes. Many of them became more muscular, while the group's leader shot up in height, a whole 2 heads taller than everyone else. The leader also bulked up and now wielded a flaming stick out of nowhere. Music cue. Yakuza, Like a Dragon Ryu-Ga Gotoku 7. Original soundtrack. Yokohama Crack House start. Whoa! What just happened? Ichiban gaped in shock. You guys saw these thugs transform, too, right? Huh? What are you talking about? Is this RPG hero stuff gone to your head? Megumi quirked a brow in confusion. You probably need to cut back on the games. It's just me? Well, whatever. It's more fun this way. He then swung and slammed his newly obtained bat into the slugger thug, knocking him down. But he was blindsided by a thug with brass knuckles and was knocked away in turn. But Cole followed up with a palm strike to the face of the attacker. It all turned into an all-out brawl as the heroes of Tomorrow Boys fought the cash-hunting thugs. Megumi dodged a sloppy punch, grabbed the outstretched arm, and threw it over his shoulder. Zhao leapt on the fallen body as a springboard for a flying knee strike into another thug's face. He then grabbed the man by the shoulders and threw him down as he flipped over the body, dropping his feet into another man's chest on the way down. One cash hunter tried to kick Sadahiko, but he countered by picking up a trash can lid to use as a shield. The edge of the lid dug into the swinging limb, causing a sharp pang to run down the leg. As the man yelped in agony, Sadahiko rushed in and slammed the lid into his face, knocking him down. Then he threw it and struck another thug in the face. As the man staggered, Takuma kicked another thug in the leg and knocked him down in the staggering cash hunter's way, causing a massive stumble. While 2 cash hunters rushed at Izuku and Agito with makeshift weapons, the two weren't afraid. Agito gracefully seized the descending pipe from the wielder's hand, using precise, flowing movements. He then closed the distance swiftly, executing a swift elbow to the man's jaw, followed by a knee to the stomach to expel the air. Izuku raised his walking stick at an angle, causing the pipe of the other thug to slide down the slope and make him stumble. As he flailed, Izuku hammered the pommel of his walking stick sword into his chin, forcing him to stagger. Without hesitation, Izuku dropped down and swung at his legs, knocking him over. Ichiban squared off against the slugger, his eyes fixed on the opponent's hefty stick. The thug hefted his weapon, swinging it with all his might, but Ichiban's arms snapped forward with a speed and force that made the air crack. Each strike landed with a dull thud, pushing the larger man back and loosening his grip. Sweat beaded on his brow, his knees wobbling as Ichiban delivered blow after relentless blow. The slugger's body slumped to the pavement, unconscious, the stick rolling from his hand. Silence settled over the scene. The fight was over. Music end. Do-da-dee. Ichiban hummed the Dragon Quest battle victory theme, and he, Cole, Agito, and Zhao proceeded to loot the thugs' wallets once more. After tossing their unconscious forms into another dumpster, the group divided their post-battle rewards, now at around 2,000 yen richer apiece. Even Cole and Sadahiko felt satisfied after recovering their loss from buying ice cream for everyone. "Hey, did you guys really not see them transform as we fought them?" Ichiban asked the others. "No? Why? Did you?" Takuma said. "I swear, they really transformed." Ichiban insisted. "I think you have an overactive imagination, Mr. Hero," Sadahiko commented. "Imagination? So, it was just all in my head?" Ichiban mused. "Well, once it's in your head, you're not really the type to let it go," Zhao said. "You're sure you're not just too deep into this hero business that you deluded yourself into seeing monsters? You should probably snap out of it. Real-life heroes are not like RPG heroes," Megumi advised. "Delusion? Really?" Ichiban mused once more. "Well, every hero is a delusional fool somewhere deep down, right?" Cole pointed out. "As long as it's not really hurting anyone else, it should be fine. Maybe it'll help give you an edge. Not if it results in random assault and battery outside Kamurocho." Izuku countered. "Heh, yeah, maybe you've got a point." Ichiban smiled. "And you're not listening," the Greenette sighed. "All right. Make way for the hero. Hero coming through." Ichiban spoke, pointing his trusty bat like a true holy sword. "Well, Mr. Hero, we should probably make for a hasty retreat. It's getting late." Sadahiko pointed out the sky has turned into colors of red, orange, and yellow. "Oh shit, you're right. Time to pack it in for the day and head for the inn. It's been a productive day. We even got the chance to grind for gold, just like in Dragon Quest. Life really is like an RPG," Ichiban pointed out. "Oh boy," Megumi shook his head. With that in mind, the boys said their goodbyes to one another and headed home to rest for the day. Heroes of tomorrow. Dehiro, "Hey, guys. I got a huge favor to ask." "Supreme King, what is it?" "In the shadows, as long as it's not something impossible." Dehiro, "Well, I need a place to stay in Shizuoka until we can move into the UA dorms. Do you guys know any cheap places to stay in the meantime?" Blinding Bright, "Why do you need to move to Shizuoka first? Why not just wait until move-in day?" Dehiro, "Well, it's because I'm being kicked out." Blaze Chef, "Wait, what?" So Catty, I repeat, what? Chirimask, "What happened? Who's kicking you out?" Lo Mein Man, "Wait a second. Is this the master of the bar you told me about the other day?" Blinding Bright, "Master? Blue Flare, you live in a bar?" De Prince, "That's surprising." Dehiro, "Well, long story short, yeah. I've lived in a bar named Survive. And after I got accepted into UA, the master says he's kicking me out." Feathermite, "What?" Dehiro, "Now, before you freak out." Dehiro, "Well, freak out even more, just hear me out. Demabs, please tell me he had some good reason instead of being an a-hole." Dehiro, "Well, he said he needed the extra room for his products and supplies and stuff, but there's more to it." In the shadows, "Please elaborate, because our opinion of the man is already low." Nailwaman, "Doubt it can go higher now." Dehiro, "Ah, come on, guys. That's enough. The owner is, well, he's absolutely, terrifying, but ultimately a good person. I mean, I tried to argue and stay. Magnet Punk, and it didn't work, I take it?" Dehiro, "Well, Master gave a pretty solid counterargument." Kasuga, "There will always be a time when a man, or a hero, will and must settle on a great journey one day. And that day is now. And as you go on your great journey, you will learn many things that will help you to become the man, or a hero, in your case, you dream of." In the shadows, "Honestly, that sounds profound and relatable. But it also sounds like he appealed to your JRPG addiction to convince you." Lo Mein Man, "And convinced you it did, didn't it?" Dehiro, "Guilty as charged? But Master said I can come anytime to survive for food and non-alcoholic drinks. He's not that heartless, you know?" Feathermite, "Well, it's good that you're still welcome there." Dehiro, "Yeah. But now I need to find a roof over my head until we can move to the dorms. So, do you guys have any suggestions? Like a cheap inn?" I don't have much money, so cheap is good. McFrosty, if that is the case, then why not the Rukongai Inn? Bloodburn, don't go to that place. I heard it's cheap, but the quality is atrocious. It barely has any AC. De Prince, Cole is correct. Currently, he and I are staying at the Tokyo Inn at Shizuoka Station. It also has breakfast. Blue Flare, I know a hotel named Sanayoso. The quality of their amenities is excellent. Magnet Punk, doesn't that place cost over 50,000 a night? Pretty sure that's out of budget for Kasuga. Dehiro, Sadahiko is correct. Any other options? So Catty, if you're fine with campsites, there's a cheap, but decently good one in Yamanashi. Demabs, he said a place in Shizuoka, Nia. How about the Edo Hotel? Blinding Bright, maybe the Shinfuji Ekiminami? Cheery Mask, Gotemba Ekimi has breakfast included. Laura, the Hatago Inn? Blaze Chef, the Sun Palace Hotel? Nailwa Man, Shimizu City Hotel. In the shadows, the Hotel Miste's Shimizu. After everyone made their offers and suggestions, Ichiban politely declined them. Some of the locations were unable to cater to his needs, such as allowing pets. Others were way too expensive and out of his price range to last until the move-in day. He had to consider food as well. Feathermite, Ichiban. Why don't you come and stay at Agito's and mine? Dehiro, Dotsewa? Supreme King, hey, now that's an idea. I think that works well. He can save on finances and safely bring his pet with him. Plus, room and board until the move-in. So Catty, you're seriously gonna have him crash at your two's place? Feathermite, I mean, why not? We live in Shizuoka, and we have pets of our own. So, we can help Ichiban out as we all prepare. Blaze Chef, you truly are a good person, Izuku. Blinding Bright, he's too precious for this cruel world. So Catty, ditto. Blue Flare, indeed. De Prince, I can't agree enough. Feathermite, G-Girls. Dehiro, you heard the girls. Let's give up on both Izuku and Agito being great people. The chat was filled with posts and emojis towards Izuku and Agito. Feathermite, G-Guys. Supreme King, thanks, guys. Dehiro, back to the topic, I don't know what to say, guys. This is so generous. Supreme King, hey, no problem, man. So, what do you say? Wanna take on our offer? Dehiro, I say, I graciously accept. Thank you, guys. At Yagami House. Soon after the chat, Agito and Izuku asked the parents for a little time before bed. After settling the triplets to sleep, the four moved to the table to talk and possibly invite Ichiban to stay at their house until the day of the move-in to UA dorms. So, you just offered to house your friend until the move-in day at U.A? Takayuki asked the teenage boys. Yes. Both of them nodded in affirmation. They spoke with their foster parents to inform them of the situation. Sweeties, you really should have consulted with us first before promising him that. Namuri sternly advised. I know, but he was being kicked out, and he didn't have many options given his situation, Izuku argued weakly. We're not upset that you wanted to help your friend. That is very admirable, Izuku. Takayuki reassured him. We just wish you had taken the time to inform us first before making commitments. You could have informed him of the offer at a later time. We understand, Agito said. Sorry, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. I know we jumped the gun, but we just wanted to lend Ichiban a hand. Of course. Namuri smiled softly. I know they say it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, but that won't always be the case. Now, we're not saying no. But if we were informed first, we could have more time to prepare. So you mean? Izuku asked. Yes. It will be fine if Kasuga-kun stays over until the move-in day. But remember, he is our guest and your responsibility as well. He and his pet. Understood. Takayuki answered. Both Izuku and Agito glanced at each other and nodded with a smile on their face. You got it, Dad Yagami-san. Both answered. The next day? Hey guys. Ichiban waved at them. His luggage was composed of his backpack and some bags. Next to him was a young Samoyed, who barked excitedly at new friends. Yo, Ichiban. Agito returned the greeting. Bark. Ichigo barked happily as he waddled up with Izuku holding his leash. Hachiko barked in turn and rushed up to Ichigo, who did so in turn. Both dogs stared at one another, sniffed one another, and circled each other. After a moment of silence, both canines barked happily and huddled as if forming new camaraderie. I guess they're getting along swimmingly. Izuku smiled. Guess so. Glad for it to be that way. Ichiban laughed. Wait until you meet Rexus later, Agito spoke, helping with Ichiban's baggage. As the group conversed, Takayuki hung back by the van as he opened the trunk. Thankfully, he had the space to carry the afro-haired teen's luggage and the dogs. Soon, the teens and their dogs approached, prompting the man to introduce himself. Hello. My name is Yagami Takayuki. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kasuga-kun. Izuku and Agito told me a lot about you. Ah, thank you, Yagami-san, for housing me. I will be in your care. He bowed respectfully. Hachiko mimicked his owner's actions. Yagami household? Wow, so this is your house? Ichiban asked in awe. The Yagami household was a fairly large 3-story house. It was a Western-style building, around 2,500 square feet in size. Yep, it's home sweet home. Agito said as he and Takayuki helped unload Ichiban's luggage. Meanwhile, Izuku tended to the dogs, as Hachiko already taken a liking to him. As they all made it through the doors, they were soon greeted by the Yagami triplets. Hi everyone. Hataru waved. Oh? Who are these little ones? Ichiban asked as he helped set his belongings aside. These 3 are my daughters. Namuri came out the door next, standing behind her daughters. Go on, girls, introduce yourselves to our guest. Nice to meet you. I am Yagami Hoshiko. Hi. I'm Yagami Hataru. I'm Yagami Hibiki. Nice to meet you 3. My name is Kasuga Ichiban. He bowed politely in greeting. The 3 kids stared at him intently. After several seconds, the teen began to feel uncomfortable. Then the girls approached and started to climb him. He's so tall. Hoshiko exclaimed. Like a giant. Hataru agreed. Scary, despite her words, Hibiki was already scaling his shoulder. And when she placed her hand on his hair. Oh. Fluffy. Girls. Namuri sternly called out, with her hands on her hips. Please don't be rude to our guest. Please get down from him. Wouldn't you want to see his fluffy friend instead? She gestured to the young Samoyed. Woof. Hachiko barked before panting with his tongue hanging out. The girls ceased what they were doing as they stared at the Samoyed. New doggy. They exclaimed in unison as they scaled down and huddled around the white-furred dog. They then began petting him and fluffing his fur. He's so fluffy. Woof. Hachiko panted happily. Sorry about my daughters. Namuri apologized. They tend to have more energy than they know what to do with. Oh, no worries, ma'am. Ichiban waved it off. Kids will be kids. And yeah, I know I'm kinda tall. So, I guess they saw me as a beanstalk or something. Namuri giggled at the remark. I see. Oh, and you don't have to call me ma'am. My name is Yagami Kayama Namuri. It is nice to finally meet you, Kasuga-kun. Nice to meet you, too, Yagami-san. Ichiban bowed politely. As he stood back up, his face scrunched up in confusion. Is there something the matter, Kasuga-kun? Takayuki questioned. Although he could guess what Kasuga was trying to figure out. I don't know why, but you look kind of familiar. Have we met before? Ichiban asked, genuinely confused and curious. Oh my? Are you telling me a pickup line? I heard you were brave, Kasuga-kun, but I didn't think you would be so bold, and on a married woman, no less. Namuri teased, wiggling her married, voluptuous body with such bold movements. Ichiban blanched as his face turned as white as a sheet in mortification. Ah. No. No. It's not like that. He stammered as he shook his head. Namuri, don't tease him too much, Takayuki gently pleaded with his wife, who only giggled in playful amusement. Fufu, I'm only teasing. She removed her glasses and put on a red domino mask. Now wearing her hero guise, she asked Ichiban. But how about it? Do you recognize me now, dear? The afro-haired teen's eyes then widened like dinner plates as his jaw dropped faster than a free-falling elevator. His head snapped to his friends. Then her. Then them. Then her again. Then, finally, back to them. Dudes, R-rated hero, Midnight, is your mom? Ichiban asked with a hanging jaw. She's married? With kids? Off to the side, Namuri couldn't help but giggle as she wrapped her arms around one of Takayuki's, who leaned his head atop hers. Yes. Yes. And yes. Agito answered. While it was funny to see him so gobsmacked, it was understandable why he was so shocked. Usually, the civilian identities and personal information of pro-heroes are kept confidential. There exist laws and protection programs that safeguard them and their families from revenge plots from villains, paparazzi, or even deranged fans. These regulations were set up by an organization that answers directly to the WHA, placing them even above the HPSC in certain ways, and is a neutral entity. They were known as the Law Keepers, a self-explanatory name. Law Keepers. A neutral organization reporting directly to the World Heroes Association, WHA. The Law Keepers are positioned above the HPSC in some respects, such as information. They act as keepers of information and, if necessary, as enforcers of regulations set by the WHA. Their existence is intended to protect the pro-heroes' private, civilian lives, and even the Hero Public Safety Commission, or HPSC, the organization that oversees the pro-heroes' activities in their country, can't access the pro-heroes' personal information without strict permission. Any individuals who violate the organization's terms are subject to scrutiny, investigation, audit, and, if necessary, termination. It's no surprise that the public is unaware of pro-hero Midnight's civilian life. She is a popular and effective heroine who maintained her position within the top 100 rankings since her debut. As Ichiban processed this, he felt his brain break again when another entity entered the room. Rexus stood tall as he walked up to Agito, who scratched him behind the ear, eliciting soft whines. Is that a freaking battle wolf? Ichiban gawked at the literal danger beast, one of the most powerful, majestic, fearsome, and solitary ones, who was getting his ears scratched like a normal canine. Yep. Meet Rexus. Woof. And this is Sushi. Hoshiko cheered as she held up the British Shorthair that entered the room. Meow. Dinner turned out to be an energetic affair. For Namuri had brought home sushi. Sushi the cat was definitely pleased to feast on some fatty tuna. The sushi was meant for a belated celebration of their acceptance into the UA Hero course. And with Ichiban moving in temporarily, it became a double event. There was quite a wide selection of nigiri, tuna, salmon, yellowtail, unagi, squid, octopus, tamago, spicy tuna, white tuna, shrimp, sea urchin, amberjack, red snapper, ikura, anego, hokigai, inari, tabiko, negatoro, horse mackerel, and anagawa. In addition, the Yagami parents made some tempura alongside it. Ichiban viewed the food as if it were actual ambrosia. It was understandable. Given his financial situation, he must not have been able to properly eat such good sushi before. He made sure to savor each bite. He felt bliss dance across his taste buds with each piece. The little girls giggled at his silliness. Suffice to say, the household ate well that night. Afterwards, they all washed up, and the triplets were brought up to bed by Rexus. The teens and parents were seated at the table, making small talk. So you're from Yokohama? Takayuki asked of their guest. Yeah. I moved there some years back. Originally from Kamurocho, though. Ichiban answered. I was raised by the people there, my adopted father, and the rest of my family. After, some stuff happened, I moved to Yokohama and fell under the care of the owner of the bar, Survive. Kamurocho? Ha. Small world. The agency I work at is located there. The man said as he sipped his tea. Ichiban, who had taken a sip of his own drink, sputtered and almost choked as he gulped it down. Ah really? Wait, you mean the Yagami detective, Agen, Sai, oh. Well, I feel stupid for not realizing, he blinked in startling realization, just noticing it. The Yagami Detective Agency. He heard of it when he met two men from the Yokohama 99 when they went to Master's Bar, Survive for private meetings or hangouts. Yagami Detective Agency. A detective agency based on Nakamichi Street in the Kamurocho district. It once served as the main base of operations for Yagami Takayuki and his partner, Kaito Masaharu, functioning as both an office and an apartment, solving cases for numerous clients seeking the truth. The Yagami Detective Agency is renowned for solving numerous cases in search of the truth. They were involved in uncovering many scandals in Japan, such as the mole incident, the AD-9 scandal, and their latest case, the Aldera scandal. Don't worry about it, Kasuga-kun. Namuri smiled, extremely amused by him finally connecting the dots. Taken's agency is situated in Kamurocho. But the one he runs is more or less a subordinate branch to the main agency in Yokohama. Yokohama? Ichiban wondered as he thought about it. He first thought of the Yokohama 99, but discarded that idea. While they were good, they were too small to be a main agency. Then the only other possibility was? No way, the afro-haired teen's grip on his cup loosened. Thankfully, Hachiko was quick enough to stop it from falling and spilling. Are you alright, Ichiban? Izuku asked in concern. Although he wouldn't blame Ichiban for discovering who the main agency was in Yokohama. Why yeah. I'm good. He stammered, hastily picking his cup back up. Sorry about that. He sheepishly smiled. No worries. It's fine. Takayuki reassured. But based on your reaction, I guess you figured it out? Ichiban could only nod as he took a slow sip of tea. To him, today has just been one startling revelation after another. Who would have thought he'd come across members of the Armed Detective Agency? Music cue. Yakuza, Like a Dragon Ryu-Ga Gotoku 7. Original soundtrack. How to start over in your 40s start. After the group had their tea, and the parents went upstairs, the boys and the dogs went down to the living room. They had turned the space into a camping ground with futons. Given the temporary living situation, the boys decided to room together until the move-in day. Until then, they would also help Ichiban move his stuff from Yokohama to the dorm. The three teens lay down on their futons, each with their respective dog curled up next to them. It was getting late, but they passed the time with small talk. Such as what happened earlier that day. Wait, you two saw all that happen too, and you didn't say anything? The afro-haired teen gawked. I thought I was the only one going crazy there. To be fair, we didn't even know what was going on. We were still trying to process what that whole mess was. Agito replied. Honestly, we're still debating if it is Quirk-related. Like a transformation one, or a hallucination that only targets specific people. Results are inconclusive. Izuku added. Even if Ichiban wished to argue for his two bros to leave him behind, their reasoning and arguments were convincing, so he reluctantly let it go. I guess, he then hummed in deep thought. Now I wonder if this will be a recurring or one-time thing. That's a good question. Both Agito and Izuku responded at the same time. After some reflection, the three decided to set the question aside for now because they were exhausted from overthinking it. Then, eventually, came the big question. Hey Izuku, sorry if I'm overstepping, but can I ask a question? Ichiban asked. Sure. What is it? Izuku responded. Why do you want to be a hero? Ichiban asked. Why? Izuku frowned at the sudden question. Ichiban nodded. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy that you are forging your own path and achieving your dream. But I can't help but be curious, what drives you, you know? Again, sorry if I'm overstepping into something personal. Oh, no worries, Ichiban. I was just surprised. Izuku reassured him. As for what drives me. Well, do you remember All Might's debut video? At the mention, Ichiban brightened at the mentioned video. Yeah. The one where he saved 1,000 people in like 18 seconds during that disaster, right? Where he shouted his iconic words, I am here. Ichiban did his version of All Might's signature motto, which brought some amused chuckles from the other two. Yeah. That's the one. Izuku said excitedly. I thought that was the coolest thing I ever saw. Seeing him save all those people and reassure them with a smile, that's the type of hero I wanted to be. The type of person I wanted to be. That sounds like a pretty awesome dream, Izuku. Ichiban smiled at his bro's dream. Oh, but wait, Agito said with an amused but fond smile. There's more, he added. More? Ichiban browed his brow. That's right. Izuku nodded. As I grew older, I saw more of All Might, and it only served to inspire me even more. Throughout the years, All Might did not just save people through flashiness and sheer power. Not just with force and weather-changing punches. As Izuku paused briefly, Agito and Ichiban noticed a smile that conveyed hope and a touch of gratitude. But with compassion and understanding. When Izuku was 4, when his life started to dim, he saw another All Might video. One that relit his world and filled him with even more hope and drive. It was during a villain attack, and All Might was on the scene. The culprit was a humanoid cloaked in thick, noxious gas. Many civilians in his path became infected and collapsed. Instead of initiating a fight, All Might had noticed the desperation and agony on the villain's face. Instead of using force to subdue an enemy, All Might requested what was happening, and the villain replied. Am I Quirk? Couldn't, hold, it hurts. All Might had acted quickly, using his punches to create an updraft funnel to divert the gas around the villain into the air so it could disperse harmlessly. And upon doing so, revealed the culprit to be a young boy not even in his teens. From there, All Might actually sat down with the boy and spoke with him. He lent an ear and listened to his circumstances, even preventing the police from approaching until he had heard everything. It turned out the person's quirk was a form of toxic gas emission. He had no control over it as it continuously expelled from the body to protect itself from damage. But because of this, people around him collapsed in agony. So, he was forced by both his parents and the teachers around him to contain his own emissions. But doing so only caused him agony as the gas was built up within his body. He had been forced to do so for years. Until finally, he could no longer take it. It all exploded at once, wrapping around him like a noxious cloud. People collapsed. In panic, he ran, making even more collapse and hurting even more. He never wanted to hurt anyone, he just wanted the pain to stop. Everyone cheered for All Might to defeat the villain with his strength, like he always did. But instead, he stopped a young boy from suffering from his own quirk any longer. He did not fight to defeat, but he fought to save. And it was something that would forever stick with Izuku. And the trend would continue, with some of the people All Might fought being victims of unfortunate circumstances. Such as being laid off from work due to being non-essential, but in reality, having weak quirks or other forms of discrimination, some victims of abuse who could not take it anymore, or being disowned by their parents for being expelled and getting a black mark on their records by an irrational, unreasonable teacher. Instead of beating them down, he demonstrated compassion and understanding, even offering them a second chance. According to news reports, some of the victims and former villains are now working full-time at All Might Tower and living happy lives thanks to the symbol of peace himself. He does not simply use his strength to defeat the villain, but compassion and understanding to save people. And that is the type of hero, no, the type of person I want to be, Izuku stated. God, that was absolutely beautiful, man. Ichiban sniffed. Music end. Hey Ichiban? Agito asked. Yeah? I'm curious, but what is the reason why you want to be a hero? He asked. Music cue. Yakuza, Like a Dragon Ryu-Ga Gotoku 7. Original soundtrack. Friendship start. My reason? Ichiban replied. Well, I guess I have a few. But one of them, I guess, started when I was a kid, and played Dragon Quest for the first time. He crossed his arms under his head as he reminisced. Playing the game, reading the story, and seeing the journey the characters went through, it just felt so inspiring. It made Ichiban yearn for such an adventure. To grow stronger, meet companions, and forge bonds. But above all, to be a hero. So, like an RPG adventure? Izuku added. Kinda. But there's more to it than that. I was also inspired by someone, like how Izuku was inspired by All Might. His name is Sekibayashi Jun. At the mention, Izuku was trying to remember the person, while Agito immediately recognized the name. Sekibayashi Jun? You mean the professional wrestler, Hell's Angel? Agito questioned. Yep. That's the one. The afro-haired teen said happily. He's a true pro wrestler. He just takes his opponent's hits, endures them, and strikes back. Such awesome toughness. To some, a pro wrestler may be a showman. It was more than that. It was the philosophy it represented, where no matter what life throws at you, you take it and endure as a pro wrestler would. But above all, I just want to lend a helping hand. Ichiban admitted, drawing out a sigh from his mouth. I know what it's like to feel downtrodden. To be beaten down, being held to low expectations by society. Just because of how I was born and raised. I know how it feels to be at rock bottom, and if I can be strong and pull myself out from that point, then I want to help bring others up too, to let them know they don't have to fight alone. He then looked at the two with gleaming eyes. I want to let them know that I am here, to be at their side. As Ichiban finished his statement, both Agito and Izuku smiled in admiration at the afro-haired teen. That is a beautiful reason, Ichiban, Agito said in admiration. The ability to choose kindness despite starting with nothing at the rock bottom and being downtrodden by society. It spoke volumes about his strength and character. Thanks, man. So, what about you? Ichiban asked Agito. Me? Agito responded. Yeah. Izuku and I shared our reasons. What about yours? Why do you want to be a hero? My reason, Agito said as he stared up at the ceiling. I want to be a hero, to change hero society. Change it? Ichiban questioned. Izuku was equally curious. To this day, and to his surprise, Izuku didn't go into details when it comes to why Agito wanted to become a hero. Given his past and the things he went through, Izuku didn't ask simply because he wanted to wait for the right moment to ask. This society we live in, it's flawed. Agito started with a firm expression. It focuses on flashiness and power over everything else. It has rewritten the meaning of the word hero, turning it into a commercialized product. Becoming basic civil servants that only enhance the bystander mentality, where normal civilians will ignore someone in need, believing that a hero will be there to help instead, almost like a god. As he explained, the other two teens processed his words. The more they listened, the more they couldn't help but understand the reasoning and agree, both being victims as well. What's more, they have to agree that behind the fancy hero costumes and the powerful quirks the pro heroes had, there was a simple human being, but forced to meet the expectations of those whom they supported, the pro heroes, almost akin to a form of worship from followers to their god. And it honestly disturbed them pretty deeply, too. Agito lets out a weary sigh. And most of all, it allows so many to slip through the cracks. Where if they don't fit the mold it has, you are best left forgotten or discarded. Like those who possess weak, mutant, or villainous quirks. As well as quirkless. We all live through that one. He elaborated. The two agreed to his words. I just want to make changes, so this society won't keep making the same mistakes. To learn and do better and actually save people who need saving instead of brushing them under the rug. He finished. Agito, that is, truly amazing. Ichiban shed some manly tears. I agree. Izuku smiled. Hearing the reason from his best friend made it even clearer to Izuku how blessed he was to have such a friend with a strong belief. All three of them had faced extreme hardships based on something they had no control over at birth. But they survived and got this far. Meeting everyone, forging bonds, it ignited a fire within them. To work hard, strive for their dreams, and take flight. To be heroes for those who need help, for those who have hit rock bottom and feel despair, and to lend a hand to those who have fallen through the cracks and never taste the same tragedy again. Yash. Izuku, Agito, I'll be right back. Ichiban got up from his futon bed and went over to one of his bags to look for something. Agito and Izuku wondered what he was looking for, but waited and noticed that Ichiban came back with 3 cups of sorts, each with a sealed package on top. Here, one for you, and another for ya. Ichiban passed out the cups, and the two realized what the cups were. Ichiban, isn't this alcohol? Izuku whispered in a panicked expression, holding a 1-cup sake. Ha, and it's one of the popular brands, too. Agito looked at the name and recognized the brand. I know you live in a bar and all, but aren't you being a little too bold here, Ichiban? He spoke, a hint of teasing and amusement in his expression. Chillax, you too. Ichiban sits down, holding his share and pointing at the label. Besides, this is a non-alcoholic version. Meaning, we can drink this. Ichiban explained it properly, and Izuku was hesitant. I don't know. Hey, don't be shy, man. Ichiban said, holding his cup with a smile. And for you two's information, this cup's our exchange of vows right here. At the mention of a strange phrase, both Izuku and Agito frowned in confusion. Exchange of vows? Yeah. Ichiban nodded. We're going to UA, the country's greatest hero school, and one of the tops in the whole world. I would say this calls for both a celebration cheer and our starting point in our grand adventure, too. At the mention, both teens looked at their respective cups. A celebration cheer. A start of our grand adventure. Yeah. Ichiban nodded, and he took off the sealed lips from the cup and set it aside. Let's level up our life here, to us and all of the heroes of tomorrow. Leveling up in real life, huh? Izuku mused. You know, for all Ichiban's obsession with RPG games, he makes a strong point, Agito spoke with an amused grin. Now you're talking, Agito. Ichiban raised his cup towards them. Let's start off a brand new age of heroes. Yeah. I am with you, Ichiban. Izuku took off his cup's sealed lips and raised his cup. Hell yeah, Agito smirked, taking off his sealed lip and raising his cup. Let's make an exchange of vows here, guys. A toast to our new era. Ichiban started off. Yeah, a promise to a better future, right here, right now. Izuku followed. Yeah, to us and all of the heroes of tomorrow. Let's go and make this world a better place. Agito added in. Cheers.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.